microphone is going to be there. Let's do the normal thing, assuming, because yesterday was pretty much of publicity, trying to get all those invitees and letting them know what we are in for. But here we are back to our house, and the technicalities of the things we do, we need to follow them up. So in a typical situation where we are either in a workshop or a course or a program to that effect, not necessarily conference, the good thing is that we always make a recall of the best things we have learned yesterday. So let's use this period as we wait, hopefully. Just a minute. All right, sorry about that. Let's keep sorting ourselves out. Basically, hopefully, the next speaker, when his system is ready, he will take off from there. But before then, let's not hold back. We learned a lot. Amongst us, dear professionals, can anyone, what do you think, based on some of the things we talked about yesterday, particularly those of Larry, and the last presenter, and overall, some of the goodwill messages. Are there things we can say we will take home as an individual? How would you, what are those things? Maybe one or two, and how do you think you can use this going forward to work, improve yourself? If you are a student, how will it benefit you progressing in your studies, and maybe coming out tomorrow to be any one of us here as a professional? It's open to everybody. We can talk for maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and anyone who is just raise up your hand and we start with that. What do you think was an astounding thing for you yesterday, a take-home? Talk about that and we will enjoy it. Go ahead with that. Then maybe with your own voice, we'll learn something special. Thank you. And start by introducing yourself and maybe your affiliation. Just press.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to remain on the established protocol. I'm Umar Muhammad Musa from Group HSC of the NPC, Process Safety Engineer course. What I gained yesterday was about complexity. I learned that it affects mostly the aged group, maybe because I'm aging myself. And I found out that because we have been doing things repeatedly, we tend to take it for granted. At times, many of the experienced people actually get harmed better than the younger ones. That is what I gain. And I think I will transfer it to whenever I'm going to deliver lectures. I will actually use that of Larry. I will look for his book and read some more. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you, Omar. That's fantastic. Let me chip in a little bit. For me, it was the first time I had that phrase, benefits of reflex. That was my first time. I know reflex. All of us did that. As a matter of fact, there are things I do and I know it's based on reflex. But using the phrase benefit of reflex was a different clause for me. And what's that? From what I gathered from Larry, a whole lot of things happen. You have a knife on the table, and suddenly the knife falls off the table and you know it's going to land on your foot. But without much effort, as fast as you take off your leg from there. A glass falls off the table, possibly it's going to shatter, and you have cuts. And suddenly you just get out of the way. What is that? And sometimes when you go into social media, some of the videos uploaded, you see fathers. There was one I was watching. They showed where fathers were catching their kids, the children that are crawling, even in very tight situation where they will fall and tumble. And the man will be doing something different and suddenly reflex, he picks the child up. So that benefit of reflex is one, and he accompanied it with pictures. And it took my mind back. I was going back a whole lot of things that I have done in the past, and I would say, this was just a wisdom. I would have been involved in that particular aspect. God saved me from this. It would have been terrible. Now, bringing it back to technology and what we studied yesterday, all of that is grouped under the benefit of what? Reflex. And that's one good thing our Heavenly Father has given to us. But again, going by what he has said, complacency. If we are so complacent, we will dull that sense of reflex. That's another way of applying it. And it's not just something that has to do with age. As a matter of fact, children, teenagers, adolescents, and adults, when they take things for granted, they move from just being for granted into complacency. And when complacency sets in, we dull the sense of the benefit of reflex. That's for me a major takeaway. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to research more on it and maybe use it to develop what? The presentation, a course. And the beauty of it is that I'm going to even borrow some from this book. And from that, we develop things that we use generally. So is there any more questions? Something you gathered yesterday that you can share with every one of us? Lovely. Thank you. Start with your name, usual, and your affiliation. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Onyekuma. I'm a student of the Petroleum Training Institute. Well, yesterday I learned so much about communication. Not just communication, just passing effective information and complying with communication. Well, I was opportune to meet some certain workers and ask them about accident reporting. I discovered that a lot of them don't like reporting accidents because their managers or their supervisors have this blaming, apportioning method that you were there, you caused it, you did this. But no, because of that, people don't like reporting accidents because they'll be blamed for it. But now I've learned that it is better to, find a remedy to that problem, giving people blames for reporting accidents. But rather, we should try to encourage people to speak out so that they'll be able to prevent such accidents from happening. So an effective communication has to, happen between the employee and the employer so that a safe working environment would always be the main priority. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. That was lovely. Basically, I will borrow a line from the presenter. She said, you can speak English. You are speaking English. Or you are speaking your language. But the question is, are you communicating? Is what you're saying, does it make sense? And going to the context you presented it, some of the reasons why the big professionals here, those who have spent years in this profession can attest to it. The reason why most workers should not report even near misses. There are companies that near misses has to be reported. It's a culture that even the slightest of near miss, they don't report. It's because they are afraid. We humans have that tendency that we might be punished. Okay? And that's where the safety culture of that place matters. Because if your organization's safety culture is such that your workers feels this way, then a whole lot is lost because the profession we are into is built on feedback. And based on your feedback, you develop preventive measures and protect workers from getting back into things that they've been doing. We are not talking of major accidents and incidences. Of course, telltales to accidents and incidences are the near misses, and that is why the reporting is important. Number one factor of a safety culture in an organization after the policy is an objective is how well and how comfortable that the workers are to report even the slightest of that. And any good safety professional should use those data to develop the things, or is a telltale telling you what will happen. And if you have done risk assessment, you know that that is very, very good because you can actually be using it based on the things you are seeing and you at the tables you develop. And finally, you get to where you're going. That was another one, good one. I'm willing to take at least 2 or 3 more because I'm seeing more and more persons are coming in. And the more they come in, I think we'll be in a better situation. Who is willing? All right, let's give to a lady now. No. Before he goes, just hold on. Let's give to a lady. Thank you. Let's get what you can go home.
I'm saying it's not number one. So what I take from yesterday was about taking safety home, not just about battery or the industry. As we wish to go home to meet our family with pets, it should also provide a safe environment for the children and our family also. That when we come home to meet them, it should be in good condition also, in good health. That's what I took from yesterday.
Salome, that is very important. Can I, let's think of it this way. Give Salome a round of applause, please. Many times we will take off our safety coat at home, okay, and in the office and go home without the clothes. Okay, we say we are home, but right now it is expected that we should take it home. I will tell you something. I was reading an article from the World Health Organization. They said any family that the woman, the wife, at least is educated to the point of first school leaving certificate in sub-Saharan Africa, your possibility of illnesses, death, things that relate to death, unkept environment reduces to as low as 30%. What that means is that the children taken care of, the food prepared will be hygienic. Mothers can readily take care of things even before they take them to hospital. And when there are outbreaks, such families are often isolated because the mother is enlightened to the point of knowing what she has to do. So they bathe the children every now and then. And then I can tell you, there are families that the children hardly go to hospital and they don't fall sick. If you keep your environment as hygienic as possible, the children will be healthy. And if we borrow a leaf from Salon, I want to ask us, go home, do you have fire extinguishers in your house? When I had my first house, the first thing I did was I bought a fire extinguisher. They started laughing at me. What do I need to do this? I'm trying to bring, because I'm working in a company, I'm bringing it home. But over time, my people got to understand. So first of all, look for, what kind of a fire extinguisher do you think we can use at home? Let me start with the students. Because of the kind of thing, electrical fire and the one that comes from the kitchen, coming from oil and fried, what type of fire extinguisher do you think we can buy and keep at home? It's a brain teaser. I want someone to say, with the student, if not, then we'll go to the professionals, those who are in the industry, if they can help us. What kind of fire extinguisher do you think? Let's not worry ourselves with the class, but just say straight to the one you think is most convenient. Please give to him.
The dry chemical powder.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Why do you say dry chemical?
Because I think we have things like oil and the rest. The dry chemical powder we have to kill that bond. So
the chemical reaction, okay? It breaks the triangle of fire, right? Beautiful. Why do we not use CO2? Let someone else ask it. Why should we not use CO2? Why should we not use CO2? Does anybody know why? All right, if the students can say, can we get a help from our established professional? Why should we not buy a CO2 fire extinguisher and keep at home in our houses? Please take it. He has said dry powder, chemical powder, excellent.
Good morning.
Why should we not use CO2? Go ahead.
CO2 is actually very, very specific to electrical fire. And in an environment where there's large exposure of oxygen, CO2, oxygen will compete with CO2 and will not make it more effective where there is open oxygen. So it's better to reduce an exposure where we have an electrical fire where there's less volume of oxygen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's one point. But there is and I was expecting another very important point. Remember, CO2 is an asphyxiant, right? Yes. So if you leave it in your house, your children, your wife who do not know, ideally, if you are going to use CO2 to extinguish fire, you should be backing what? Your exit. So that by the time it displaces what? Oxygen, you are out to get a good oxygen. So imagine your wife in the kitchen going to put off fire, and she's going straight to where the fire is and has to empty the entire bottle of CO2. By the time she makes her way out of the kitchen, she's on the floor. So double problem. Eh? She has put off the fire, but if there are no persons to take her out in minutes, then the cells start breaking down. So that's why CO2 cannot be used. You shouldn't use CO2. Use your dry chemical powder. It will mess up things. Okay? It will mess up things. If it's an electrical appliance, it's condemned. But you don't run that risk. So good one. Thank you, Salome. We are still watching our time. Okay. So let's take maybe one or two more. Yes, give to him. Let's not get what from yesterday. One.
Good morning, all. I am Emmanuel Rufus Fanning. This is the lead of our plan for gender limited. What I derived from yesterday discussion is avionics. That is the electronic system used in monitoring and supervising the operations of the equipment, also known as the control system in each case. This play an important role in the functionality of the gas turbine power plant. Permit me to use that because I'm coming specifically from the power sector generation. In some cases, when there's load variation, the speed of the equipment is increased. For the fact that the control system is designed in such that it has a protection measure as regards overspeed. Once it gets to 110% of the speed, if the speed is 3000 RPM, 110 is 3300 RPM. This control system, the electronic system, quickly activates down of this plant in order to prevent the equipment from being damaged. This is a control measure. It is important. It is used to prolong the lifespan of the equipment. And that takes me to the combustion system. If the fuel gas supply for the operation of this machine have a lot of hydrocarbon contents, that implies that the gas is not properly treated. Going into the combustion system for combustion. Because of the impurity, the control system quickly detects this via the continuous emission monitoring system on the systems. This peak decomposition of the gas and tell when the specific gas content is getting beyond the threshold. Quickly, it will be detected by the team in the control room and then communicate to the gas supply. So if the treatment was not effective, the gas supplier will treat it effectively and that gives a good gas and that also leads to good combustion of the system. That also takes me to another system known as the air intake system.
Just go ahead. The next 30 seconds. No, go ahead. Conclude so that 30 seconds.
All right. So the air intake system is also important. If the quality of air is not as good as it's supposed to, the control system will be high differential pressure known as high delta P. It has a protection setting. 1500 Pascal is alarm. 1600 Pascal is protective load shedding treat. At that point, it will start deloading the unit fast to go to 0 megawatt because it has sensed the danger that have negative situation to the plant. And that is why this is taken on it. It is important. It's expected that audits will be carried out on the control system and ensure that it is put in a healthy condition. Where it needs upgrade, it should be upgraded to the modern technology. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Excellent. You are bringing me back to my compressors, okay? Basically, that's what you're saying. And not only in power management, of course, bigger companies will have the utilities where you have the electricity generation. But if you are into refining, you will always have your compressors based on what you do. I had to work with a cryogenic, and we have two types of compressors to that effect. So when you're talking about load shedding and the ability of these compressors to go with your load and fluctuates with it at point in time, and especially the usage of power, when you use it, it's quite appreciable, but a little more technical. Thank you for that. One last for us to go. I'll give you 30 seconds. I'm just using that. We will begin our speakers now because they are all here. Just give it to him. Quickly add to that since you have been indicating that for a long time. Quickly. That will take us to 9:20. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, all. My name is Obina Bright Ogu. I work with IDS NMPC Feeding City. My take home from yesterday's lectures, it was from the presentation from Larry Williams, from his research. He was able to find out that organizations now are not paying attention to controlling or preventing fatalities. They are more interested in other recordable cases. And that is why the accident tree, doesn't really align with the theory. So when he did a comparative analysis of how countries have fared, in preventing incidents over the years, I think over 80 years. So it didn't really correspond. So that's really is something that organizations really need to take seriously. We need to focus on preventing fatalities because we're still having fatalities even when there's improvement in safety, over time. So organizations need to focus on preventing fatalities instead of, the other ones are really very important too. But if we focus on preventing fatalities, then we can have that good accident training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because in view of time, I would want to comment on that, particularly on the triangle you showed us. Please, it's time for us to start our presentation program. I would want to set some of these rules for our facilitation. We have a lot of speakers waiting. As a matter of fact, there were people that were supposed to deliver yesterday, but we are not able. So we have to change those ones to today. As a result, we have decreased or reduced the time allotted to each speaker from the usual 40 to 45 minutes, and we are going to go to 30 minutes. And I'm going to be really, really strict with that 30 minutes if we are going to accommodate as much as possible. A good safety professional who communicates effectively to be able to carry on a powerful toolbox talk, even 5 minutes. Agree that this may not be a toolbox talk. I expect that our speakers will be so succinct enough to bring what they want us to go home in the next 30 minutes. And I'm going to be playing. When I stand up and I signal you, it means you have exhausted 20 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes, you start putting up things to tidy it up. And each 1 or 2 minutes you take, you are taking it from the next facilitator. And that's going to shift us. The target is that we should round off here not later than 4:30. And we'll go home, freshen up, and get ready for our dinner. So I believe we will follow this. And if we are going to follow this, then we're ready to start for today. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Professor Yaha Selan Ibrahim. He's going to talk on pandemic, workshop culture, and challenges of absenteeism of occupational health and safety. Professor Ibrahim is an environmental health safety management specialist. He's presently an associate professor of Kaduna State University. He's the head of the Department of Environmental Science at Kaduna Polytechnic, former ASU chairman of the same institution, former director of Public Health and Laboratory Services, Kaduna State Environmental Protection Agency, and is presently serving director, Center for Energy and Environmental Strategic Research. Professor Ibrahim holds PhD in Occupational Health and Safety Management from the University of Putra, Malaysia. Sir, please, we have you. A round of applause. Please, we need the screen. Yes, I know. I know. I'm good. I'm surprised. It was there. in lieu of that, we can actually take the next person. Can you quickly get me my program? All right, there, I left it there. What? Get it quickly. I think his presentation is having a little, let them repair it. Okay. Don't worry, I'm managing the time. I'm going to look after this. Maybe we will take it, chop it off from somewhere special. If it doesn't, then I'll take the next person. Ready now? Okay, it seems it's fixed now. So, Prof, you still excellent. All right, I'll leave it for you now. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience, please.
The president, members of the high, if there's high or low table, my good colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important for all of us as professionals who are learning, still learning. In safety is everyday learning. As a medical doctor, you're reading every day. As safety professional, you must be reading and learning and exchanging every day. That's what is very fundamental. And I have an adage that says, the higher it goes, the lower it bounces. That means that the more you acquire knowledge, the more simplistic it should be. It's all like what we're seeing. If somebody is a professor, is untouchable or approachable, or that is not in existence. What I found somewhere in other side of the globe is you should be as simplistic as you can afford to be. And that's what it is. My student is my friend, it's my everything. We eat together, I make environment comfortable. That is the safety of education. Otherwise, you are becoming a monster and supposed to exchange. So what I'm trying to discuss with all of us is I just want to link my presentation to what happened yesterday. Larry actually presented on quite a number of fatalities, but there are certain fatalities, salient fatalities that we never present. And those are the ones that are killing every day. Like if you go to Japan, that's what they refer to as karoshi. Karoshi is the disease that is more than what you refer to as malaria fever. It's more than what you refer to as all the other fevers and any sickness that you can think. Karoshi is a result, it's a disease associated with stress. Please, I want you to test. If there's any one of us that is working in Nigeria that is not under stress, anybody can tell me. Every other person in Nigeria is under stress. And in Japan, they took stress very serious. So my topic of presentation is pandemic, workplace culture, and the challenges of presenteeism. How do we place it in occupational health and safety? How do you place that? Next. Yes, so we know about pandemic, large-scale outbreaks of infection diseases that can greatly increase the morbidity and mortality, and over a wide geographical area and cause significant economic, social, and political disruptions. My own interest and take here is economic disruption. How does that affect us? Evidence suggests that the likelihood for pandemics has increased over the past century, and it keeps increasing due to the level of travel that we have. Disease that you have in Nigeria can easily, be multiply elsewhere because you travel, you move. People are on the move now. Next. So these trends likely will continue and will intensify. Significant policy attention has focused on need to identify and limit emerging outbreaks that might be or that might lead to pandemic. To expand the sustained investment, employment, and livelihood, we need to look into these pandemics, particularly if you look at what happened during or even up to this moment on the issue of COVID-19 pandemic. Quite a number of us are not what we used to be. So employment is actually affected. To build preparedness and health capacity, all of us must be thinking towards having not only accident triangle, but a preparedness triangle that can be able to bring us to form with the pandemic situation that are endless and they will keep coming because they are now weapons of control, global control. Love it, hate it, like it, it is a tool of control now. However you look at it, it is being used and every other country is being threatened. Today, Putin is saying that, should you insist and gang up as NATO against me, the next thing is I will release my weapons of mass destruction. What does that one mean? It will spread as pandemic and every other person will be cancerous and that is dangerous. So that's a threat. So the world is changing and things are actually impacting naturally. So the menaces of COVID-19 have pushed and forced a change not only in schedules of work, but in workplace setup. You must work. Yesterday, we were discussing, my good friend was talking about, and then even the communicator, Angela, was also talking about, why are we always insisting that emails must be the in thing? Why is it so? You cannot do away with it. It is eminent. It is a momentum that you must maintain. Handsets, laptop, and any other communication gadget must be used at the same time these days. Otherwise, you are not employable. So presenteeism will soon define it. What is it? It is fast dying because it's creating another class of what I can refer to as level of office bootlicking. Somebody will be present and has nothing to offer and will be upgraded and be promoted, while somebody that's performing but is not always being seen in the office is neglected. Presence, not performance. Presence, not productivity is always the challenge. How do we resolve these challenges is what we're trying to discuss here. Is it happening in your office? Is a student that is closer to the lecturer getting more marks? Let me talk to ourselves. Just because he's loyal to the lecturer? And the one that is super intelligent and has the ability to diagnose and be able to come up with a solution is neglected? Is that the practice? What is it? How do we go about resolving presenteeism? So presenteeism is the compulsion under which each and everybody must be present in the office and must be seen by the superior officer to be present every day. And that is part of the yardstick that you will judge that person that is productive and is a super performer. Is that correct? It is not always correct. So this is what we're trying to say. But COVID-19 is trying to prove to the world that presenteeism is a sickness in the workplace, and that work culture must change. It must change, and the policy supporting presenteeism must also change. So these are some of the challenges we're having. Next. So just like we said, the global pandemic of COVID-19 has shown that it is more critical than ever for work setting managers to tackle the widespread challenges of presenteeism. You must be present in the office. This guy is workaholic. He works even extra hours. He works on weekends. He is this, is that. Super. People will see it as something different. But pandemic COVID-19 is now telling us that that is not always the case. So So the condition of presenteeism where people will have to do with subnormal health condition just to keep job explain over 50% of cases of workers' condition before the pandemic. That means that whether you are fine or you are not fine, or you just have to be in the office because you want to keep the job. That is the practice. You just want to keep the job, so you must be in the office. And if the disease you're suffering is contagious, every other person in the office will also be. Thank God to the coming of the PPE mask, where people are hating to wear. You know, I know PPE, the challenges of PPE is that quite a number of us, including professionals, don't want to wear PPEs. They are not easy. In survey conducted to determine the healthiest workplace competition in Britain, the results suggest that 50% of workers have one stress-related condition as a result of being in the office every day, whether they are healthy or not. 50% have job satisfaction that has to do with financial concern at 20%. Yes, presenteeism took 80%. 20% is because my concern is the money, salary, so I have to be in the office. This condition contributed to forceful presenteeism level to retain job. Salary ceases, life ceases, enjoyment ceases, friends ceases, every other thing will cease. Gently, you will see people moving away. So because of that, people want to be present in the office to maintain their job. So the concept of presenteeism has been accepted as a work stressor in the last decade, with attendant act of working more than hours that required. To be a presenteeist in an office, you must be a workaholic that will impress the superior so that you will be taken and be recorded as a better worker. And that is causing stress. And that's what took us to occupational health hazard now. Because you want to impress somebody, you have to express your energy so that you can be able to be accommodated as a super worker. This condition was reported in the UK with more than 4 in 5 people experiencing it compared to previous studies report. It shows that it is a serious issue all over the globe. Nigeria, we don't even have the records to show. All of us are stressed, are under serious stress. And that is for sure. All of us, psycho-emotional, lack of cooperation, lack of support, empty or lack of qualified and right equipment to work with. All these are stressors. Just like last year we discussed about bullying. Bullying is also another stressor in the office. Next. So the challenge of presenteeism became apparent with the continuous spread of coronavirus globally. The need to expand and evolve programs that will create awareness on how employees should be conscious of this work setting that enhances work fatality, salient work fatalities, burnout, boredom, stress, and then it links up to hypertension leading to sugar level increase leading to other fatalities. So these are salient fatalities. So all we need to do is we need to enhance the work culture to reduce these fatalities, with an ending tendency of digital work setting as the new normal. So the new normal is IT presenteeism, or what we refer to as digital presenteeism. The old normal is physical presenteeism. Now what are we doing? Whether you like it or not, you are mixing physical presenteeism with digital presenteeism, unknown to you. Unknown to you. And those are stressors, especially in Nigeria. MTN, data, spent, office not giving you any subsidy. Which other? Airtel, Wahala. Which one? Nine Mobile, Wahala. Next, Glow, Wahala. You begin to think, which one is better? You buy 1,000, 10,000 data on MTN. It will not give you the result. You change to Glow. It will not give you the result. You change to Nine Mobile. It's not giving you the result. And the boss, the master, the supervisor cares not. You are not responding to your email. Why are you not responding to an email? Indirectly, you are being queried. Leave that guy. You're bullied. He's not responding to you. Just leave him. He's an idiot person. He's not a serious person. Not minding the stressors. These stressors are these service providers who are creating another source of stress. So IT or digital presenteeism has another challenge. While we insist that physical presenteeism has a problem, so also is digital in the developing world. What do? Is the proverb in the Hausa that says, in front of you is a hyena, behind is a tiger. Where will you be? You understand? So this is what it is, next. So the present work order is discouraging due to presence of overwork, serving as the best way to tackle presenteeism. Overwork, digital presenteeism, always they are expecting when they send them to you, before the next 5 minutes, you should reply. It is as well suspicious with the government and medical professional warnings around social distancing and self-isolation that you must be socially distant from whosoever is giving you helping hand, whom you are exchanging to now make it happen in the office, whom you are just trying to get together to be able to create a life after work. All these isolation and physical distancing is creating a lot of problems. So the combined expectation of most workers to meet their target while staying at home, observing social distance, maintaining self-isolation, and or maintaining social distance is creating additional stressors that are either life-threatening or difficult to manage. Who are you going to complain that your glow line is not giving you? Who are you complaining to? All they want is they want to reply. Who are you complaining that your MTN data is not actually giving you the results? Nobody. Can you have the right in Nigeria to even go to anti-piracy advocacy committee to now say that, I bought MTN 10,000 and it's not giving me the result and they're taking their money. Can you pay me back? So financial stress without a reporting system is another. So being present in office has its own challenge of having harsh supervisor. You're having challenges. Supervisor is harsh to you. You don't know what to do. You couldn't do the work because of certain conditions, but that is not considered. Uncooperative or jealous colleagues are antagonizing success or progress as well. These are also another challenges with presentation. Meeting on diminishing or on ending targets. Once you are given a target, you just have to meet up. These combine to heighten office stress level. So what do we do next? So the new normal supported by IT and medical condition profiled by COVID-19 evolves new work culture. Under digital work setting, which expunged physical presence in a secluded place called an office. Your home is your office. Your computer is your friend. That is what it is today, referred to as the new normal. The new normal is compute, your handset, your digital device, your ability to master software, your ability to apply those software and be able. Yesterday, my good friend is saying Menti. How many of us use Menti? How many of us heard about it? If you heard about it, did you put it to practice? Did you ever think it will help you? Menti is yet another one that can be able. So what I try to do is work culture, digital work setting, or what we refer to as digital presenteeism, physical and IT presenteeism equals to COVID-19 challenges creating the problem. That's what I'm trying to, is a study underway. I'm yet to, and I am believing maybe some of you may answer my question here to be able to get to where I want to go. So conceptual model. The model of this study is depicted by the above diagram representing the intersections unveiling the various relationship between the independent and dependent variable. It is a straight line relationship. I don't want to go into moderator, mediator, or whatever, intervening factors. I just want a straight line because it's a new thing. We need to be an ongoing research, try to confine. Nobody cares to now know whether presenteeism is really an issue. Most of us are in the office. Do you care? But it is an issue that will hammer on your health condition, on your productivity, and on the sustenance of your job. Take it serious. Presenteeism will go 50% or 60%, and digital presenteeism will be present 80% or 60%. So it's up to you to decide when, before it comes. That work culture is affected by COVID-19 pandemic, that digital work setting is affected by COVID-19, that presenteeism is affected by COVID-19, that work culture is influenced by digital work setting, that digital work setting is affected by presenteeism. These are the assumptions that we have, and likely we're going to investigate them. So this is the condition you always found yourself. At home, alone, no friend. You don't want your child to come near you because your organ gave you an assignment. You don't want your wife, no more love, I love you. It creates a lot of crisis and other stress at home. Hey, lady, please, I want to finish this job, please. Your child is crying, daddy, hey, go back to your mother. Hey, why are you stopping me? These are some of the conditions, the stressors that you have, the stress you put your family on because of digital presenteeism. You want to finish your job. This time around, the Angela's communication would not work because all you needed is you want to finish the work so that the boss will listen. The Angela's rejection of replying to emails every time is the sine qua non to your retenance of job. But yet, it is abnormal that is normal today. So in such an abnormalcy, there might be normalcy. So that's what we refer to as, now take us to another field. This time around, not organizational behavior. Specialists are on organizational behavior. Me, my interest is on organizational misbehavior. It's a new field, it's a field that is being researched. Check and see. Most people believe in organizational behavior, that the supervisor must be, amenable, that the friends must be cooperative, that the organizational structure must be friendly and flexible. That no. Under flexibility, there is inflexibility. Who created that inflexibility? Misbehavior created. She's a lady now, she can't do anything. Misbehavior. That guy, that's the issue. So I don't know. We don't have time, so more explanation cannot. So today's work culture has to actually be accepted. Employees feeling the pressure to turn up to the office at all costs, even when ill, is presenteeism. However, the global pandemic COVID-19 has shown it's more critical than ever even for business to tackle the widespread challenge of presenteeism, especially when majority are working from home. Next, in the last decades, presenteeism, known as the act of working more hours than required, has tripled in the UK. Despite the fact that digital presenteeism is coming, but people prefer to be physical. It is a tradition. So what do? As coronavirus continue to spread with both within the UK and globally, employees should be discouraging and tackling presenteeism amid government warnings around social distance and self-isolation. Next. So the business practices and management being put to test, showcasing the reality of presenteeism, that what business owners can do to help keep their workers safe during pandemic is to make sure that you internalize, you communicate the right presenteeism, the right IT presenteeism that you have, and to also develop a schedule. There is a need to tackle the previous 1 in 5 people ignoring their doctor's advice. You just have to insist that the workers must listen to doctor's advice. Amidst the doctor's advice is you now take him to now use IT presenteeism. Stay at home, work, this is your schedule. Bring assignment, give me assignment from 8 o'clock that you're supposed to work to 4 o'clock and you close. You have to be under watch. That is one solution. Studies indicate that doing so can not only reduce productivity by over 30%, but cost a company £4,000 in lost business. That's why if you insist that the person that is sick must be in the office, the tendency will be that you're going to lose 30% of his productivity. But allow him to be at home. Give him a schedule. He will not be sending your result. And then when the contract need be, he will come protected, give you what you want, and go back home and continue to work. That saved and gave him that sense of belonging. Nonetheless, most workers today, little or so no cold flu, likes to continue to go into work. Despite that, I have mentioned that one. This tend to add to the number of those with elements. For those who are able to work from home, many businesses and governments still aren't enforcing employees to do so. We are not even making a policy on that. There's a need for us to keep insisting as professionals that there should be a policy on working at home, which we refer to as PTO, paid what? Paid what? You are paid leave. You are on vacation, but you are being paid. Your salary is not reduced, but you are not in the office. You have control over your time. I will discuss that later. So the concept of productivity has evolved to include a wide range of detrimental behavior relating to how we work. This includes employees who arrive early and stay late to show commitment, those who work during annual leave, those who respond to emails all hours, mistaking and unhealthy attitude towards work as a strong work ethic, often detrimental to the well-being of the person. Next please. Next, just go ahead. So, although figures from the Office of the National Statistics indicate that 5 years sickness absence has steadily decreased the pressure to turn up at work at all costs, has significantly increased presenteeism, which results in toxic work culture. The toxic work culture is where somebody comes to the office with sickness, and then other people get also infected. And a report on presenteeism by Employment Studies found some of the leading causes to include: 1, manager behavior. You must just want to be there because the behavior of manager is that he's going to query you. Concern of colleague. My colleague is likely going to lose his job because of this or that. So let me come and help him. We have this, especially. Company culture. The company culture is that you have 70% to 75% attendance. Otherwise, you're losing your salary because you have to clock in. And then solution to drivers of presenteeism. Converting presenteeism during pandemic into something else. By what? Maybe by allowing the person to job at home. Ensure employees know that they are able to work from home. Make sure that they have this, and that is a role they can play in the office. At the same time, they can also play it at home. Encourage senior members to lead by example. Let them use their vacation while working. If you're on vacation somewhere, you should be working by sending all your work online and ensuring that, yes, I'm on leave, but I'm not losing anything. So, enable flexibility. Employees must also adjust their working hours and environment and less likely to fall into a cycle of presenteeism by offering opinions. So, which means that if you agree to take your vacation, the likelihood would be that you are going to increase productivity. But it has been confirmed that only 2% out of the workers were able to take vacation, especially in government. Somebody in account, somebody in human resource, in the highest, they don't want to go on leave. Ask them. 10 years, 20 years, they hardly go on leave. They hardly, because they don't want to leave their office for somebody to replace them. So the concept of limited vacation, that's the solution now. So what is unlimited vacation? Unlimited vacation is an increasingly popular benefit among startups and high growth companies. Employees under these policies are permitted to take as much time off as they need under the expectation that their work gets done in a timely manner. You can go on leave wherever you want to go. But if you are a good people and you are posted on IT presenteeism, that should be official policy. And it started happening in Kaduna State. At its best, unlimited vacation benefits give employees more flexibility with the paid time off, your PTO, and entrust them to manage their own time. I believe, the manager believed in me. So he gave me the time and he posted me on IT presenteeism because he believed I can do it even if I'm not in the office. That gave me a sense of belonging. That gave me the time to manage my own time on my own and how I'm going to work. So while the promise of unlimited vacation still doesn't, many, there is skepticism and effectiveness on the effectiveness of this. This policy to manage time while performing primary function of office setting. Typical example is Friday off for Kaduna State. You are off on Friday. It's not as if it's a holiday. You are off, but you have a schedule. That is what we refer to as unlimited vacation policy. Kaduna State is the first in Nigeria to adopt. And I hope it will spread. You have something to do elsewhere outside the office, you can be given that day as a posting. IT vacation. So you go, but you're working for the office at the same time you're solving your problem. That gives you guarantee. So this is the attendant. In UK, 13% of the workers agree on this unlimited vacation. but 15 of them still believe in physical presenteeism. So IT presenteeism 13% and the rest. Best practice to ensure successful unlimited time off. The best practice of unlimited PTO works best when employers and employees keep each other in mind. Your problem is my problem. Your problem is okay. Align policy with core values. What's the core value of the industry? Align it so that the PTO policy can accommodate. Next, a successful unlimited vacation policy contributes to a culture of mutual respect. You respect me because, you know, when I say I have this program, give me a schedule and you post me on that schedule, and then I will also give you a result. I will never fail you because you will think about me. Trusting employees with the responsibility to build their own time off schedule nurtures culture of trust, goodwill, and mutual respect. A genuine interest in employee well-being and happiness motivates these employees to work harder. So soon, they define the success. Just redefine the success standard. What do you mean by productivity? What do you mean by performance? Redefine it. It's not about my physical presence that determines my productivity, but other factors. So try employees to do their best work when the company genuinely cares for them. If they care for me, I will give my life for the company. But when I have my personal problem that will affect me emotionally, and I'm not giving the chance, the tendency will be that I can betray. So work long hours for the sake of proving value is not sustainable because you have age, you have time, and you have other, you cannot sustain it. Presenteeism, physical presenteeism is always the challenge. And then to avoid this pitfall, success within a company should be clearly defined by quality of work rather than first time, my face-to-face contact. Next. So communication is key. Communicate to people. What does this physical presenteeism mean? What does unlimited vacation mean? How will I enjoy unlimited vacation? How will I get the schedule? How will I get this special posting? It's a special posting. The policy must define the special posting so that you can be able to now know. So next, an open dialogue should also be there. Lead by example. The leaders must also go on PTO to show that I can leave my office. And then if direct reports see the managers taking vacation time, they will feel free to do so. This example setting should start from the top and work its way throughout the organization IR. IR inclusive. So this is what it is, performance versus on, this vacation. Next. So benefit of limited performance increases. Looking at trend in employment, vacation, and performance data, it's clear that the employees who are considered high performers took an average of 5 more vacation days per year than lower. So reduce accrued expenses because by the time you are going on paid vacation, they are not paying you for the leave, but your salary is not reducing. You don't have to clock in and clock out every day. So you will be paid the same salary, no problem. So the share of job posting actually show, this is the data, it show an increase, and then tech occupations are usually the one using this. Next. So paid time off trend in the US. These are the data because we're having time. So there are data showing that. Looking back, PTO usage in America, these are the data, 7.2 increase in 2017, and then 20 days off. They take 20 days off per year because they have personality and they are on posting on vacation, yes. So excluding Americans who indicated cost is a barrier. All of us are saying that not going on leave is as a result of finance. This time around, you can use your time to go on leave. Going on leave is tantamount to stress reduction policy. Even in Yankari or in Cross Rivers, you can go to enjoy those 2 days. Even in Abuja, leave Kaduna, come to Abuja, stay for 2 days, go back, you are refreshed. It's very important. So recommendation, digital presenteeism has come to stay. Understand that, accept that, use it. Preparation to accommodate it in a work policy and employee handbook is eminent. All of us must work, SSP particularly, is one and co, must work towards in this policy implemented. It has started in Kaduna and professionals must key in to understand what it is and be able to now not allow the workers to be in trouble. They should be clear to understand what it is. So stress associated with digital presenteeism can be reduced by determining clocking in and clocking out. You are to clock in at 8. You are to clock out at 5. So that overzealous workers will not stay. So that Oga will be seeing them online, that they are super workers. So there should be clocking in and clocking out. Anybody that exceeded that time, which means that he's not meeting the target, he's only pretending to show off. So we need to understand that. Presenteeism is the old normal that needs to be substituted by the digital presenteeism as the new normal. Alternatively, the two should be officially work in Nigeria as done in Kaduna State through stepwise presentation. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. These are my recommendations, and this is what it is that we're talking about: presenteeism and digital presenteeism as the new normal. The new normal versus the old normal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, on this spot. I actually wanted, if we can, poach some few minutes from you, but eventually you push it just to that 30 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, few round of applause. Do you have reactions? We just take 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and I'm going to take maximum of 3 reactions, 30 seconds. All right, let's get to Dr. Chidi, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Prof. You made a statement which that's really what I'd like to react to. You mentioned that people should go on vacation, but then work from vacation. That's let's be a little puzzled. I thought the whole idea of vacation is get away from work, you relax your brain, and then you come back to work. So in a situation where you are fairly recommending that we stay away from work, but then continue to work, how then do we get our brains to relax, recharge, and come back to work? Thank you.
Okay, the essence of on ending or limited vacation and then a PTO vacation is to release you of the environment. Environment could be expensive. Where you're working every day, burn out and all this. Some colleagues stressing you and pushing you to take you off that. Secondly, you have another thing to do outside the office that is personal. So the organization should not stop you from doing. So also you should not stop the organization from working. So the essence of unlimited vacation is to give the win-win, the win-win situation. They will post you officially for the days you requested. And they will give you a schedule for the days you requested. The schedule will not be as stressful as when you are physically present. All you needed is to respond to certain things. You are the boss and specialist. Should you leave the workers who are under you without your guidance, they may be in trouble. So they can be calling you for questions. You should be responding to them. You should be directing them and telling them when they have challenges, troubleshooting all over, you should be able to resolve them. It's not as if you're working physically, but there should be certain posture and schedule that will be given to you that will not stop you from also meeting up your own schedule. So that's what it is. It is an allowance where everybody is taken to be responsible and responsive as well as meeting the psycho-emotional needs as a human being.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. I listened to you, very well carefully too. In this country, I've lived in the UK for some time. I know people really work hard. When they put their time, they put everything in everything. But here, to be frank with you, so many people don't work. So many people will stay in the office and then they'll be playing with their phones, chatting, and then Facebooking. This is what we experience here in our country. So the thing is, people, the pressure comes from maybe the personal things that we do outside work. It's not necessarily the employers in this country, because in Nigeria, the truth is, a lot of people play with time. And the employers, maybe they're not even interested in the time that you put in. So the truth is, I'm not saying I'm disagreeing with you, but it may not really be applicable in our country because we spend time not on the work, on other things. We're not cheap. Thank you.
Well, it is already there. You are practicing it, that's your answer. Now when they send email to you, you still send back, you still reply, so it's there. So the reason why it's not the fault of the worker, it's the fault of the people that employ the workers. Do you have KPI? Do you have key performance indicator for everybody? Go to the bank and play that and see. Go and do that. Let them employ you. Let Julius Baga employ you and then do that. Let the CC and C employ you and then do that. But in government, you do it because you have no KPI. One person doing the job of 20 people because of what comes in. So give KPI to everybody and it will definitely come. And I assure you, clocking system will definitely come to Nigeria. Spend your hours doing nonsense. I was a lecturer too outside of this country. I have seen it. If I did not clock in and clock out, I have no salary for that day. My syllables are defined for the week. How many am I, the topics I'm going to cover? So if I did not cover it, query will be on my dashboard on my computer. And I wake up to see it. I have to respond why I did not cover the topics. So all these are there, they will definitely come. I'm not pessimistic. I am optimistic that Nigeria will be digitally revolutionized and this indolence and lack of patriotism will cease to be. By the time you just do KPI, clocking system, all this nonsense will stop.
Thank you very much. This is as much as we can take. A round of applause. Actually, correction is not in all aspects of or sector of this country. Many of us has worked in places that if you do that rubbish, you're wrong. Don't do that. So, I mean, if you take your job, you take ownership of it, you don't do that. Thank you. A new word for me again, presenteeism, right? That's beautiful. And when you were talking, I talked about if you have a bad boss and think of waking up in the morning and you want to go to the office, you wish you don't want to go to work, you don't want to sleep. So it's an aspect. There are good and bad aspects. Well done, Professor. That was good and lovely. And we would want to evaluate it straight away. Remember our mentee? We have not forgotten. So quickly, I've made allowance for that. Let's quickly go to 2 minutes to our mentee, and I'm going to give you the code. These evaluations are very important so that we can structure and plan next year, years to come, the way our presentations and presentations will go. Are you there? Okay, good. The code is 11418817. 11418817. Thank you very much. And it's time for our next speaker, without wasting much time. Our next speaker will be Engineer Green. He's going to be talking on paradox of safety practice in Nigeria. Engineer Green is a registered engineer with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. The consultant in operation integrity management system in oil and gas industry. Green has global experience in operation integrity on project concept, execution, and commissioning. In public service, he was engineering regulatory monitoring inspector, representing Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria on failed public physical infrastructure projects within Lekki Peninsula Corridor in Lagos State. Engineer Green is proactive in engineering solution initiative and is a fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers and Nigerian Institute of Safety Engineering. Engineer, you have the platform. Thank you. Okay, good morning. What's going on? Good morning. Are we really tired? Good morning. Please give me some energy. Give me some energy. Give me some energy. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Is it because you are going to dance in the rain that's the issue? Okay, thank you. Dancing in the rain, the paradox of safety practice in Nigeria. This is quite a unique. You'll see how we are going to dance in the rain, and you see the product of the dance. And at the end of the day, you have to challenge yourself and say, can I really dance in the rain? Now, actually, dancing in the rain is a metaphor. Christian Smith really clearly stated that it's when you learn not to allow your present circumstance to actually overwhelm you to reach your full potential. You know, we have so many things bothering us. Thank you, Prof. You actually dealt on it. So many things bothering us. Now, fuel has added to it. This morning, I'm told that diesel is 700 naira per liter. So you can imagine, so now 800. So what's going to happen? Those of us who want to fly back to Lagos, aviation fuel is already on their own. When you said 120,000, how can you go back? So there are a lot of challenges. And for a safety professional, you are not really immune from this challenge. So the question is that what we're going to do is, how do we navigate ourselves through that? Next. All right. What I tried to term this in the beginning, you know, safety practice predates Nigerian existence. It will interest you to know that as far back as 1789, when slave trade was still going on, a lot of the Europeans who were coming out to Africa, they found out that we were all dying. Some of them are not. So Liverpool set up an agency to monitor the physical fitness of the slave dealers. It is not for you. Because sometimes when they leave, sailed out to Africa, you know, not that they come over here, by the time they get the slaves and go back, most of them die. So what they did was to set up a physical fitness evaluation for those that have to come. So that is exactly when you see, when we start talking about practicing. In Nigeria, we have about this Factory Act. I'm not going to dwell on the regulation for now, but I'm only going to touch about the relevance of regulation. Then another area on our choice from the beginning is when we have sad experiences, then you start thinking about safety. Remember, there's something we call boiling ring, right? All of you know that. If you know about boiling ring, you know that. You know how many houses boiling ring actually set up on fire? Because you put it inside your, normally we put it in a plastic container, and boom, power will go off. Out of annoyance, you start looking for alternative. You have forgotten. After 2-3 hours, power will come back. You have forgotten everything about that process. First, it will boil your water. When your water have evaporated, what will happen? It will start boiling the plastic. And by the time you know what's happening, the house would have gone boom. Then you'll be surprised what happened. After you go through such experience, will you want to repeat with boiling ring again? No. You see, we have learned through that. We also learned the art that if you see somebody who is involved in an accident and the guy is sitting in the front seat and had just through windscreen and out, next time you would like to sit with your seatbelt on, right? But if you have not actually seen that, or you have not experienced that, most times you want to do that. Cooking at home, let's break it down because I like to try some of my examples back home. You know, our mothers cook with firewood. When they want to bring down the fire from the pot from fire, what happens? They touch the pot first, touch the pot second, the third one, they just take it down. But if you try to learn from them, the first thing you learn from them, what will happen? You're going to bomb your heart. And again, the next one is influence of spiritual and mystic beliefs. I have put in 34 years in the industry. And I'll tell you one thing. In project, in the morning when we start our toolbox, what will happen? We'll have to pray. Does that stop incident from happening? No. I'll also tell you that back home, when you want to go on a long journey, you ask your uncle to pray for you. He could give the normal Orthodox prayer. The other ones will do what they call libation. We do that. But it stop anything from happening? No. So sometimes we have this spiritual and mystic belief. If you're going to work, and probably if you're going to work and you dash your foot against any obstacle, you start thinking whether something bad will happen, right? We have those beliefs, and it has a way of influencing us. And that's just the beginning of safety. Next slide. Looking at today's experiment, I'm going to touch on the institutionalized safety and the managing economy. Nigeria is part of the managing economy. And when we are looking at it, part of the things we are going to talk about today include safety regulations. The next one is compliance monitoring, followed by human factors. Then we're talking about corruption. I decided to use it to describe it. Next one is leadership and management commitment. Now let's look at statutory. You know, here in Nigeria, we're having a lot of struggle, especially safety professionals, when it comes to statutory regulation. The first one is that we have conflicting regulation with different regulators. Yesterday, the oil and gas is over-regulated. You know that? It's not in doubt. But there are still a lot of other industries that they don't even regulate them at all. So when I was in service, I'll tell you, each time we have several regulations, the state will enact them, the local government will also enact their edit. So as one regulator is leaving your office, another one is already waiting at the corridor, another one is writing to you, and it generates up to the point of Senate oversight function. As the House of Rep, the committee is leaving, the House of Senate is already waiting for you to come in. So invariably, what you're going to do is that you're going to spend your 365 days only managing regulators. Another one is absence of alignment platform to synchronize requirements, because every day they are developing new orders. By the time you are looking at getting yourself attuned with one regulation, another one will come. There's no, everybody down in River State, even in our Bible, the state is looking forward to regulate you. The local government where you operate is also looking forward to regulate you. The community is also looking forward to regulate you. So you have that situation where we don't have any platform that synchronizes all that requirements. So that in United States, for instance, you have only one, the OSHA, that regulates everything. So you know where to go to. But here, you leave this corridor. Take for instance, if you're traveling and you want to check in yourself, you have the quarantine group, you have the police people, you have immigration. They will run through your bags. They cannot come in and say, okay, while you are checking this guy, check these other items. Then you have lack of poorly defined focal area of influence. They just wake up and say, do you know what happened? You're supposed to pay this. You're supposed to pay that. So as a safety professional, you don't even know which one to align to. We'll get you the answers as we go through this presentation. There are conflicting judicial interpretation of the applicability of the status. Last week, is it 2 weeks ago? You know, each time if you have a vehicle, you have to get roadworthiness, right? Apart from other things. Now, do you know that as a private vehicle owner, you don't need roadworthiness? But that is only when you get to come to River State. It's a different ballgame altogether. I'll tell you, There is also another interpretation that Federal Road Safety Corps can only operate on federal roads, right? But we have Federal Road Safety Corps in Bonny, and I'm sure that there's no federal road in Bonny, except the one that LNG is helping us now to connect us to. Only God knows that all the sectors will line up through it. So you see how the interpretation. But how many of us know about that? My daughter called me and said, Daddy, the other vehicle they stopped and I said, print that court order and put in your car and show them. And sometimes resist it. Poor understanding of the statutory framework and regulatory agencies. I'll tell you, I've dealt with them a lot. I've interfaced with them. They don't even understand the statutory requirements, framework. If you ask them, this is the way, this is my understanding. You know what they will tell you? Are you teaching me my work? Am I communicating, please? They will ask you, are you teaching me my work? You say, no, no, no. So you have to go through that. How do you navigate to tell that guy that what he's asking you to do is not anywhere within the framework and jurisdiction of his office? Next slide. Compliance monitoring. Compliance monitoring is very key. That which you cannot measure, you cannot improve, you cannot even check. And that is the sense of that. But it's becoming an issue because most times you share a pitch on the compliance expectation. What do I do? You go probably, you go and get yourself limited to Factory Act. Beyond Factory Act, have you also identified if you are a production company producing consumables, you are supposed to be regulated by NAFDAC? Have you gone beyond to say, what are the expectations by NAFDAC? But you say, okay, you have the Factory Act, this at your entrance, and when they come, say, okay, we're limited with it. If you look at that Factory Act, actually quite well. Another one is compliance of business owner and organization. You see, this is exactly where we are having a big challenge, where the owner of the organization is regulating you and telling you what to do. We go through that. Say, no, don't bring this your safety stuff here. So if you have that, what are you going to do? Resign when there's no job? So you're challenged. I'll give you how you're going to navigate through that. The next one is lack of compliance data analysis. We have had that separately. If you want to ask, it's only DPR from DPR because it is mandatory, you have to report to DPR on all skills. But beyond that, how many times have you asked to say how many buildings have fallen down in all these states? Can they produce that report? They cannot. How many times carrying a petroleum product has actually, boom, gone into flames? You can't do that. How many people that Okada have knocked down? Do you have that information? Do we even have how many times we have accidents from vehicular, from road traffic, from mere carelessness? So you don't have those analyses. So invariably, don't have data. If you don't have data, how are you going to control yourself? It is like if you pay 100,000 naira a month, for instance, you can now know how to apportion your money, right? But if you don't know how much you're paid, definitely you don't even know how to plan. You don't know what to cut off. Enforcement obsolete technique. This is what is relevant. If you go to regulators and tell them to open their labs and show you almost want to throw up. You're using modern technology to collect your data, to analyze your data. They are quite obsolete. If you go to the offices, some of them are still having the original, the original IBM computers on their system. They still have it. Some of them are still using typewriter. Who uses typewriter these days? In school, talking to me? Are you talking to me? Go away. You know how you flip down your hand? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Go away. Some of them are still using typewriters. You guys, young guys, you know what they call typewriters? If you don't know what's called typewriter, after this time, I'll show you. So they are still using that. So how is it going to regulate you when you are bringing all the information just with your handset? Another one is lack of strong consequences of non-compliance. This is exactly the pain why we are struggling in Nigeria in terms of safety practice. How many have you seen in handcuffs? Or zero? Those buildings that are falling, are they not owned by people? By people. The tanker that goes off in flame, is it not owned by person? Most of the incidents we are having, the Nigerians that were locked up in Lagos and all roasted to death, is it owned by somebody from the mass? There's no consequence. If you see some of our statues are still bearing pounds as fine. How can you say somebody should go in for 6 months jail or 5,000 naira? So there's no consequence. So that's exactly the challenge we have for non-compliance. For communication of improvement opportunity, I won't talk about it because our lady, Angela, have actually done it. It's also an issue. Next slide, please. This is the main core. This is exactly the main core on human factors, where the human factor encompasses your emotional state as a safety professional, human capability for your team, talked about the human-machine interface, environmental condition. On environmental condition, the factory act has actually taken care of that you have to work in illuminated areas and all that details. But in reality, how is it? How is our areas, work areas? You see some dead bodies. Now, how are you going? Let us even take, for instance, I'm only going to look at the main condition where we talk about the cognitive, that is the ability to process thoughts, thinking, knowing, remembering, judging, and problem solving. Safety professional. How do you put that as part of your attribute? The next one we're talking about physical relates to person's body composition and structure. How do you relate to that? Next slide. We talk about social, being able to being around people, teamwork approach. Then cultural, we talk about your beliefs, ideas, and social behavior of organization and society. I'll tell you something. When we were laying pipeline at Bible, we're laying all the pipelines to Sari down to Edo. I'll tell you, it's a multicultural workforce. We have close to 1,200 persons from nations. We have the Senegalese, we have the Cameroonians, we have the Italians, French, and all that. And every 6 o'clock, the Senegalese, they are Muslims, they will go and pray. The Christians will go and have their prayers. And all that. You have those who do not believe in any of them. And you are coming to work and they are telling you to come and sing in the morning to pray. You will not believe. If you are not any of those faiths, will you believe? And what happened? They say, oh, you are a non-believer. Therefore, we had an accident today because some of us who are non-believers did not participate. I've had that as a reason. When an incident happened, you start looking. All those who are here, who are unbelievers, who move that this incident should happen, will come against them. Holy Ghost, fire. So how do you monitor that? If you want to use your religion because of your number to dominate the other one, what will happen? You have what they call internal resistance. The next one is emotion. When you are not talking about, you're talking about your psychological and behavioral changes in the body. Joy, surprise, anger, and sadness. I'll tell you one thing, and you take it to the bank. As a safety professional, even if the whole world is weighing you down, keep a smiling face. Even if you don't want to keep it, pretend as if all is well with you. Because as a safety professional, everybody is tending towards you. They will come to you with marriages issue. It could be that he has an issue with marriage. It could be that he cannot afford to pay his children's school fees. It could be so many things. So we are looking at it, a situation where from the human factor, you are looking at the task, you are looking at individuals. Can I do that? Do I have the capacity to do that? For instance, you say, okay, let's change it to one of these bulbs in channel there. Then you now ask, am I competent? Yes, you're competent. But do I have phobia for height? Yes or no? As an individual. If it is no, then I look for somebody who has that phobia for height, or who do not have phobia for height. How about what? How about the scaffold to assess this place? It comes to now, you're going beyond yourself, you're now involving a team. How much is all that team members synchronizing to understanding your expectation, the main task? And do the organization you work for provide you the necessary tools or the enabling environment to execute that? So human factor has a lot of play to do on that. Corruption. You know, corruption is not only limited here to men and ladies. It's all over. In short, if somebody told me if corruption, for the word that corruption is an English word, it doesn't mean that it's not originated in Nigeria. Because if actually originated in Nigeria, we wouldn't have been able to have created it. How many words have we added apart from Wahala? How many words have we added? So it involves one, the giver and the taker. If I give you and you give, then invariably two of us are corrupt. Corruption is the bedrock that is killing our practice. Several things, it comes in several forms. You know, that's a pack of dollars, not naira. And instead of saying, just do this, just sign that area, and you have that. Next one, we have a good business. But you know what happened? This is what it is. Yes, 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 yes. Next one, that's the handshake. You think it's ordinary handshake. And what happened? Next one, this is quite interesting. You wrote, I am a man of impeccable character in the statement. I don't know the meaning of impeccable character. So I'm going to search for the meaning online. Please give me 3,000 to recharge my phone. Otherwise, I will replace it with questionable character. It is like what is going on in COVID. Let you go now, automatically, they will now nominate you as positive. But if you see them, they will change it to negative. You know what? That's exactly, I'm not saying something from the, catching it from the group, but that's exactly what's going on. Next one. Like I said earlier, it's the United Nations sign, and that is why they came up with this convention against corruption. Next one. What I want to share with you, it hurts everybody. It hurts you. It hurts even the organization you're working for. And it hurts everybody. Next one. Now, management leadership and management committee is very key. Where the management define their safety program. I'll tell you one thing. The policy, the safety policy of any organization, who signs that must be the highest person, right? He signs it and dates it. If he signs it without taking it, it's not. He will sign it and take it to say that this is the day he has committed to look at all that. And he signs it on behalf of everybody in the organization. And for you to have a defined program, disability and participation, I'll share something with you. This is exactly where a lot is lacking. I'd like to share this just so that you know. Disability of the manager, the supervisor, at the work site has a way of motivating, influencing them workforce. The next one is responsibility and accountability to let the managers, let the leaders in the organization take some level of responsibility, be accountable to some areas, be known as the drivers of the safety champions within that society. If you don't have that, then you as a safety professional will actually struggle. Budget, provide the right budget for training and buying the right equipment and accessories to execute the job safely. Now, you see that web. This is now where we are coming up with the dancing in the way as a safety professional. We are now caught up with the web of those 5 factors. And what are the factors? Focal point. As a safety professional, go ahead. Sorry, they are calling me on time. You know, you look at the statutory issues. Make sure you understand the statutory issues. Next one, you now look at the compliance issues. You now look at the human factor. Then corruption, management commitment. Next slide. Are you ready to do the dance? Doing the dance now, how do you enjoy the dance? You enjoy the dance by making sure that, one, you have to have the right skill set. The skill set, as a safety professional, you have to have the right skill set. And that has to do with communication. If you cannot communicate, you know, if you're an extrovert, we'll put you around in the field. But if you're an introvert, we'll keep you in the office to do the documentation, because people have to reach out to you. You have to reach out to people. So we judge you for who you are before we can assign you. So if you know you are an introvert, you like to keep to yourself, it's okay, you can still practice safety, but know that your sphere of influence will be probably keep you in the office to do the research. That's our data. But if you're the one, the go-go type, who can reach out, who has a pleasant behavior, what will happen? And you're out in the field to implement our processes. The next one is social perceptiveness. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Next slide. Empathy. Let me tell you one thing. Even if you have your problem and somebody in your work group is coming to you to share the same problem, probably your wife has just abandoned you and you are thinking about it. And somebody comes to you and says, look, you know what happened? I don't know. My wife just sent me this useless text that she's leaving to her parents' house. What are you going to do? You don't need to tell me, my wife just did the same to me. What are you going to do? Oh my God, calm down, calm down, calm down. No, these are all the issues. Don't worry, calm down first. Take a time out. I'll come and see you. I need to talk to you. You don't need to bring out your it's the same thing they have. This is just the way they do that. The moment you tell them that your own had just happened to you, what will happen? Now, coordination, you know, I'll tell you a lot of things happen as a safety professional. A lot of expectation. You're supposed to parent the workers. You're supposed to provide and support the management. You're supposed to do your own business. You're supposed to do a lot. Everybody will run down to you. Safety. These are the issues we are having. Safety. These are the issues that even when it does not concern you, they will run to you. So you don't need to run away from you. You don't just need to touch it a little bit and see how we can put that together. Next one, system evaluation. You constantly have to evaluate your system and say, hey, what we are doing, are we achieving the goal? Energy will say goal zero means goal zero. In example, we will say nobody gets hot. And nobody gets hot, we really meaning that nobody will get hot. How are we achieving that? There's a lot of things tied to it. Next one, operation monitoring. Please, as a safety professional, you should have knowledge of bits of almost every task. Construction, operation, maintenance, equipment operation. You should have bits and bits knowledge of them because you cannot control, you cannot identify, you cannot even hazard hunt if you don't have bits and bits knowledge of them. Electrical work, masonry, carpentry. You should have this because that's the only way that can give you the power to monitor. Negotiation and persuasion is another key. How do you make the people to work? Probably they have not paid them for 3 months, but you still have to do. How are you going to persuade them? How are you going to negotiate? Then time management is critical. It's a safety professional, time management, because you have to allocate time for everything you are doing. After that's the slide. Don't worry, please. Just hold it there. We are going into the real cocoa, the main information. Don't worry. You keep an eye. Go ahead. You keep an eye on. These are the things you keep an eye on as a safety professional. On the 5 components. Next one. Now, how do you keep an eye on regulation? You get an insight in the regulatory framework. You identify all the regulatory framework that concerns your operation as a safety professional. Then when you gain an insight, what do? You engage these agencies for alignment. We did that in River State when I was in Bonny River Terminal. Where you have to submit monthly excellence report. We are submitting that. I insisted. Even when I came in with it, nobody paid attention to me. But I insisted you must because it's a regulatory requirement. When River State House of Assembly decided on their own to do an oversight function, they invited all the CEOs of oil, of ONC in River State. Our file is high. I will tell you with pride. Our file was that high because they wanted to use that to really hit oil and gas. Compliance monitoring, you create a compliance matrix and reporting template. Whether they are ready to take it, just give it to them. Let them sign off that they have actually received. Whether they call to your door, don't wait for them to call to your door. Go to them. The next one is develop internal audit protocol. This is very key. You could program your audit protocol to see how well it can actually address the main goal. Then human factor, create awareness and signages, secure employment, buy-in. Then corruption. How can you manage that? I've identified, demonstrate proactive approach. Because when you go to them and say, look, I'm supposed to report this monthly to you, this is it. They will not hold you accountable because they will definitely allow you to default. It is like in Lagos. If you're lost, they say this is one way. You know what happened? They just take paper, cover the one way, and allow you to default. The moment you default, they hold you and remove the paper and say, don't you see it? So what happened? So demonstrate integrity. First and foremost, demonstrate integrity because integrity is the driver. By the time you don't, and avoid nepotism. The next one is leadership. Create upward feedback and promote downward communication. You know, we have the upward feedback, downward communication. Make sure the workforce understands the thinking of management. And management gain an insight to the thoughts of the workers. This is the main thing where we call dancing in the rain. This young man, 11-year-old, Anthony Madu, is all the way at Badagi. He did not allow, look at him, barefooted. He's a ballet dancer. It was training on a hand floor. You will just actually see his move. This is just what we're talking about, dancing in the rain. The challenges of safety professionals in Nigeria. Because you have all these things weighing you down. You don't allow it to weigh you down. You overcome it and be your best. Right now, he's in New York. This is just a video taken and posted in 24 hours, 10,000 are viewed. Please play that video, let them get a glimpse of what I'm talking about. That's the mother. She didn't even know what the son is doing. Unrestrained by the circumstances. How does ballet dancing make you feel? These quiet, graceful moments posted to social media early this summer by a dance teacher are putting Anthony on a path he and his mom never could have imagined. What do you see in your future?
I think my future that I'm going to be a professional dancer.
It's a dream now within reach thanks to his instructor, Daniel Ayala, founder of the Leap of Dance Academy. His goal? Making ballet accessible by providing free lessons and helping break barriers. Soon, he put that now viral clip online, and support started pouring in. Celebrities like Viola Davis writing, reminds me of the beauty of my people, for actress and singer Cynthia Erivo, who was also personal.
Married in Nigeria, I have to be Nigerian as well. And I was like, well, this felt like it was a kismet moment.
She was so moved by Anthony's performance, she connected him with the prestigious American Ballet Theater, which has since offered him a scholarship.
I think it's extremely important because I think boys are not encouraged to do this incredibly hard craft that actually encourages strength and stamina and beauty.
American Ballet Theater is home to acclaimed soloist Calvin Boyle III. Now offering encouragement from time for victory.
I just wanted to say hi to you guys to let you know that like you are not only changing your world there in Africa, but you're changing the hearts and minds of so many people. Anthony, you know, I am so proud of you and all of you guys there at the school going, chasing your dreams.
It didn't allow. It's not just the American Ballet Theater. That viral video has resulted in other offers to help Anthony and the Leap of Dance Academy. Okay. It didn't allow his environment to deter him. So, as safety professional, I'm sure you allow your environment to deter you. I'm not. For the youngsters, the young, safely looking forward professionals, would you want to allow your immediate environment, where scarcity, lack of education, the lack of attention paid to you, would you allow it to deter you from achieving your potential as safety professional? If you mean that, say better no. If you mean that, mean it as if you really mean it, say better no. Now, for the adults who are currently practicing, would you allow this to affect you? I'm not hearing you. I think I have a hearing shift. Mean it so that this light can blink. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, engineer, great, wonderful presentation. But any questions? Because no, I'm going to use my power because you took the time of those responses. But in any case, it was wonderful, and that is the matured man presentation. I would have felt a little sad coming here to talk about, but he is the video. And he humored me. I felt so good about it. I don't feel anything. So I'm happy with that. That was a lovely video. Well done. All right. Thank you very much again. I want to reiterate the fact that time. I know many of us will want to talk. Going forward, next EDC, we will possibly have to so that people can express them. but we will have to stick to time. Let's go back to our mentee, just get it on. Give me some time. While that is taking place, I think the next speaker knows himself to be getting ready. Yeah, for Engineer Green, this is the mentee code 9728 65 9728 65 86. Our next speaker is Rume Daniel. Rume Daniel is an award-winning training consultant with almost 20 years of professional experience. With a background in geology and business administration, he is an alumni of the prestigious Star Leadership Academy and Risk Management. Rume is an active member of the Human Capital Development Policy Commission of Nigeria Economic Summit. Is going to take us on the role of monitoring in career and professional development. Okay, sorry, the role of mentoring in career and professional development. So,
good morning, everybody. Like last week, I'm going to ask very important. So, sometime yesterday while we are on, someone in the audience said something. But the audience is about the response plan. Said this conference or the conference we have like a talk show that why don't everybody hear about instead of staying there. And well, I think just like I had enjoyed it yesterday that sometimes we don't just talk. We have to want to get that's important and you know learn it all. So I just want to say short man, learn quite a lot today. To that end, first of all, I'd like to help you celebrate all of our meetings. Yes, thank you. Good. All right. So one more thing. If you've met new people since yesterday and for this morning, oh, beautiful. The show of hands already. Thank you, sir. Please, I like to say, you've met new people, you've networked. Good. And this is one of the major things that happens in conferences like this. So I want to ask, do you think this has been a waste of time since yesterday? Oh, amazing. So should we come again? Yeah. But that shouldn't take away the motive for that person's idea, which is to keep on sensitizing. And I think that's one of the things that's going to be the communicate. And we have a whole year round to go of that. And just 2-3 days to gather to learn and to network. I think it is worth it. And I want to appreciate all the people who are putting together. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you. Okay. It's just one more thing that crossed my mind yesterday. Just a minute to say that. My involvement in the Nigerian Economic Summit Group the last 6 years at the Human Capital Policy Commission has helped me to understand that when we have these talk shows, in fact, this year, October, will make it 28 years that Nigerian Economic Summit Group has been coming since the Assp-Nc days when we founded the organization. Yeah. People like Dr. Tommy have led, okay, they were the founders, and young people like myself took over in more recent years. And at the point, after we used to be a transcorp, in fact, transcorp every year, every October. And at the point, a lot of us began to feel like the way that man felt yesterday. That this talk show. Because there's always a big communique, very massive of the president is around, the vice president, every year. And it's the same thing. So, I mean, since I joined, and before I joined, I had enough communique, massive communique. If I put them on this platform, they should be as high as this. And,
We used to feel it was a waste of time until something happened significant, and I like to say it. And I don't know if there's any member of the leadership of, yes, ESFN, but I mentioned to the outgoing president here that I noticed that all of a sudden, NSD decided to push out some one or two persons to leave Lagos, the summit house in Ikoyi, every other month. As far as there's an office, there's a summit office here in Abuja right now. And the reason for that is the liaison between the NESG and policymakers in the House of Assembly. And there were quite a lot of things from the panel that was run yesterday that we see that demand a lot of policy and all that, even from this meeting on the push. So one of the things we did at the end was to make sure that this meeting continues to live. If there's anybody from the House of Assembly here, whether as a civil servant or as a politician, you would agree with me that there's actually a lot of work, pushing out a lot. Within the last 4 years, we've done about 150 what do we call them now? We submitted about 150 of those policies that and quite a number of them have been passed. A quarter of those have been passed in one of the regions. And I just want to encourage that going forward, that should also be done. One person who can come in every month, come into Abuja, go to the House of Assembly. So that is my point, just in case I don't have the time to say it again. Thank you. I hope that makes some sense, because that's from my own experience with what I do at the NLP, and so I thought to mention that. Straight into our discussion today, I think because we have quite a so I'm just going to quickly go and mention what mentoring is and continue with the presentation. Trusting that it will make a lot of impact on somebody here who has been practicing and somebody who is about to do it. I see a lot of my friends here. Again, shout out to all our where are you? Good. So this is quite interesting. At the NSG, we don't have a major representation of young people. Usually, a lot of captains of industry, so this is a very unique concept. So mentoring is a reciprocal and collaborative at-will relationship. Okay, and I like to draw attention to the fact that it is reciprocal. In other words, a mentoring relationship is a win-win relationship. And also eventually it is collaborative, even though it doesn't begin like that. It begins with the need for the young professional to draw from the strength, the experience, the knowledge of the superior. But eventually and ultimately it is meant to become collaborative. And that's the beauty of mentoring. All right. And of course, it's between someone who has achieved and who we call the mentor, and someone who is taking the journey, someone we call the mentee. All right, it's for the purpose of growth, learning, and career development. So this is a beautiful thing. And then the purpose is quite very simple and clear. Okay, and the purpose is to tap into the existing knowledge, skills, and experience of senior professionals. And this is very, very important, very useful. I like to mention this, that mentoring is a leadership function. A leadership function to the end that it helps the one who is providing mentoring to influence the one who is mentored. So, and leadership, we say, is influence. Leadership summary is influence. The leadership, who we call the mantra, we always say leadership is influence. And so, that when we look at mentoring and the role it plays on influencing the next generation or someone above, irrespective of who is receiving mentoring, then we see that there's an influencing role happening there. Now, I like to say that a lot of paradigms are being, pushed aside. There used to be a generation, or rather a set of people who will say, when they leave an organization, that when I leave, you miss people who miss and should miss them. So when a great employee, an MVP, a valuable player in the organization leaves, those who have been left behind sometimes sing the praise and say, oh, when Mr. So and so, when Mrs. was here, things were not like this, she did it well. And it looked like a good thing because people were praising those found out eventually is that itself is a reflection of poor leadership. A reflection of poor leadership because one of the major characteristics of leadership is the fact that leaders reproduce themselves to the end that when a good staff leaves, the organization should never suffer because the leader in that person has pretty much reproduced itself in a younger person. So when we leave, or when I leave a place, and all of a sudden the organization suffers because I've taken all my skill with me, I'm a poor leader. I'm a terrible leader. And I should not be celebrated. So it is, like I said, it is a great paradigm to feel that someone who has left and we are missing that person. But a great leader should never be missed because they will introduce themselves. Are we together? I need the response, please, everybody. Okay. So if you agree with me, please help me tell the next person next to you that you're a great leader because you will introduce yourself. Please speak to somebody. Okay, you're looking at me. And I hope you got that. And this is what the purpose of mentoring is, to help us see the need to transfer this skill. That's the word there. Transfer skill. Transfer. Now, before I go any further, I'd like to also mention the fear that has been in existence. I've heard people during a lot of our training retreats that people say things like, if I decide to transfer my skill, when the organization lay me off and take the younger person to do my position, and that fear is a legitimate fear. But the answer we've always given in our organization is the fact that anybody who is giving this skill to the upcoming generation, all right, should not be afraid. Should not be afraid. How do you remain relevant to an organization? You simply continue to develop skill and competence that can help solve the organization's problem. So here's the thing. Somebody younger than I is coming to take my place. I'm pouring my skill at this level. The way to remain relevant to an organization tomorrow is to step up into new levels of skill set that I do not have. So it means that while I'm busy giving my current skills to this person, I'm also currently developing capacity and competence. And sometimes even in places where the organization does not even need me yet. So I can see the future and position myself in places where the organization is going to. And that's how to remain relevant. With that in mind, we will not be afraid to repeat our skills that the coming generation. I hope that is somewhat. Okay, so this whole mentoring was training, motivation, and a lot of support, coaching, daily basis. All right, so let's talk about the benefits of mentoring. And it's a very, very beautiful one. And when we know the benefits of it, we can actually embrace it much more. Okay, it allows for growth and development, all right, improve skills, continue skills, there are quite a lot of them, 11 of them, all right. Reduce time wasting, yeah, it saves you money. Organization saves money. In fact, you the individual being mentored, it saves you money. It saves you money. A lot of mistakes you have made, it saves you money, it saves you time. Improve perspective, which is a very key one. Improve decision making. Access to quality networking, yes. I have had access to quality network because of the mentors I have had. And I'll talk about that in a bit. You enjoy open doors. I have seen this happen. All right. I remember while I was running my office from the city of Warri, I needed to see a man called Ambassador Joe Pesci in the old GRA in Bonaparte. And I had to call my mentor, Professor Pastor. He picked up his phone, and within 5 minutes, I had an appointment 2 days from that day. All right. I didn't know Ambassador Joe Pesci. Ambassador Pesci was heading the Brace Commission at the time. And Brace Commission was getting ready for the South African Economic Summit. And we wanted to do something with the South African Summit. And so the founder of Brace Commission, which is Pastor, who happened to be my mentor, I remember I wanted to call him. I said, "Oh, we'll get it done." And 5 minutes ago, they don't do it. Simply happened to me over many instances. And so, everybody who's committed to mentoring, whether from mentor or the mentorship, you know that access to open door is something you enjoy. And it might take us years to access certain levels of professional growth and development. It takes us years to access it, but mentors open doors for us faster. That's why we take this time, right? So we leverage the characteristics of the mentor. one about confidence, last one. I have no presentations that are on yesterday have been done by Amir. And I have just doing myself. But the last week also. So one of the things that I have learned with presentations, I've done this for 15 years now. And one of the things I learned is that the moment I can see what my mentors were doing, particularly whether to consulting or whatever, I realized that just serving mentors, serving them, help me to develop some level of competence. And I like to just draw my attention to the young people there. And very, very interesting. The fact that mentors will give you confidence, just knowing that this person used to want like me, and now I'm doing this great thing. All right? I'm being where I am right now. So that's what it does. Okay, there's something with regards to mentor as well. When a mentor provides mentoring, it reinforces their knowledge. So the senior colleague, it helps to reinforce knowledge, it helps to give courage, and there's this part about leadership, competence, and career progression. So, for instance, on LinkedIn, which I believe a lot of senior colleagues here belong to, the only social networking platform that really provides that level of professional support. I know that the current CV of the world is not really a paper anymore. LinkedIn is the current CV. My journey as an HR professional told me that if someone sends a CV to us, right, and has gone through an interview, once that interview is done, especially for mid-level and high-level, the next thing that needs to happen in the country, one of the places we go to immediately is social media. People actually understand that. So LinkedIn is our new city, and that's where a lot of professional, things are done. If you're providing mentoring, whether at work or on LinkedIn, for instance, and that is on the profile, it immediately opens a lot of doors. It does a lot of good, and that's where career progression comes from. So it's not just a benefit to the one who is trying to gain mastery in his journey, but also to the one giving the mentor. So when some people say they are too busy to speak to young people, they say Gen Zs are too this, too that, give a lot of reasons why they can't speak to young people. They're actually changing themselves in the long run. So if there's anyone here who within the last couple of years has not done well in mentoring the next generation, I would say that so this is really, really important that we embrace the journey of mentoring. So let's have a good mentor. Let's see what this is, and then we'll move on. Okay? A good mentor has a good mentor has great results. In other words, has achieved something. A good mentor has a good character. This is very important. A good mentor is accessible and open, very accessible and open. So if a mentor has made mistakes, should they share their mistakes? Yes. If the mentor has weaknesses, should they share them? Yes. Oh, by the way, let us speak to our young people again, right? One of the questions I love to ask mentors, I want you to write it down. But remember, I never forget this. All right. I still ask this question of a mentor when I came into the yesterday. I said, if you have to redo your life, take your journey back 20, 30 years, what would you do differently? You see that question? It helps the mentor to relive the journey and share with you certain things they would do right. That, of course, one of the greatest strengths of a good mentee is that you ask the right questions. That question itself is a great one. Every time I ask a senior colleague, a mentor, that question, I realize that there's a whole lot of things that they want to share. Sometimes things they want to keep in keep hidden, and so they bring them out. And so that's being accessible and open at the same time. A good mentor is an encourager, and is willing to share and impart knowledge and skills. Is willing also to give this over time and wisdom. So these are things that are very important to the mentor. Okay, and then of course the good mentor is patient. This last one is key because we live in a generation where they can be, honestly, they have some of the value systems that we who are baby boomers and millennials need to understand. And so right now we are working with Gen Z. And a lot of us wonder, where did this kind of value system come from? All right, in my environment, I had a lot, in fact, at the time, we had about 60% working for us. And all of a sudden, I began to look at why we made the mistake of recruiting and this. The value system was up. They came in at some point thinking that their bosses were their nannies or their parents. And it was a lot of work trying to lead Gen Z. Sorry if you feel like we're talking down at the Gen Z right now, but this is what happened. So I went to study the Gen Z, the characteristics of the Gen Z, and I found out that all the characteristics that defined of the Gen Z, for instance, and by the way, everybody in this room will try from PTI is in that group of Gen Z. Imagine you getting a job with somebody who has worked for 30 years. You need to understand that the value system you have and that value system for 30 years is a different value system. And all of a sudden, they have to collaborate, they have to work together. It's a lot. It's like trying to mix oil and water together. And so, to a large extent, a good mentor has to learn patience because he has to learn the culture and the language of the Gen Z and then do his bit trying to work with them. That's a whole lot. And so I believe that we see where that patience is needed. For the mentee, all right, what are the things that are required of you, of us, all right? The willingness to submit to mentoring and of course to learn. It sounds very easy because everybody is willing. But every mentee who wants to enjoy mentoring wants to submit. You must submit. That submission is one of the very, very contrary characteristics to the current Gen Z. The Gen Z that we know today does not know submission. So having to submit is like breaking a certain characteristics that is evident in our lives today. All right, so you have to submit to leadership, have to submit to mentoring, and the ability to ask only questions. I mentioned this earlier. Number 3, respect of the mentor's time. You can have a mentor give you a 2 o'clock and then you're showing up at 3 without any previous apology or communication to the mentee as to why you're becoming late. All right, that already is a signal of lack of seriousness, and many baby boomers would not take that, and that's why they also need patience. So you see that. So it's not after the mentor. A good mentor after the mentor's material things. In other words, they're not going to the mentor to ask for money. The fact that the person has worked in Shell for 30 years and looks like a very successful person, all right, doesn't mean the person is young. And so mentoring, you need to define exactly what you want. You're not going after the mentor's money. The mentor's money is the least of the words. 2 young guys have access to the same great man. And let me even share a very recent story, and the one that is the most recent. 2 young guys happened to ask questions in the meeting when Mark Zuckerberg was speaking in an African American environment in the US. And one of the boys raised his hand to ask for seed capital. Says he wants to start a business, he wants to do stuff. And then Zuckerberg spoke to his assistant and they gave him a $5,000 check. That was it. The other one said, Mark, there's a lot I've been doing. I'm developing this app. I believe that mentoring from you will help me. I've taken to a certain level and I seem to be stranded there. I need your mentor and your help. And Mark Luther came and said, don't worry. Can you make it to Facebook office on Monday? He said, yes. He got to the office. Mark came into a boardroom and there were 10 people, 10 savvy technicians looking at the app. And Mark was there. At the end of the day, it turned out to be a very great app. They looked at Mark and said, this is the real deal. This guy has done a good deal of work. And it's true. When he's gotten to his skill set, can take to the next level. Mark said, can we help him? He said, yes. In 2 days, that app was up and running. And it sold out for hundreds of millions. It was a massive deal for him. But not only did he sell the app, right, to Facebook, one of the things he did was I think that's when mentoring, that young boy, when I heard the story, I realized that he must have had good mentoring from home, either experience with somebody else. But he was able to negotiate his stay on the project. In other words, he has sold his project out, but they also negotiated his involvement in the project. So he currently works on that project within Facebook and gets direct access to Mark as his mentor. Now that's that kind of thing. And most people in our generation, Gen Z, most likely, even a lot of millennials myself, look at the generation just ahead of us and want to collect money, collect things from the mentor. And so that's a very wrong paradigm, right? Terrible. Right, so we're not after the mentors, money, we're not, okay? And they will show appreciation very, very much. All right, yeah, they have perfume, they have wine, they have time, but we must always, we mentees must always learn to show appreciation and to open more doors for us, okay? Let's bring this to a close. All right, courtesy, respect, yeah, are we good? All right, accept criticism. This is a very good one. All right, number 7, statement of that. Honest and open, you're not hiding anything. Before your mentor and start blabbing. This is what I've done. No, you don't blab. You just go there and respectfully declare what it is your intention for, and then you keep the lessons you need to take. Because we need to move around us now, all right? Humble, listen, watches, learns, and do. That's a very key one there, all right? Watches, learns, goes, implement, all right? We implement. Very key. That's the last one there, all right? And then we talk about being humble, all right? So 2 laws of mentoring I would love to. Okay, let's see how much we can get. Okay, the law of purpose. Please hold on. The law of purpose and intentionality. This means that there are many things you want from a mentor, or rather, there are different areas of mentoring. There are many things the mentor has, but you need to know exactly. You don't get close to the mentor and see certain things you don't like and say, oh, you see his poor character and they're not going to do it. So you need to be intentional about what it is you want, the mentor and the mentee. All right, very key. Next one, please. All right, the law of mutual respect. You respect the mentor's time, the mentor's personality, very, very key. Mutual. The mentor must respect me as a reciprocity, and I must respect. So that's why it's mutual. All right, it's mutual. If I have a mentor that looks down on me and talks down on me, that's it's a mentor, and I would not submit to a mentor. Do not submit to an abusive relationship. No matter how successful a mentor is, do not accept a mentoring relationship that makes you feel bad every time you leave the presence of that mentor. And to someone providing mentoring, it's important that we don't do that. So this is very key. So all right, are we together? Mutual. Okay, good. Limited responsibility. The mentor is not my father. The mentor is not my mother. I have those in my parents. So the mentor is not supposed to pay my school fees. I need to stress on that. Or pay for my professional exam, or pay for my MBA to wherever. No, that's not my mentor's responsibility. Don't forget, I defined what I wanted from the beginning. So I don't go begging my mentor because I need to pay my rent for the year. All right? No, that's not. So limited responsibility demands that the mentor provides wisdom, provides. Now, if the relationship goes past that initial place and the mentor decides to really give, that's a different thing. But I don't go asking. I need someone to hear this. This is why we have conferences like this, because sometimes people need to hear some of these things. Because when you don't, you can assume, and assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. It can destroy a person's career path. I have been in mentoring relationships where I've started it, destroyed it before it even got started. And over time, as I began to work properly within the boundaries of good mentoring understanding, I have built mentoring relationships. I have slept in my mentor's house many times over. Okay, and I believe there's something I need to show you before I round. Don't mind just from the mutual protection. Now, this means that whatever you learn from the mentor, because when you get close to your mentor, you will see certain things that you are not supposed to see, things that people can't see from a distance. When you begin to get close, remember the mentor has opened his heart, his door. All of a sudden, you begin to see certain things, hear certain things. It becomes your responsibility to protect the mentor. You don't go and say, do you know that my mentor is the easiest thing to do, and it does not go down well. The same thing with the mentor. The mentor cannot hear your secrets and go say it out. So it's mutual protection as well. Very, very key. Law of expression. The mentor has the right to always come back to check and say, how are you? All right. I left Warri Lagos for Warri many years ago to go plant the business. And every time Professor Tommy comes into Warri, he will call me. They say, I'm flying to Warri tomorrow. They'll pick me up in the stand, drive me to the location. And the thing he was always doing is, how are you? How is the business going? All right. And so that is it. Sometimes he'll call from the blue. All right. And so on and so forth. So here's the thing. That is the very key one day. When you have a mentor who comes back to check on you,
you are in great company. All right. So the law of pursuit, yes, this is probably one of the most important laws. Everyone who wants to grow in his professional life will not wait for a senior citizen, a senior colleague rather, or a mentor to run after them. You not always do that. It is the responsibility of the mentee to pursue the mentor. I'm going to say that again. And I say this because for those of us who are senior, colleagues here, you often have heard people say things like, "Oh, he's too busy, he's too full of himself." I don't know if you've ever experienced it. Sometimes they talk down and off like that. The young generation does not know that the senior colleagues that we have a lot. It's when you get close, you see how busy they are. And so we need to respect the fact that we who are in need of wisdom must go for it. And that's the law of pursuit. Can we say together, it's my responsibility to pursue? And by the way, no matter what level of attainment you have gotten to, you will realize that there's always need for a mentor at every level. Am I making sense? So that is that. How to get a mentor? Let me just finish this. Yeah, thank you. Leave it there. All right, number one is through service. I can't explain what this has worked for me. I will go to professional conferences like this where my mentors are attending. I will sit with them, sometimes volunteer to carry the bags. Genuinely, genuinely, I'm going to add that. Genuinely, sometimes volunteer to do stuff with them. I remember while I was on campus many years ago, I volunteered to be coordinator of one of my mentors who was running for president at that time. And it was a lot of work. People thought I was making a lot of money, but I was looking at the future at that time. I can't even go into detail about because there's no time on this. But here's the thing. Okay, that's that very clear. Next one is quite clear. You need to ask. Recently, sir, I saw a lady, all right, who said to me that she wanted to speak to her female lecturer to be her mentor. So I asked her why. And she defined amazing qualities and what this lady had achieved. I said, so what are you waiting for? She said, what if the woman says no? I said, then what's wrong with no? Are you going to die? But as I speak to you, this lady has still not asked the mentor. And that's a problem. A lot of young people are afraid to make requests. All right. And what's the worst that can happen? No. And I need to say this so that you can hear it. Professor Tommy actually said no to me. All right. For 60 years. It was in the 6th year of my mentoring relationship. Of my pursuing me. And he said, yes, 6 years. I pursued after. He win 6 years. And not only did he become, mentor to me, he agreed to become chairman of my organization. And his exact words in the 6th year was, I have watched you. I realize I can trust you with my brand, with my name. Then he said this word. He said, every young man who wants to eat with the elders must first learn to wash his hands clean. He said, now take my name. And he used it the way you did it. So I said, sir, I put your name on our brochure tomorrow. And he said, go ahead. The moment I put his name as chairman, board of directors of the organization, everything changed, including me standing here right now. Everything changed. And that's this I can say. So you need to ask. Sometimes you need to go on and their mentoring platforms to sign for mentor. I would like to, okay, I'm responsible of mentor. I'm going to skip that. Please do mind just, skip that. There's a whole lot. Now, let me close here. So there are 3 stages. Please, I am told to let me just share. When the mentor relationship starts, the mentee is almost dependent on the mentor's wisdom. So the mentor will wake up in the morning and will say, I'm thinking about this. I people a lot, so I know I see this a lot. So when I get a new protege, the person is always eager to ask questions. It's dependent on, so he wants to make a decision, she wants to make a decision, and she can't ask for the opinion of the mentor. So that's where the dependent stage comes in. Very dependent of the mentor's wisdom for every stage of the career of that evolution. At the next stage, something begins to happen. So after a year, maybe or 2 years, all of a sudden, you just realize that you don't need to ask anymore. You're not, in fact, this is how it happened for me. All of a sudden, I begin to say, if my mentor were here, what would he do? And when I ask that question, I usually ask as if he was my mentor. So let me tell you
I can end with the last one, that's not seriously. But that independency begin to win from the mentor, struggling the mentor. So at this stage, you report the decisions you have taken. You may report the steps, not trying to request what do you think, but you now report what you have done. And the mentor, knowing what is happening, is pleased to know that you are applying what you are supposed to get. Because you have decided to if and when we want to take decisions on matters that the mentor has trained us about many months, then we come back and say, what do you think? How do we like? So all these points, I hope we get the deal. So that's exactly what happens here. But at this last stage, and it's a beautiful stage, I pray that everybody who ever gets into a mentor relationship, a genuine mentor relationship, you experience this one. This one is a joy, all right? You might need to dance more in the rain and in the sun and in the moon when this happens. You will dance in it. I can tell you why this is so. Because all of a sudden, the mentor is proud of what has happened with your journey. And then collaboration begins to happen there. At this stage, the mentor can trust you to represent him in place. So let me give an example. All right. I mean, we're running a business, doing services and organizations in that part of the country. And then one organization decides to call on me in Lagos business in Lagos. And they said, we want to come to Warri, we need to do this, X, Y, Z. And the man said, you don't need to come down. There's a young man who's my PTG right there in Warri. He will do exactly these things for you. He will write the business plans, he will do this, he will do this. And so he said, call them, I'm going to send you the number. And just before he sends my number to them, he called and said, hello, Ruben, how are you? And this is me still trying to find my feet in my journey. And this is the man trying to open doors for me all the time. So he said, I just spoke to this company. He said, I just spoke to this company. I was wondering where I was going. And then he said, they're going to call you now because I'm giving them your number. I told them they don't need to come to Lagos, that they can do this from Warri with you. I said, Sam, you did that. He said, yes, that is because I'm not your growth. Now he's reinforcing what you're saying. I said, I know you would make us proud. That day, my wife was asking, what are you doing? She said, I heard that mentors eventually collaborate with you. It finally happened. So when I finished that, I told her what had happened and she knew the implication. Now let me say this to you. The company in question was one of the questions, one of the over 100 companies had submitted to program and had been pursuing after. Now they came to me through my mentor. Now this is exactly what mentors do. And they open doors for you. But everyone who is being trained by the mentor needs to get to the point where the mentor can trust. At another point, the man was running the doors of my state and actually people representing in several meetings. And one of those meetings I was at the Shepherd conference representing that man. When I was done, the chairman of the meeting who knew the man walked up to me and said, if this man is here, this is exactly what he would have said. I prepared my slides, I wanted to be me, and just when I began to speak, I said, if this man were here, what would he say? And the moment I asked that, I began to speak as if he was the one speaking. I don't know who needs to hear this. There's a lot more of love to say, but I know that so far, this has been relevant to you. And once again, I want to thank the leaders of the Assp-Nc for this opportunity. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. I wish you a good year. Starting to I get God bless. Bye. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Today's section, all I'm speaking. Can we give him a round of applause? Right. We will need two responses because just time. So I always allot 3 to 5 minutes for it. Okay? Yeah.
Please, if I may ask this, could you help me give another round of applause to the guy? Really, you have made me proud because I am a product of
mentor-mentee relationship. I have been mentored or have been a kind of trained or mentorship by Northwestern University, Illinois, in the United States of America. And it has given me a lot of whatever I do today. And I want to ask please, ASSP should make this to be part and parcel of a professional development or continuous development program. Because everything we have been talking about here from yesterday till date and what we'll be talking later rests on good mental relationship. And it has gone to the extent that in some parts of the world, we have what we call, I don't know whether you have heard of what we call mental compact. It has gone to the fact that they have institutionalized mentoring into a state whereby the mentor and mentee will have to sign, something like a compact. So the fact that these are the things you need from me, or these are the things you should expect from me, and these are the expectation from you. And this is not what we get in many of our institutions. And I'm telling you today, I'm very happy because I travel a lot to so many places, but mentorship is helping me. I have guys over there that I've mentored, and I'll still be mentored. And I have a mentor that I can never forget. He has become part and parcel of me. Every day I think of him. He's not a Nigerian, he's an Arab man in Egypt, and the man is so proud of me all the way. So please, let's take this mentor relationship a very important relationship. Please, we can see and then we drop my thank you.
Thank you very much. One more, make it as brief as possible. Unfortunately, we can't take it because of the time. I just want to be at this point.
All right, thank you, Robert. Good that I was there to listen to you, and I'm going to put it to the point that if anybody here does not learn anything from that, then the person has something wrong. So companies like ours create that mentorship relationship, and a lot of people don't see it. And like you said, the young people don't ask questions, they don't want to listen. So I'm just using this opportunity to say, for those of us who have these opportunities, the other thing you said is that mutual beneficiary relationship. If you read the book Never Eat Alone, you definitely know that you have something to contribute. However, even if you're stressed and the other man is promoting yourself, what is that thing to contribute into the relationship? That will make that relationship of mentoring very successful. So thank you once again, and I think we also like to talk to you after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm raising my hand for, I want to be mentored. So I'm coming for you, I'm coming for all of you. I believe all of you should do the same. Believe you me, mentorship doesn't as a matter of fact. And I want to let Professor know that ASSP Nigeria chapter has mentoring, and I happen to be the coordinator. And it's been going on for a while. And beautifully as well, all the things he's been talking about, I have to reach myself for because that mentoring has been going on. We have one of the mentees here. If you don't mind, I just give like 30 seconds of what that mentoring has been with respect to leadership.
Good morning, all. The ASSP Nigerian chapter has a common interest group, which is the Young Emerging Professionals. So one of the program of activities for the YED is the mentorship program, and an opportunity to be part of that program under the leadership mentorship anchored by Mr. George.
And then we meet almost every Saturday. We discuss and we are given chance to share what we learned from that session. And feedback is given in next week. And when we did wrong or when we did well, we are commended and those for your comments.
Please, a round of applause. So go further. I'm going to buy more. I'll get your slide and we'll work on that. As a matter of fact, I'm applying to be a mentee. Okay, code for Daniel. Code for Daniel 43 96 66 29. 43 96 66 29. You can go ahead with that, do your evaluations, and we'll proceed to the next one. We are going to make this as quickly as possible. My target is that 10 minutes after 12, we should be out here for our tea break. 10 minutes after 12. That will be immediately after announcement from Ambassador. Please. The next speaker that I'm going to call on, I think he's already there, ready for us to go ahead. He is Professor Magadi. No, sorry, Ravi Magadi, right? Am I correct? I'm correct, right? Thank you very much. He's going to talk on standards in safety and security for avionics. I'm not going to read his bio, not because he's not watching, but I'm going to work on the premise that Monica did justice to that bio yesterday so that we can buy time. Professor, if you're ready, I'm going to give the floor.
All right. I'll still say good morning to all. And of course, because we're working on time, I would love to start what we're talking about. Mine is going to be a short presentation and it's going to be on standards and safety and security for avionics. All right, when we talk of avionics, we're talking about the relationship between aviation and electronics. All of us that are here, whether we have flown before or we haven't, but we must have seen at least an airline. And when you look into an airline, most of the things you see, things that they cockpit, you see a lot of electronics. And all those things are there to help in making it possible for the plane to do a lot of things. Because what the planes do is for them to fly, carry passengers or carry people, carry weapons, and a lot of activities. And at the end of the day, they are expected to also land safely. And to do that, you need a lot of electronics. So that is why avionics have to do with electronic systems used for aircraft, artificial satellites, and spacecraft. Next slide, please. We need to delve a bit about the history of avionics. And avionics came in almost around the 18th century. Perhaps this will give us an understanding of some of the electronics we see, or some of the equipment that are used in terms of avionics. For instance, most of us here know, can remember barometer, can remember anemometer, compass, a medium, and they are being used in order to measure pressure, in terms of altitude, airspeed, fuel level, and a lot. And in the 1920s, of course, it started to get another because it continues to move on. Modernization of the avionics, where you have had first blind flight, landing. That time, so many things were not taken into consideration. But then, in the 1960s and 1930s, it gone on to start to have what we call radio navigation. That was because of the coming up of the use of radio frequency, and of course, a lot of other navigatory kind of systems. In the 1940s, the issue of radar for aircraft detection using VHF and UHF communications.
around the World War II. And then around the 1960s, of course, most of that brought about the issue of autopilots, especially when you look into military engagements, the autopilot escaping, so that you can now send an airplane without the pilot, which you can control. We have seen now that that has been developed into a better and more sophisticated machines that we even use them for domestic use. For instance, even though I have not seen here, but you see even some photographers now using, of course, some of these technologies in order to snap pictures, film producers, and so on and so forth. And in the 1970s, then, of course, digital computers. For all of us that are here, we can remember the issue of the use of the mainframe computers when they started to come in. And then, of course, now we're using tablets, where before, when you're talking of mainframe computers, perhaps you see a very big place, and then we were just using some small megabytes. But now we're talking of gigabytes, moving into terabytes and so on. So at that time, then glass cockpits also came in to start to replace the other kind of cockpits we have. Next slide, please. So now, when you're talking of avionics, we have some areas that we need to be talking about. And these areas, of course, everything has to do with the fact that the cockpit is the center, or the cockpit of an aircraft is the typical location for avionics. Even though, of course, within the plane itself, outside the cockpit, you have so many, but most of them, many of them are there in the cockpit. That's why if you're opportunity to go into the cockpit, you see a lot of things that almost all machines that are there, right? I know that it is not easy for many because you're not allowed to enter there. But sometimes I normally use something in order to get in there. There was a time I traveled with my first son, who now wants to study or wants to get into aviation or something like that. Children have something to do with the fact that when you expose them to something and they become interested in it, at the end of the day, they want to become that. I hope you get me. So that's why I've been telling some other people that when you want to mentor something, especially in terms of home training, try to expose your children into something that you want them to be by making it possible for them to see the beauty of it, even at home. For instance, we're having this problem now, especially where I come from, the Faculty of Basic Medical Science and Medicine. You see so many people, each and every year in Ahmad University, we have application of those that want to read MBBS, almost we see more than 11, get it to 15,000. At the end of the day, all we're going to take just about 200, 150, because we have regulation. So remember, we have medical and dental counts. At the end of the day, when you have those that, so at the end of the day, also at the same time, the university has all the country as what we call the catchment area. So that's 60. And of course, if you look into the rigorous ways of how you select those people, it's something else. At the end of the day, you want to take 250, even if they are 300, and then you're talking of like 60. I remember you have a lot of kind of ways that you follow. You have to start with those that are said. You have a list of about 10%, which is the merit list. And that means you just run all the applicants and maybe get their scores. Perhaps when you get their scores, the JAM and then the, the post-UTME that we normally do. At the end of the day, there are some who come with about 370, 380, over 400. And then that's why sometimes for us, it becomes a problem when somebody comes, please, Prof, my daughter, my son wants to read MBBS, please, you're there, Professor, help us. And because the person has called a lot. I say, how much is it? They say 250. I laugh. Because at the end of the day, stop. So what I'm just saying is that expose them to it, because I'm so much touched about that. So that is where you get a lot of that, because when you get in there, you see a lot of equipment, including control, monitoring, communication, navigation, weather, and anti-collision systems in the aircraft. And so many aircrafts are there. Yesterday, when I was going through social media, I saw, because of the Russia-Ukrainian war now, I can say, one of the things of Russia landed in South Africa. I don't know whether you're part of it. One supersonic plane. And because you know that we have what we call this political kind of alignment and everything. Russia wants to show that even they are still with Africa because they have strong ties with South Africa. So one of their planes landed there. They were trying to show their mighty kind of their warfare. So the majority of aircraft power, they are avionics because it is within. That is why you have a lot of engines. When you look into aircraft, most of the times you see that only very small ones are having one engine. Most of them are having 2 engines, 3 engines, depending upon the work they do and so on. And most of these engines are powerful engines from a kind of some of them that are being used in, from Germany, especially on Mercedes, BMW and so on. Next slide, please. So these many areas, we just want to take some. For instance, communication. If you take communication, you see that there is need for communication between the deck, when we say the flight deck, with the what? With the ground. Because as you're going to, take off, as you're going to land, you will need to communicate with the tower, with everything, because so much communication is needed. And of course, there's also communication from the deck to the passengers, all right? And that's why you now see a lot of communications are going on. You also have navigation. For each an aircraft, remember, most of the times, by the time you're going to maybe take off, for instance, when you just start to taxi, at the end of the day, you see that you now stand sometimes for some minutes. Because the idea, because of navigation system, is telling you another one is coming down, all right? You have to wait. So you have to monitor so many things. And of course, you need to monitor. Monitoring has to do with a lot. Whether you're monitoring the passengers, monitoring, remember, even within the airplane, you have some monitoring equipment whereby the issue of you're telling no smoking and everything. There are monitors that are monitoring everything. And then you have the pressure, the cabin pressure, many of them. You also have what we call the aircraft flight control system. You need to control the air flight in so many other ways, whereby you avoid the next thing, which we call collision avoidance system. Black boxes, where you have a problem, black boxes record everything that has happened. So that at the end of the day, of course, now we have to get those in cars now. As you're living with your car, you have some cameras and you have some equipment that is recording everything. Then somebody might bash you on everything, and then you want to get who is at fault. Easily, you get to know that. You have weather systems. Of course, we know that airplane has to do with weather so much. For instance, 3 days ago, there were no flights to Kano because it was so much hazy. But at the end of the day, flights from Abuja were flying to Lagos and some other parts. I came to know about that because I was in Tuesday trying to link up to have something to do with NEMA. So the DG supposed to have been there for us to do a program, but he was not able to be there because of there. So you deal with weather, and then you have equipment that must get away. That's why if you get into the airport, at the end of the day, you now look at, you have so many organizations, so many, for instance, we're talking of NCCA as a regulator. But remember, you have NIME, right? You have FAN, you have NAMA, and many of them. So that at the end of the day, each one is doing its own. Of course, radar is there also in order to navigate. And then you can use some other technologies like sonar. And then you have electro-optics and many of them. Next slide, please. Of course, you have ESM, electronic support measures. You have defense, defensive aids. You have aircraft networks. Now, it has gone to the extent that you want to control the airplane within integrative system. A system that will match up the weather. Because before, for instance, if you're having a weather system control, on the other side, you're having collision or the collision system or collision avoidance system. Now, you tend to see, how do I avoid collision while the weather is still bad up there? So you need to integrate them. That's why you're having a lot and a lot of everything. Next slide. So now, we just go on, please. Next, I've explained most of this, of course. Go ahead, please. Next slide. Notification. I've said something about that. That's why you have the next one, monitoring. We have many of them. Go ahead. Then why do we need avionics? Why? To enable the flight crew to carry out the aircraft mission. Of course, you need avionics. For instance, remember, in the airplane, by the time you get in there, before it takes off, some people will now come up and start to tell you some of the procedure. They will communicate with you. But remember, around the cockpit, you see one, something like a phone, remember? And they will take that, then they will now no matter how big the plane is, you hear the one because you have the sound system, all right? So you need to make, and then whatever is happening in the cockpit, they will now be the ones transmitting. For instance, they will now send it. Also, sometimes it might be directly from the cockpit. Remember, after maybe their own introduction later, perhaps the captain will introduce himself, will tell you, a kind of the altitude that he is going to fly, all right? Maybe about 30,000 feet, 5,000 feet, and then to tell you his name and everything. So, and when you get into, some kind of, when you're in plane, anything that's happening will be communicated. So you need that. Two, for civil airliner, the mission is carrying passengers to their destination. Of course, they will tell you the destination. Sometimes they will tell you the weather of the destination. They will tell you a lot of things. For military aircraft, the mission is intercepting a hostile aircraft, attacking the ground target, reconnaissance, or maritime patrol. All these things are there that why we need avionics. Some of the advantages are increased safety. With avionics, you get a lot of safety. Without them, a lot of problems will happen. Air traffic control requirements, you must get avionics. All-weather operation, need avionics. You also have reduction in fuel consumption. Just like we do in cars, for instance, the way you speed. Most cars you now see that it will tell you that you're using, let's say, at each and every, it will be showing you how many liters or how many liters do you consume, per 100 kilometers, right? Which, if you now press your, accelerator, at the end of the day, you now see that gauge, which is showing you. At the end of the day, by the time you stabilize on the speed, it will be showing you that it's coming up to optimum. That's why sometimes some people will feel that you use the more fuel when you're traveling far. No, by the time you are on a stable journey, you use less fuel than when you are, trying to. So it gives you that. You also have improved aircraft performance and control and handling and reduction in maintenance costs. These are some of the advantages of avionics. There are several major vendors because for you to have a technology, you need to have the companies that do that. So some of these companies include Panasonic Avionics Corporation, Honeywell, Universal Avionics Systems, Rockwell Collins, Thales Group, GE Aviation Systems. Many of them are there, UTC Aerospace Systems, Selex ES, you have Shading Avionics, you have Avidim, Corporation. But the thing is, we need to know that whenever you have companies bringing out technology, there must be a regulator. That is why National Standard for Avionics Equipment are prepared by the Airlines Electronic Engineering Committee, called AEEC, and is published by Aeronautical Radio Corporation. All right? Next. I want to thank you. I want to tell you that it's good for us to have this overview. But at the end of the day, I remember yesterday, that was the time that I was supposed to present. But of course, the moderator has said it, and he said it well, because avionics, if you want to put it in terms of operations, is something so technical. But I want to close with this. Go to the next slide, which is the last. There's another one that you missed at the back. Good. All we have been doing from yesterday to today is something I want us to remember about. This is a bridge. I hope we can all see, right? This is called Coliteca Bridge on Coliteca River, which is in Honduras, that is Latin America. This place is one of the places where we deal with a lot of problems of weather conditions, natural hazards, natural disasters, typhoons, earthquakes, and many of them. But of course, the people around or the people there needed to communicate or needed to work. So there's this river. But the problem is that this place is so vulnerable to seismic, movements. So for you to have a bridge, it took them a very long time for them to identify a Japanese firm that built this bridge for them. And when they built this bridge, it cost a lot, over $3 billion. But at the end of the day, after doing that, they were enjoying, they were happy. Then finally, one day, one of the weather conditions came in and the river changed course. The river changed course. You can see, because I'm giving you the final thing that happened. Now this is, the river is there and the bridge is there. Of course, the river was flowing under the bridge, but now the bridge is there intact, but the river has changed course. You know why I'm showing this? What I'm telling you is that I'm happy that you're here. Both the mentors and the mentees like me, we have learned a lot. We need to remember that all we have learned here, we need to change our course. The reason why is because this bridge is now called a useless bridge. That's what they call it, a useless bridge. If you don't learn, at the end of the day, you stand with your archaic thinking. There will be a time when you become useless. To show you, during COVID-19, for instance, I was telling some of our people, I said, well, the only thing you know is for you to get into class and teach. And you don't even know how to interact with other people. When COVID-19 came, it says everybody must be home. So now that you're home, you can teach. And remember, I'm sorry to say, sorry, sir. Dr. Yahya, I'm sorry, I'm not saying. At that time, our academics at the government, during the COVID-19, that was when we went on strike. When we were needed, the best time that you're needed, in order to give solutions to the problems of the country. That's when you're going to understand. So, but the problem is that you're now home. I'm happy that you presented on something. Now everything is mostly at home. So at the end of the day, if you are the type, for instance, when it's been saying about the issue of presenteeism, right? Something like that. You are at home and then you don't even know how to communicate to do your work. How will you do that? Then it means your knowledge has become what? Stupid. So that is why I want to take that. Happy to be with you. I have learned a lot. And thank you. Thank you.
Permit me to use the word splendid. Why did I say splendid? Not because the presentation is far better than other presentations, but I love it. All right. Do you want a reaction? As a matter of fact, let me do the reaction. So that beautifully what you have. Do you know that it's only in a patient that we have higher when we get back? Why? The technology came about following the crash of Comfort Airline. It was the decision of time as Concorde was speeding up. What happened? It filled up, as just stood up and filled up, smashed. That's where the first time immediately came back and said, what? How do you get it? When it gets to the same situation, you don't have the feeling. You feel up one and one. It's a principle. Something that is new. But all those times we are seeing, so learning from our people, learning from our nation is indeed a part. So let's go home. Thank you very much. All right, let's give him his evaluation. Are you ready? If you're ready, it's good. 93, 61, 11, 29. 93, 61, 11, 29. And just before we go, I'm going to call on Ambassador. Ambassador, are you ready for the yes, please? It's got a small announcement to make. Thereafter, we will discuss for our tea break. Please, our tea break, we will try and make it rather than 1 month, let's make it 16. Not going to be long. So that we have to do this. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Standing on existing protocols, I'm afraid I'm not going to start with a warm-up protest. It means I've been missing a lot. The little time I sat, I discovered that last speakers would have been extended to the exhibition center. I've missed a lot. But all the same, my name is Napoleon, and past president of the American Society of Safety Engineers or Safety Professionals. Now, I have very short announcement to make. Please, I welcome everybody here. But most of us, our certificates, they are right in our system, not printed out. You can see how colorful it is. It's a part of your CV. Please, don't leave it there. There is need for you to have a hard copy. You do not wait till the last minute before you start rushing for it. There may be time for you to leave it. Then I just want to say little things. We have our magazines there. We have the books in our book. There is a saying that 25 years is a loss. Does not make you a doctor. You need to know about the association you belong to. Every information about how the Nigerian chapter was founded is right here. Please, some of the things there. How was it founded? Founding members list, global past president from 1914 date. I'm talking of the society leaders, not chapter. Then we come to Nigerian chapter leaders from 2017 date. The student section, which was established 2019, every information, 2009, sorry, the date is there. The chapter meetings, dates, venues, and the number of attendees is right there. Then we talk of our MOU with ISPON. ISPON is the only accredited and accepted safety body in Nigeria and having acts. We have a memorandum that is right here. Our CAC is here. Then all our winnings, since we started the chapter, global winnings, they are right there. Please, we are appealing to members to try to get it. Then, every information about your membership, before you go, if you are in doubt, come and find out whether are you an active member, you are on grace, or your name has been deleted. Find out from us. Then some people, they paid for membership yesterday. They are yet to complete the form. Membership is not by magic. Please help us fill the form so that we can get information, because Americans are meticulous people. We want to know everything about you. And we operate in accordance with the global system. Then lastly, I want to appeal to everyone that the association, they came up with producing an exercise. Most probably they are going to catch the immune system. You come to such an exhibition and you cannot even afford your babies with this, which is also a diplomatic advert for the association. It will not be too good. We do not need to call prizes here. Check us out, because if we make the prize here, it means we are there for sales. I want to thank you again and again. If you have any question on membership, instead of killing the time here, meet me there. But from now, I will be joining you in subsequent lectures because I missed. I paid also. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sam.
We cannot. You want to say something?
Absolutely. Please, I'm just building on what Ambassador has said. It is beyond your filling forms or going out there. Take time. Be sure that your name is correctly spelled and written. For those that are filling out forms new, the benefit of your Assp is getting your email address and name correct. This is just a piece of application. American Society of Civil Professionals is not a federal body. World-class set of library that covers all facets of life. And it is your correct name, correct email, and phone number.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, delegates, special activities. I want if it's possible, let us be back here. So it's about 40 minutes. So let's go out. I'll be expecting
card, three, what do you call it?
I guess the tea break was nourishing and okay, and we are all refreshed now. We are like 5 minutes behind our time. Please, let's take our seats because we are set for the second, or should I say, the second keynote address or delivery from our colleagues who came along with Barry Wilson. But before then, I just want to pass an important information to us, and that borders on our dinner tonight. We want as many as possible to join. I will make this announcement when the hall is full. For those of us who are here, we can still buy each other. Assuming we've not bought, if you have not bought the ticket, got good news, okay? Good news, the ESCO, Assp-Nc, the president and the executive members have decided to subsidize it further. They paid off 3,000 out of the 8,000. So now we have 5,000. So I don't see any reason why we will not be there. Listen, because the food has already been prepared. And you don't want us to waste. I mean, HSC also involves what? Avoiding wastage. Am I correct? Yes. If you run a company, one of those things is minimize your waste as much as possible. And one of the ways to minimize waste is to start in your process. See areas of leakages and waste that you can take out. As you breach that, get it out, you will see that at the end, the amount of money and resources you put to control pollutions and waste will be reduced drastically. We don't want to do that. So the 5K, let's just get on. We need to buy more. They will go around, and I hope to see as many of us as possible. Listen, please, it's a plea, and we'll see what we can do further to make sure that if it's possible, everyone here will be there. Listen, thank you very much for your attention. All right. The next speaker, like Gaela mentioned, is Mike Shaw. He's going to talk about technology-driven behavior change. It is the new frontier. Technology-driven behavior change. Is it the new frontier? Sorry, it's a question. Is it the new frontier? A little bit about Mike so that you know he's working in consonance with Larry, so he promises to be enriching as the one we had earlier. In addition to being a senior Safe Start trainer, Mike Shaw is also a former national level coach. All these people can be funny, skiing and all of that. Went into sports and enjoy a whole lot. I wish I could be doing that. I abandoned my football some time ago. Author and keynote speaker, he has taught athletes at all levels the critical error reduction techniques. He was also instrumental at bringing the enhanced performance from athletes into the industrial version of Safe Start performance, which focuses on all aspects of improved performance, such as quality, production efficiency, customer relations, and safety. His TED Talk can be found on the YouTube, and his book is entitled Never Part of the Plan. Never Part of the Plan. Once again, driven behavior change. Is it the new frontier? Mike, please. Thank you. A round of applause for Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me and that warm introduction, George. To everybody here from the ASSP Nigeria, thank you. I'm truly grateful to be standing here in front of you. We had a long journey to get here, and it's extraordinary. And the welcome we've had, the kindness, the empathy, the energy, it's so phenomenal. So thank you. It's really, really nice to be in Nigeria. I'm here today to talk to you about technology-driven behavior change. And answer the question, is it the new frontier? And I think by the end of the presentation, we'll talk about various different types of technology and some of the habits and things like that that we can help form using devices like tablets and smartphones and computers but we are going to get to the bottom of, is it the new frontier? So if you can, well, go on. So I love this quote. It's from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the most responsive to change. Charles Darwin lived about 200 years ago, so it's not new, but there's a reason we don't see dinosaurs walking around with smartphones nowadays. They weren't able to adapt, and they weren't as adaptive as we are. As humans, we are responsive to change. And there's a good reason that we start talking about technology in terms of behavioral change. To start with, these are statistics from 2019. But in 2019, there were 7.8 billion people on planet Earth. Now there are about 7.9. But in terms of unique mobile phone users, there are 5.2 billion. So 67% of people on the planet are using mobile phones. And internet users, this is 4.6 billion. It's a 60% penetration. And active social media users, there are 1 in 2 people, 50%, about 3.8 billion are active on social media. That is extraordinary. And so when we start looking at the potential or what some of the market capacity for this, 110 billion in 2020 is the global app store revenue. By 2025, it's forecast to grow to $270 billion. So this is growing, it's not going away. Less than 50% of the apps, or of the apps that were downloaded, were non-gaming apps in 2020. So that meant most of the apps were downloaded for playing games on the App Store. But in 2025, it's forecast to grow to, just go back a bit. Thanks, Larry. It's forecast to grow to 58%. So this is increasing. And search is the primary function. So people are looking for these business apps on the App Store. One more. Since 2018, global business app usage has seen the highest growth rate with a 42% increase in average monthly users. So in case you weren't with me up till this point, this is happening. And we have to ask ourselves, is it the new frontier? Evidently, the answer looks like yes, but how we can implement technology to improve safety and behavior change might not be that clear to us all right now. So we will answer that question, but I'll talk a little bit about me and who I am for now. So I come from British Columbia, Canada. That's the western part of Canada. It's about 8 time zones away. And I went to university and got a bachelor's of management from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan. I had work experience that helped put me through the degrees. I worked in industry. So I worked in sawmills. I worked in structural steel bridge manufacturing. I worked in construction and even building winter parks in a mountainous environment. I had a career in freestyle skiing, definitely. And I've been with Safe Start since 2014. You can show that card now. So I got this, I saw this Safe Start card in 2012 or 2013 when I was going over to Larry Wilson's house. I coached his kids skiing. And so I was his kid's ski coach. And I went there and he showed me this card and I asked him what was on it. And well, here I am 8 years later. I'm still passionate about Safe Start. I've worked with the education division for Safe Start, working with young people, students coming up through Polytechnic Institutes, and then also with Head Start Pro performance training. Lots of implementations, but I have some hobbies. I love public speaking. How many people here are familiar with TED Talks? Okay, so I got to do a TED Talk in 2017. It's called Grief Happens, and it's about using gratitude as a foundation to overcome grief. It's on YouTube. I also, in 2020, wrote a book called Never Part of the Plan. And I released it just as the pandemic was starting. And the pandemic was never part of anyone's plan, but this book was meant to launch my speaking career to new levels so that I could be out all over the world speaking. And it's taken 2 years, and this is only my 3rd live presentation. So I'm really grateful to be back here and be speaking in front of you today. But okay, we can keep going. This is what I love to do the most. This is freestyle skiing. And it's hard to describe how good it feels to soar 20 to 30 feet high on an 80-foot jump. It's the feeling of flying, that weightlessness when you spin and you flip and you grab your skis. It's incredible. You guys want to see a short video of what it was like for me skiing in Canada? Okay, this goes back to 2012. Back the plan, in the retail. I'm that they said we'll never see. We're so first when I be living so bummy. Got a shop, no diddy. Set up and something to open up. Lil Wayne and Mississippi. First I be on the $2 deposit. It was all a scam, good thing I never got it. My son ain't nothing like Derek Boy. I come from a small town, but beautiful sunset. That's all me. I love skiing. I love extreme sports. I like living at my edge. You know that edge where fear, failure, anxiety, stress, progress, learning, advancement, the magic of life, they coexist in that space when you're living at your edge. And everybody loves it. Your edge might be different to mine. It might be coming up and standing in front of the room here and feeling that same feeling of stress, but that's what we live for. And I live for it too. And I like taking risks that were calculated. And I think that's part of the reason why I've now started in safety, is because I lived in an environment that was all about decision-making and risk all the way through my athletic career. But I didn't start there. I started here. I started working in industry when I was 14 years old. I started ranching. Then I went into sawmills, construction, this top right corner, structural steel bridge manufacturing. Now, is safety important here? Of course it is. Compliance, rules, procedures, lockout, tag out, working at heights, confined space entries, WMIS, rigging and hoisting, crane operations, forklift operating. I was trained in all of it. But what about this environment? You think safety is important here? It's equally as important. We don't have as many rules, so it's very personal, but it was important. And do you think you get to a level in freestyle skiing like that without getting hurt? No, you have to crash and pick yourself up to get better in that sport. It's kind of part of it. And some people do get lucky. They go all the way without getting hurt and they make it to the top of the Olympic podium or the X Games because they had more opportunities to perform. They weren't sidelined from sport by injury, but I had concussions, soft tissue injuries in my neck and shoulders. I broke my wrist. I broke both my thumbs. I broke my ribs. I popped both of the muscles in my hip. Those are called a muscle hematoma, where you burst your muscle. Has anybody had one of those? Don't have one of those. They're not good. And then I broke both of my ankles. And those were the worst because I missed not 1, 2, 3 seasons of competitive sport. And so my dream of being a professional skier and standing on top of the podium at the X Games or the Olympics, it drifted away. And but when one door closes, you must trust that another door will open. Or 3 doors will open and they all open onto a balcony with a view of the ocean. You have to believe it. And for me, the door that opened was freestyle ski coaching. I started passing on my experience and passion for the sport as a mentor to the next generation of up and coming skiers. I had good coaches too. I was one of the mentees before this. So now it was my turn and I loved it. And when I met Larry Wilson, I saw this card. I said, how do I teach this to my athletes? For one, I've been hurt so many times that were my fault. It was because of these things: rushing, frustration, fatigue, complacency. So I said, but that's not just affecting injuries. It affects my athletes in the start gate before they do their run. And if they can control those things, they can control their mind. If they can control their mind, they can control the performance. And so it was all about landing on the podium. And I took a job coaching half pipe skiing. and I moved up to work with a group of athletes called the Canadian National Development Team. So this group of people were the talent pool team in Canada that were moving on to our Olympic team. So my job was to help put athletes from all over Canada onto the Olympic podium. I was at the developing stage. And my athletes are important to me. From left to right, it's Brendan, Cassie, Lucas, and Garrett. Brendan and Cassie are both still current national team members. You can click to the next slide. Cassie has 2 Olympic gold medals. She won gold and a silver. And Brendan competed in Beijing for the Winter Olympics this year as well. And he didn't win, but he won the overall cup standings for the year. So he was the best, most consistent skier. And they're really important to me, but you can see this picture. This picture is important to me for a few reasons. My athletes are important to me. I care about their success. Their success meant my success. Same with all the other good mentors here. But the half pipe, I got to ski some of the best half pipes in the world as a coach. This picture also was the last picture taken of me standing upright on a pair of skis in 2013. It was December 16th, 2013. And I was on a routine trip with my team. We were skiing at a World Cup. So it was a world stage competition. And training had gone well for Brendan and Cassie, but Lucas and Garrett needed more time. So we weren't able to ski the half pipe. So we had to go to somewhere else on the mountain. And we went to a spot that looked like this, where you could hit jumps. And I said, you guys, you could practice your tricks on the jumps, and then we will do them in the half pipe on competition day. Does that sound like a deal? Deal. We get there, and those jumps are closed. So the guys go, they shut down on me again. And I go, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll find somewhere where we could take some air. And we did. We found a snow gun. It was making snow. So it's like a high-powered water jet that sprays into the cold air, and you could make snow wherever you want. And if I'm Mr. Snow Gun, the snow gun was here. You guys are uphill. The backdrop here is downhill. It had blown a pile like that all the way across the hill. And I thought, if we can hit this with enough speed, we can take some air off it. I'll go first. And I'll try a trick I call a safety trick, because it's a safe one. I can do it every time. And I say to the guys, careful though, the snow could be punchy here. And what happens in punchy snow like this that hasn't been machined yet, it can be inconsistent. And you can land and punch into the snow through a few layers, and it can throw you off balance on landing. So I pop off the jump and I do one rotation, full rotation, and I come around and land, and what do you think happens? I can see how you think that, but nothing happened. I landed it and it was perfect. You guys are like, Mike, you came all the way from Canada to do that to us? No, guys, thank you. I landed it and it was all good. And our tricks went from 360s to switch 360s, even switch 720s like this. My plan was working. The athletes were doing tricks. I was skiing with them. We even had a cameraman with us for fun. And we went back up to the top. And I remember coaching one of the athletes through what trick he was supposed to do. I went first last time and landed it, and he crashed. So I said, okay, you go first this time. I'll come down after you. And I coached Lucas and Garrett through both of their tricks, and they went and they landed both of them. And I went, yes. And they went, my turn to go. So I set off down the hill. And I started skiing into the jump when I said, okay, what trick am I doing? Oh yeah, it's 720. I've done this 1,000 times, no problem. Because I looked up and I got hit like right here, boom. You know what I mean when I say a gut sinking feeling? Like my instincts were telling me something. They said, don't go, because I looked up and it felt like my friend who was with the camera was standing right where I wanted to take off on this big pile of snow. But there are no paint lines, there's no flags, there's no man-made shaped takeoff. You can go anywhere. And so I said, I've got to catch up. I'll just go 10 feet farther to the left this time than I went the last time. And this is what happened. Oh.
Yes, somebody hike up there. Still night to show. Come on. Just one step. I'm gonna grab you the C-spine, buddy.
A momentary lapse of judgment changed my life forever. It's still not easy watching that video, and it was over 8 years ago. Do you remember where Mr. Snow Gun was over here? It had blown across the hill. It had also been turned 90 degrees and was blowing downhill. And so there was another pile of that punchy snow I was telling you about that I didn't know about. Because what was my first trick? It was a 360, right? One rotation. Is that a good way to inspect your work environment? I didn't know it was there, and because I didn't look. And by taking off 10 feet farther left, even though I landed on my feet, it pitched me so quickly onto my head and neck. My feet came up over top like a scorpion tail, and then this bang, brief but sharp pain in my neck. And then I was tumbling downhill, uncontrolled, going, no. Slid to a stop. My goggles had come down over my face. I was going, no, God. I felt a brief but sharp pain in my neck and then nothing. I just broke my neck. And in that moment, I could not move. I could not roll over. I could not bounce back like I'd done thousands of times before. I couldn't feel anything. Paralyzed. My whole world came crashing down. And in that moment, my mind went to, I thought about a lot of different things, about how this would affect my family, about the fact if I were paralyzed, I would need somebody to help me live for the rest of my life because I wouldn't be able to take care of myself. I even thought about the fact that I would probably need to go back to school to keep learning because the only thing I'd be able to use in my life for a full existence would be my brain. And then I thought I need to get off the snow. My athletes came to my side, they helped me. They got the on-hill medic there, the doctor, they came, they put me on a spine board and flew me to the closest hospital in Denver where I had 2 titanium rods and 10 screws surgically installed in my neck. They cut away bone so my spinal cord could heal, which is what I'd injured. You might say I've got a bit of a stiff neck now. If you guys don't laugh at that, we've got problems. That's my best joke. Come on. It was serious. It was serious. Anytime they do a surgery that close to your brain stem, there's a lot of risk that's involved. And although I'm smiling, and it was, there are some very strong drugs in the hospital, not good ones. I can assure you it was, but I'm smiling here, and it was not all sunshine and rainbows though. It took me a long time and to get back on my feet. And I know I don't look like a quadriplegic, someone who's been paralyzed. So I'll show another short video just to show you what it was like for me in the first 3 months in the hospital. That felt incredible. It was hard, but it felt incredible. Thank you. I do feel like a miracle some days because think like when I first stood up here and said I'm grateful to be standing here in front of you, I really meant it. Because you could see there was a time in my life where it didn't look like this could be my possibility to be standing here. So I'm so lucky. And the doctors told me on like the second day, Mike, you should prepare yourself because you're never going to walk again. They told me that. And I said, what? How do you know? And I hope I didn't say it exactly like that. But I asked them, I said, how do you know? And they told me their reasons. My x-rays, my MRI scans, everything looked really, really bad. And I couldn't move. So I said, yeah, but I don't know if you're right. And here's the thing. The only person in here who knows what you're capable of is you, right? Someone else can't tell you. And the thing is, we're usually capable of more than we think we are. We can do more than we think we can do. So I like to flip that and say, you can do as much as you think you can do. So it's important that you aim high. And I set my goals on being back and being able to walk again and ski again and all of those things. So I'm really, really grateful to be able to be here. But I had done some things on skis that were far more dangerous, far higher risk than the thing I got hurt on or the crash that I got hurt on. And think about it. The traditional view on safety is that we need to guard ourselves from the things that are the most dangerous. High voltage, working at heights, confined spaces, gases, things like that, which are really important. And they are. But for me, my worst injury didn't happen that way. And when I started thinking back to what I saw on the Safe Start card, that day, what states were affecting me? In that moment when I started to drop in out of rushing, frustration, fatigue, and complacency. Complacency and rushing, thank you. I was in a rush, I was thinking I need to catch up. I've done this trick 1,000 times, that's classic complacency. And that set up a full sweep of not looking, not thinking. I didn't even inspect the environment. And that put me in the line of fire with the snow and balance, traction, and grip. And I look back to this and go, I don't know if there's anything that was compliance. I maybe should have followed a rule of looking at the environment first, that could have helped. But if I had tuned in on these things, I can't say for sure, but I believe that I could have prevented that. If I would have just slowed down and thought about it a little more, it wouldn't have taken me long to wave my hand to get my friend with the camera to move over to somewhere where I felt comfortable going. And it's okay to speak up. For all of you young guys and girls, if you feel unsafe at work, you got to say something. Because if you don't use your voice, none of the leaders are going to be able to hear you. And it's the same for the leaders. We need to listen. But I worked in some environments that were traditional in industrial sense when it came to health and safety. And I used to work in a sawmill where I did cleanup, and I used to have to shovel a lot of sawdust and wood chips and dirt and rocks and roots and bark and everything. And there were these waste conveyors in the basement, and you'd go down and you'd shovel into the waste conveyor. So you'd spend a lot of time shoveling a big pile of sawdust. And then I'd look over at the other side of the conveyor, and there was just a small pile. And these conveyors go the length of the building. So it's going to take me longer to walk around the conveyor than it is to probably shovel the pile of dirt and wood chips and stuff. So what do? Obviously. Step over and shovel. Now, do you think I was supposed to step over the waste conveyor? Do you think I knew I wasn't supposed to step over the waste conveyor? Absolutely. It was one of the first things they told me in my orientation was, you should not do this because you could get hurt. It is a safety rule. We don't do it. But how many people in here like me have ever broken a rule before in your life? Right? And some of us have even broken safety rules, even though we work in safety. So rules and compliance and discipline aren't always everything. We got to make safety personal. You've got to make it something that someone owns so that they can take on the role for keeping themselves safe in that moment. And I don't know about you, but anytime there's a rule that's made, it's usually made for a reason. It's usually made because someone got hurt, right? They say that safety rules are written in blood because someone had to get hurt for the rule. But then what do? We make a rule, and it's like a force field around the person. As long as they don't break the rule, they'll be okay. But we're all rule breakers. So someone breaks the rule and then they get hurt again and they go, you know what, we need another safety rule. So you make a second one. And then if somebody breaks through both of those force fields, we need to make a third one and a fourth one. And eventually there become so many rules that they're hard to know all of them for one, so they're hard to follow. And I want to say that safety rules are important. Remember, they are written in blood. We need to follow them. But human nature, because of things like rushing and complacency, cause us to break rules sometimes, like I did. But you can go to the next one. I say make safety personal because we're not all rule followers. And for me, I could never put my mom, my dad, and my brother through what I put them through. There's a ripple effect when somebody gets hurt. It's not just the person that's hurt that it makes matters for. And I take safety home now. Because, you can go back one, just because of, I didn't see it, already brought it up, but this is my wife and my dog. I'm lucky I have a dog, and he's a good little companion. But I take safety home to my wife too, because whose safety is more important, your safety or your family's safety? Your family's safety, right? And so that's part of what we do in SafeStart is we talk about taking it home and teaching them. And if I can teach Jocelyn, she knows how to help me now. And so it helps me become more of a master at safety, and she is learning it too, so I can keep her safe as well. It's really important. But when I started with SafeStart, I started working in Edmonton and started delivering concepts to kids in schools. And teaching in the classroom was effective, but it had its limitations, especially when we started working with sports teams. So when we started working with sports teams, we weren't actually able to have a classroom. Like on a football pitch, there's no classroom, there's no screen like this. So we put the training online. And this is my first step into technology-driven behavioral change with Head Start Pro. And we made online courses that were effective in teaching young people how to perform at a higher level and keep safe from being injured. So it became an effective part of what we did for changing behavior. And then Larry Wilson, as you know, is at the forefront of many things in safety, but also in this. He's a leader in the field of technology-driven safety. He's been published in the Industrial Safety Review, Health and Safety Review magazine. He got the cover just last month with articles like you see on the right. And so now I'm helping in this way to affect more people. And now we can help do it in Nigeria too. So if you go to the next one, there are 4 drivers for adopting like technology in environment, health, and safety. The first one that's recent is COVID-19. It's moved a lot of people towards digitizing their processes. The next one is 4/5 of executives in this Verdantix study, which was done last year. 4/5 of EHS executives want to adopt software for environmental compliance. So they're looking to improve their compliance with technology. There's also a plan to adopt software for reporting from 60% of these EHS professionals. And then about half of respondents said they intend to adopt software for product stewardship. So it's moving this way. They haven't done anything. All they're saying, well, we don't know that for sure, but they're seeking to adopt it. They're starting to move that way. Here's the thing, in 2017, there were 56 million millennials. Those are aged 20 to 39. And I'm at the top of the sort of millennial range, but we grew up with a computer or a phone or something like that. We had technology as part of our upbringing. Gen Z, who's the next generation below that, they've had smartphones and internet since they were children. But it's 40% of the labor force in the US. If you go to the Nigerian statistics, 28.9 million make up 40%. And if you factor in Gen Z, the next generation down in the workforce, it doubled. 80% of the potential labor force in Nigeria is between the age of 15 to 39. That's a big portion. And now some of the older groups of that range in Nigeria may not have had a ton of technology, but we're still willing to adopt technology as a millennium. 48% of Nigerians access internet via mobile device. It'll be about 60% in 2026. So that's how we're consuming internet content and stuff like that. The data trends indicate that all the BBS in the world, so the stuff that used to be done on a card like this, an observation feedback process to fix behavior, it can be done digitally now. And they say this year, about 65% of it globally are being done this way. So that's really significant. And we're using all sorts of different apps on a personal level. Things like personal productivity, point of sale, wellness. You can even do weight loss with an app that can prompt you to change your eating habits. You might think that this is a big wave. And this is Rodrigo Coxa. He's one of the world's best big wave surfers. And the way that they surf into these waves is they get a jet ski to pull them in. And that looks like a big wave. Look at him start tearing it up there on the left. You might think that's a big wave. But this is the wave that's coming. This is Rodrigo breaking the world record for surfing a wave over 80 feet. You see that thing on the right? That's the jet ski. He's coming down the middle of the face. You can barely see him. We actually know Rodrigo. Larry knows him. And we did a safe start story with him because his worst injury that he's ever had was when he was leaning awkwardly to get his laptop in a hotel room the night before a surf contest. He threw out his back. And so he told the story for us on video because his worst injury came from reaching for his computer. He couldn't compete the next day, so he couldn't show up for work. And that happened at home. But Rodrigo's a good guy, and Larry's always, and there's Lucas, Dan, you know Lucas too, but So there's been a lot of effort put into making people think about safety. This is on the side of the Ford Motors building. It's about a 10-foot tall sign. And it says, stop and think safety. But how long do you think it would take before you start showing up to work and you start forgetting about reading the sign? You might just not even see it, right? So these strategies aren't overly effective. And some people might even take them and like wear them to think safety, but it'd probably be better if this person was wearing a helmet while they rode. But in terms of classroom training, it's been really valuable. The instructor is important. They can carry the room. They can teach you a lot of things, and you learn a lot this way. But the classroom is like dumping a bucket of water on your head. You will be wet for a while, but once you go out into the world and you put your training into action, you start to dry off. And imagine if you only took one shower in your life. That wouldn't be a good thing either. You need to go back in the shower, don't you? You need to go back and get wet. So you maybe go back to the classroom. But what happens when you take the instructor out of the classroom and you take the students out of the classroom and use technology to help with some of that? Well, this concept is actually thought of by Larry Wilson's dad. He was the first one who said it. But if you can use technology and the device that's in the palm of your hand, you can turn your phone into the rain machine. You can turn this into the drip, the consistent communication that helps keep people wet, if you will. And I'm going to talk a little bit about U Factors right now, which is an app. And I think we got a bit of time left, so I have to go quickly. But you see that I'm a millennial. I don't use a watch. I rely on a smartphone. You guys know how many millennials in here are wearing a watch right now? Couple, okay. How many of the senior generation? How many have a watch? Most people. Okay, so I'm one of the millennials. I don't have one, but I'm going to try to keep moving quickly. Okay, so we'll go to. We're going to talk. There's lots of stuff that can be integrated into technology. Everything from e-learning to sharing stories with like a social media feed, peer recognition, using self-regulation tools, or even near miss reporting and other compliance measures. But let's look at micro-learning for a second. So if we go to the next slide, the benefits of app-based learning are significant. And bite-sized learning is one of them because adults, guess what? We only have an attention span of 10 to 20 minutes. Our hippocampus can only download that much information at a time. And you'll notice that yesterday, Larry played a funny video of all the luckiest people in the world, right? He does that on purpose because you can only download so much information. It's like pouring the hose into the bucket until the bucket overflows. Eventually, you can't keep all the water. So sitting in a classroom for an hour to 2 hours isn't necessarily effective because we can't download the information. So we need to take time, and that's what the funny videos are for. But these modules can also like replace an instructor because you can put somebody on video. Anybody with a smartphone can record a bit of instruction. A safety leader can do it and then post it onto a an app and send it out to the entire workforce. So you can share a message instantaneously. And when you start going into some of the learning stuff, you can actually look at a suite of courses. Some of the apps provide standard operating procedures, things like that, but you can educate your employees with an app in bite-sized chunks, and they can do it on their own time. Or they can do it at the start of a shift during a safety meeting, go through it together. You don't have to take people off shift for an hour to 2 hours to sit in the classroom. So this is important. And then when you start looking at things like when you're going faster than you're used to normally going, you're not thinking of what you're doing, it's a lot easier seeing hazards. It's a lot easier seeing hazards, or it's impossible to see them at all. If you're going faster than you're normally going and you're in a rush, it's harder to see the hazard. Rushing isn't just going fast. It's going faster than what's normal for you. You get that mild feeling of panic when you're in a rush. Things don't feel right. You feel scattered, right? Multitasking is another form of rushing. But you can use an online platform like that to showcase or to teach the learning outcomes and go through and answer question and answer. Thank you. And have you ever wondered how to improve willing participation in a company's health and safety management system? Well, remember, there are 1 in 2 people on the planet using social media, engaged with their device, engaged with their phone. So you can do things like upload funny videos or serious ones like this one. Anytime you see things like that, it's like looking at other people. You get cues from the environment about safety or line of fire. And some of them are funny, but some of them can be quite serious, like this one. Let's see. And so anytime that you get someone to engage with a safety message, having a bit of humor or prevent and everything like that. But if I have time, there's another function that you can anticipate when you're likely going to make a mistake, called anticipating error. And had I taken a moment to be able to anticipate and rate my state, who knows, maybe it would have helped me that day when I lost my balance and broke my neck on the ski jump. I can't say for sure, but I know it would help. And I say, how long are we going to wait? And for young people, we're saying, how long are you going to make us wait? But the really cool thing about all this is that there's no need to pull people off the job if you use technology to deliver training and education resources. You can do standard operating procedures. There are plenty of app functions out there that support the safety management system. But so you're not pulling people off the floor. That's an opportunity cost. And you're not having to pay for printing, because that's something that often gets overlooked with classroom training. Is a lot of that resource, printing the paper, all that stuff ends up costing money. So technology-driven behavior change. Is it the new frontier? No, it's here. The wave's already coming, and with the amount of usage that's increasing in Nigeria, the access to the internet, the prevalence of the smartphones, Androids in the hand, it makes sense and makes it accessible. And we can help you do that. If you have any questions about it, you can go to just emailing mike.bess@safestart.com. But SafeStart's in Nigeria too. We have an office in Lagos too that can help answer your questions as well with Olawale, wherever Olawale is. There it is. Thank you. Anyway, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I hope that you all took something valuable away from it for the role that technology can play in your safety system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A nice one. Not necessarily a question. Does anybody has to say one or two things? That's just a way to ask feedback immediately. And if not, okay, there's somebody. Yes. Okay.
You do for us in that space? How can we produce intrinsically safe materials that can now be used? I have gas monitors and I have all of those, but I can't send in a mobile phone into the plant for obvious reasons. So what is being done to address those kind of things? On a normal day, I have about 1,000 persons in the plant. The shutdown day, I have about 5,000 persons. You're right, using stop cards and check cards don't work effectively, because at the end of the day, somebody has to come and transcribe. But if I had an online system where they can actually observe, take pictures and reports, that would be useful. So is there some way you can actually help myself and similar persons in this industry to actually move forward? But excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are absolutely ways. I mentioned one, which is where you can use specific periods of time that are shorter for workers to engage. And if you ever have like a toolbox talk, or we call them tailboard meetings, but anything that's a job safety analysis, a job hazard analysis. So a time when there's already going to be a safety meeting, if there's an opportunity to engage, especially young people, to say, okay, now we're going to use the U-Factors app, and there is a leadership requirement. you're right. Supervisors need to be engaged because they need to work with their teams and create some accountability. Because we're not saying to go on Facebook or Instagram at this time. It's to engage and learn on the safety, and it's part of your job, so you're being paid for it. But it's a bite-sized opportunity to learn, and you can do that before venturing out into the plant. So if there's an opportunity to have part of the safety meeting at your meeting station or wherever your locker rooms are or where people come in to work, sometimes it can be used in the lunchroom. You can have your safety meeting there before going out into the plant site or facility. That is an incredible opportunity to get people thinking about safety, to ask them, when are you likely going to make a mistake? Has anybody here ever dropped their phone before? Yes. Drop your phone? Okay. Would you be willing to bet me $1,000 that you'd never drop your phone again? No, that's crazy, right? But what about for the next 24 hours? Or what about the next 12 hours just for your shift? Would you be willing to bet me that you wouldn't drop your phone for $1,000? Yes. Absolutely, right? You take that bet. So there's a lot of value in anticipating error. So if you have that meeting before you go out on the floor and you say, okay, what are some of the hazards? What are some of the safety risks that we're going to face today? When are we going to be in a rush, frustrated, tired, or complacent? When would rating our state be a good idea? Maybe towards the end of the shift because we're getting tired. When you get towards the end of the shift, because you've brought awareness to that, you're much less likely to make that particular error. Just by bringing awareness to your cell phone in your hand, you're less likely going to drop that thing. Drop it, and you win $1,000, right? I don't actually have $1,000 to pay you, but you guys are like, damn. But there are these opportunities, especially in the beginning, and where you can utilize it there. And for supervisors, people that are going out to do observations and work with people, they can use their tablets, or they can use just their own smartphones to go and work and talk to a person. Have you had a near miss? They can get someone to tell the story about the near miss and then put it so that it ends up on the organization's dashboard. And you can start looking for that kind of barometer like predictability.
Yeah, the other thing about changing alarm on it so that you can actually set when you get so that it's very getting your prompts. You're getting your prompts when you're not out there on the floor where it's going to cause a problem or potentially a spark or something like that. And you also don't want a prompt notice in the middle of the night either, waking you up, right? So, you know, the whole idea is to make it perfectly user-friendly, but also safe for the company as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Mike. Dr. Chidi, I would want, if you don't mind, just a recollection. What Mike has just said and what you're saying is already in practice in some part of the plant where to do. Personally, I do, before I left, I was overseeing people who do their routine checks, okay? There is an altar that is internet enabled, just like a tablet. All around the plants, they go, all the checks, photo, everything, take that is a real-time thing. The beauty about it is that based on the supervisors or the leadership, you are timed. After social period, it goes on the internet so that the operators will not use it or go into social media and all of that. But all the records, the activities, the behaviors of pumps, machineries, compressors are taken on the real-time and followed. So if that is already being done on process level, then it can as well be on safety. So it's something doable. And right now, the trend is Internet of Things, okay? And that's where we are tending to. Internet of Things is coming real time. At some point, people will have to run their plant sitting in their bedroom. The only thing is that it's going to be a kind of distraction. But if you set your mind and school yourself to that effect, you will be able to deliver it efficiently. I'm happy you bring that up. But process-wise, it's on ground and it's working. And I used that for like 5 days, and people have been doing that. Good job. Thank you very much. All right. Let's do Mike an assessment. Again, an evaluation. Get your mentee. We'll do that. Oh, you still want to say something? All right, let me give you. 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for being so generous. Okay, like the Safe Start card, you know, the one you talk about frustration, blah, blah, if you can just show it. The thing is, when you want to start work, especially for the young ones, and I know some jobs, you need to check yourself first before you even start up with the work. It's only you that knows what frustration you just walked out from your house. It's only you that knows that you're fatigued. You are the only person that can rate yourself. And if you are to do this job and you ask yourself, am I frustrated? I mean, I've seen someone take a knife, you know, and because just so angry, just start chopping and then chop up your finger out of anger. You understand what I mean? Out of frustration. And then, but I wouldn't, if I'm looking at you, I wouldn't say if you are frustrated or not. So in that job, especially when it's critical activity, you ask yourself these questions first before you engage in that work. Am I fatigued? Can I do this? Is the time right? Can I drive this length of time? Am I frustrated? Before you carry out that particular task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a round of applause, please, for giving to the time. All right, I'm going to do something before we go to the next speaker. Please, it's a plea. Can we all stand up and stretch our legs? Stretch our hands. Feel it. Get some air. Talk to your next neighbor. There, the one sitting close to you. Share, ask her things. How do you feel? Do that. Get that air around there. Beautiful. Let's do that for the next 10 more seconds, and then when we sit back, we should be good. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, that's fine. I think we've shaped out some of the fatigues, so we can have a seat now. Let's have a seat and go. I've forgotten my mentee, right? And if we go by what Mike has just said, we've already started practicing it. Could you imagine if we are giving you paper evaluation? We would have seen the whole of this place littered with paper. People wouldn't even care. And I don't have the time to start to input it back again. So, mentee for Mike, please take the code. The code is 6709 0164. 6709 0164. That's it on the screen. Thank you. Attention, please. Let's go to the next speaker, please. So that there are few more lined up, so we will need, time is of essence, please. Speakers, let's do that. We gave a little more for Mike, considering that he's one of our big visitors. All right, Chief Akpabio Essien will be the next person speaking. He is currently the Corporate Health, Safety and Environment Manager of NLNG Limited. The position he held since April 2018, being seconded from the NMDC, sorry. He started his career in the oil and gas industry in 1991 as a safety officer in Pipeline and Product Marketing Company, a subsidiary of NMDC, and he has moved on, transferred to Element Petrochemical, and from there he became a project environment officer. In 2005, he was seconded to NLNG again as a senior environmental advisor and rose to become head of the department. Rose to become head of environment before taking up the role of superintendent in environmental studies in the Group HSC department of NMPC. In 2011, he was again seconded to Brass LNG project office in Lagos till 2014, when he was seconded back to NMPC as Deputy Manager, Waste Management. Right now, he has had several training in Shell, including integrated gas venture in Houston, Texas. He worked sometimes seconded to Oman LNG and has also worked in Shell in Middle East. Chief Essien is currently the first vice president of WAMASO, a chartered environmentalist of Society of the Environment, UK. He's the member of IEMA, UK, and member of many other bodies. He is happily married with children. He is going to take us on management of change. This is very, very important because every safety professional is a change agent. Just consider that. Management of change, HLC tool for risk management. Sir, if you are here with us, yeah, I'll leave the podium for you. Thank you.
So thank you, George. And George has been my colleague for a long time before he decided that he should be on his own. And we found ourselves again as professional colleagues. Just one correction. So the profile that was read was when I was the first vice president of WAMAS, but currently I'm president of West Management Society of Nigeria, which I'm proud to be, and we are working with Nigeria Environmental Society to be able to get a bill through the National Assembly to have the Institute of Environmental Practitioners of Nigeria. The bill has suffered a lot of setback, but we are still hopeful that one day we'll get through it. I'm going to talk about management of change. Because even in the beautiful industry like the airline industry, if the change is not being managed, I'm not sure we'll have the very impressive safety records that we are having currently. And so, my presentation will tilt towards my company, Nigerian LNG, how we've been using management of change to remain top quarter in the LNG industry worldwide. The slogan, which is common in our Nigerian LNG, is manage change with MOC. No MOC, no change. So MOC is just management of change. Well, while we are still waiting for technology to bring the slides on the screen, as part of this introduction, Nigerian LNG has been in existence for 30 years now and producing right now 22 metric tons of gas annually. But with our 27, we are going to add 8 more metric tons to make it 30. And what will shock us is that while we are struggling to have 30 metric tons a year, a country like Qatar has signed final investment decision to add 30 metric tons to their current production. So that shows that within Nigeria, we still have a lot of space to make use of our natural gas, which we have much more than the oil. We are more of a gas country than an oil country. And we have been producing these guys to a top quartile class maintenance and changes. You can believe that a plant that was installed 30 years ago, there will be a lot of maintenance, there will be a lot of changes, and to be able to deliver the top quartile production of 95% utilization, 97% availability, and 99% reliability means we need to actually make sure that we have a very robust management of change program in the company. So the outline is just as it is. We went a lot of time to talk about this outline, but we'll come to see them as we progress. So next slide. So this is just showing us the 5 objectives that management of change will bring to bear. And so awareness on the need to recognize and identify change. Do people really identify change? Like Rabiu said yesterday, you remove this carpet here and maybe bring in a rubber carpet, what will be the impact of it, the risk inherent in it? To provide learning, have we learned from the different incidents that were happening in the industry as a result of non-application of management of change? And then to be proactive in the application of management of change. So next slide. These are the common problems. We are very reactive in our application of management of change, competency gap, low awareness, and so on and so forth. So what we are trying to do now is just to create that awareness that management of change is very important in any change, even if it's the slightest of it. And I will give you a story down the line when the time is right. On a personal basis, what made me to now see the importance of management of change, not just about the industry, but on a personal basis. Next slide. So why do we have to bring management of change? Why do we have to apply them? First is to ensure that we prevent incidents. Goal 0. We sing it, we take it as slogan, but do we really apply it? So management of change can help us achieve that. Loss prevention. NOPCs happen year in, year out. The Macondo incident is one of them, and all that. Are we learning from them? And what impact did they bring to us? For standardization, the International Organization for Standardization also see the importance of management of change, and they bring it into the ISO standard, both the quality, the environment, and the energy. Regulation, ushers had known this, and so ushers that had management of change all along. And so process safety fundamental numbers 6 and 9 in Nigerian LNG speak totally about management of change, learning from incidents. Talk that a bit, and holistic risk management. Management of change can help us do all this. Next slide. So we'll look at the common definition of change and that of management of change. So, but I'll look at what the LNG definition is, and what the LNG tries to do is to look at all the definitions and then see how to bring them together and be able to have a holistic definition that will capture the essence of management of change. So a systematic risk management process to evaluate and properly manage change, to design, process, facility, hardware, software, organization, standards and procedures. It is also auditable to identify, assess, mitigate, and approve change-related risks. So the change that is taking place. And so, why do we need to manage change? It's because whenever we bring change into a process, into a design, into any of the things, we're introducing new hazards and new risks. So in energy, it's said, if it is different, it is a change. A little story about this. We had the incident of the collapsed building in Ikoyi, and the issue was, why did the building collapse? Didn't we have engineers, quantity surveyors, and all that? Were they not using correct materials? Yes, but the diving into that incident showed that the approval was given for an 8-story building, and the owner decided to make it 12, without having to look at the new risk, new hazard he has brought into that by that change. So next slide. So the next slide is just telling us that change, management of change, you can look at them technical, administrative, and organizational. And then you can also subdivide all these into permanent one, temporary one, recurring one, and emergency change. The emergency simply saying, in case of emergency, we'll follow the procedure, but there are some things that you have to relax because it's in an emergency situation. And so, but on people and structure, sometimes people don't also know that changing people and changing the organizational structure can bring a different set of hazards and risks into the organization. Structure of first, people. If you are in a safety critical position and then suddenly you're moved out and another person is brought, no training, no exposure. That person was managing a critical barrier in the boat time. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to introduce an environment where change, hazard, risk, accident will happen. And in a structure, like for my department, we used to be 30 people in the department. And during the organizational restructuring, we were reduced to 26. What impact will that bring into that? Do we still have the correct number of people to manage the different barriers that the 30 people were managing? So these are very aspects of it. We've talked about plans, we'll talk about design, and in policy and work process. But at this point, I'll say management of change cannot just be in the industry alone. The story I want to give is 2 years or 3 years into my employment, I was able to buy a beautiful Tokumbo Mercedes Benz. And when the Benz was brought, a lot of my friends said, if we change this, the rim into alloy rims and bigger tires, it will look nice and better than what it is. The money was there. So we changed the rims. We bought new tires, bigger tires to make it balance. The first thing I noticed is that I can't turn 180 degrees, the tire will touch the fender. And then if you push, the fenders will now start wearing off the tire. One day, on a beautiful day, was taking a ride to Calabar where my parents were. And you know, in those days, around the 1993, 94, between Obibo and Obedi used to be a very smooth road. And I was hitting with a young man now, I was hitting the Mercedes to 150, 160. By the time I stopped, 3 of the bolts have gone out of 2 of the tires because they were not compatible. The alloy rim and the iron bolt. And that was it. When I returned from that journey, I said, no more alloy rim. So if it is not like for like, you have introduced a change. And that change will bring some kind of hazard and risk that were not there. While still waiting for the light to come, you know, we who are not millennials, we always like to have the backup, and the backup is the better. Okay, next slide. The next slide is just showing the process of management of change in Nigerian energy. And so in energy, we decided to bring this process into the levels so that we can look at it at different levels. So you see the level 1 is talking about the procedure, level 0, level 1, talking about the technical, organizational procedure, and IT change. LNG is one of those companies that treated IT as a special case when it comes to management of change. Maybe because we have so much dependence on IT. Most of the things are on IT. So, and then we looked at in the design, operating phase, and then lower there, we have what we call simple engineering change. So however simple it is a change. Then project development request. So even within the operating assets, there are still projects that goes on. Sometimes we need to change the exchangers and all that one. And then concession. Just saying we need to operate even below what is expected. And it should be for a time and then repair. But then is where we need to look at documentation. And so do you document these changes? And do you go back to that? Sometimes, even with the robust management of change program in my company, we still have a slip. Just last year, it was noticed when there was a hydrocarbon leak from a ball valve, and which actually caused us lost time injury in one and medical treatment case in one. That means 2 people were hurt. That there was a valve that was used, which was not to the same specification of what it's supposed to be, just to commission the plant. And after that, this valve was forgotten. And 5 years down the line, it caused this incident. And so proper documentation, even when you have very robust system, is something very important. A few other examples will change in material, chemicals, and all that. So we also had an issue with anti-foam, which we're using. Oh, because of price, people said, don't go to the OEM. We can buy from other people who sell it cheaper. Yet, the decision was taken, management will always look for a way of getting more, reducing cost. And the foam was bought. And we used it. And after the plant shut down, we couldn't restream again because the anti-foam could not arrest the foam. And the foaming went into the gas removal unit. And then the plant could not start. And we need to call the manufacturer and freight those foam back to the plant. So at the end of it, we'll spend more money, we lost production, and so that shows the importance of management of change. Next slide. The next slide is done. I won't spend more time on this, is to show that LNG uses the 6 steps or 7 that you see. Some company uses and some uses a more reduced process. But it also shows that management of change can happen from the beginning of the process. That is opportunity realization program, from identify to operate first. Then next slide is just to look at some application of management of change. So I decided to look at the IT, which LNG made as one of those very important ones, and the organizational change, which is something that most people don't even think that it should be. That you can change, anybody can come in to work for anybody. No, it's not like that. So we carry out management of change in the software changes, hardware changes, network changes, and documentation changes. Very important. Yesterday, Rafi spoke about the commissioning of TEL in NNPC. We stopped using TEL for a long time, and it became necessary that it should be decommissioned. And because he was in this system, by the way, he was my manager in 2007 to 2008 in Nigerian LNG. He decided that those changes should be documented so that generations to come will also know that these changes happen. But I can tell you something. As a union man, down the line, we used to be proud of ourselves that if we shut the plant down, that there is nobody the management will bring, even the original manufacturer of that plant that was started. The reason was a lot of things will bypass and they are not documented. And so at the end of it, they will still come back to us and say, no, please come back to start the plant. So that's one of the things that we need to do, document the changes so that people that are not at that point to be able to do it. So movement of personnel in and out of safety critical roles and roles responsible for regulatory compliance, production, reliability, and critical activities. And if you do that, in my company, there is a program you have to pass through, and you have to be assessed before you are certified to remain in a safety critical position. And when there is a review of both sides, there must be an handshake between those who have been there and those who are coming in to be able to understand what needs to happen. So next slide. Next slide is just giving us the terms that on the last part of management of change process, which we know. I'll just take the first two. On the all risk, you can talk about simple engineering change or any change in existing design, in asset, process, or operational limits. And so that's where the change in design in the house that collapsed in Ikoyi came in. And then concession, like I said, is operating with non-conformance or delay of assurance tasks on agency critical equipment. And it should be for a short time. So in my company, we monitor concession, we monitor the irrigation and the weather. And on a daily basis, we are looking at which one is overdue, which one is not overdue. So next slide. A few examples of the where management of change can be applied. And so I don't also want to spend much more time in that, but I will also a few other examples that portray that where management of change should take place, or if not, then the impact will be. On February 15, 2009, in Nigerian LNG in Act 23. Meanwhile, we call each of our plant trend. It was to pressurize after shutdown. The dry bed had nitrogen hoses connected to their trend at the bottom. The valve between the dry bed and nitrogen hose was left open. When pressure reached 10 bar, the hose busted and it resulted in LOPC. Nobody ever documented that this is the process. That was not in the procedure. That is not the procedure. So shortcut into production or to ensure that we start the plant can also cause some kind of issues. The last one I would just want to mention is on May 2014, during the startup of 22, more than 500 kg of mixed refrigerant was released from a flange tank due to change of gasket without proper management of change, according to the incident investigation. So this properly impacted on the process safety fundamental 6. And next slide. The critical factors. To manage change successfully and safely, you must have one, a very robust management of change program in place, and it should be applied religiously. The second one is that there should be clear ownership. Who are the technical authorities that are managing change? We must have competent people to carry out the management of change. Next slide. In concluding, I want to say that according to Sam Martin, the most serious issues facing a business implementing management of change are changing the organization's behavior initially, and then you sustain it over a time without going back to it. And in most cases, it is lack of documentation that causes it. And so management of change can be applied from the beginning of the process to the end. That is from process development to the commissioning. And you need to apply this religiously. And when this is done religiously, it becomes a tool that will help us to run our plants, our facilities without incident or accident. Many changes will occur throughout the life cycle of a process facility that will require the application of management of change. The general stages are as mentioned above. So thank you, and I hope I've given you back some time.
Indeed, you've given us some time. At least we got 3 minutes from you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can leave it there. Thank you, sir. Another round of applause, please. And somehow, when he started reading some of those incidents, I started having some nostalgic feelings. Being in the organization then at senior level, when they start reading those things, it looks like somebody's pointing your weaknesses. I was like, why is Oga doing this now? That was what I now said, you're no longer there. We want to report you that you are not doing that. We will see when they come and we say, this one just want to point out that we did not run this plan. And you start looking for the guy who forgot that plan. Anyway, do we have question? Yes. You? Okay. I'm going to take 2 here. I don't see anybody coming. Let's use that 3 minutes. So we'll go with, first, let's go with our past president.
Good afternoon, professional colleagues. Mine is not a question as per se, it's just to add a 1 minute clarity to a very high technical position. Not technically inclined, you leave here more confused than you came in. All what Prof has said in the past 30 minutes to make life very simple for all of us, for the upcoming engineers, the professionals, is this. Whenever you have a process change, to make it easy for you, let's take mechanical. You want to change a path. Let's make it a bit easier. I want to replace this case. Like for like goes. Change does not require elaborate risk assessment. It's like for like. You go in, you come out. But if you are changing this seat to this other seat, you have changed the whole process. You need to carry out risk assessment and some level of evaluation. Do not get confused. Every company has ownership and approvals. It's not anybody that takes ownership of the risk. It's not because you have a management of change, you say it cannot be changed. Let the man that owns that authority
take that responsibility by signing off the associated risk and the documentation being done. That brings us back to what I mentioned yesterday. It boils down to integrity. Well spoken, you have management of change, you have the process. But if the man that is me and you out there are not truthful to ourselves, we circumvent the process. So the take home here is, like you have mentioned on 2 incidents, is that please, as we go back to our various as the organization, let us do what we know we are competent. Let us follow the rules, the procedures that have been laid out, and hope to improve on existing procedures and regulations. Management of change, like he said it all, is not limited just to process. We have human beings, depending on the sector, change in personnel, change in equipment, change in process. They have different methods of managing those change of documentation. It's not one fits all. HR has their own method, Ops has their own method, productions and what have you. So do not confuse yourself that when they say management of change, it's a blanket change. No, no, no. Each phase of operation, each activity has tiers designed and tailored to suit them. Thank you very much. Please let us give up another round of applause. He has made what people do for 1 week or more in 32 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and well spoken. Yeah, I'll come to you. As a matter of fact, just to build a little on what he said, you also go back home and implement management of change in your house. Okay? Anybody who has been married for upwards of 5 years, if you marry for upwards of 5 years, you must be quite acquainted with the way your wife cooks. For any reason it starts changing the way you cook, then there is problem. People will start complaining, right? As men, if you change your dog keys, the things should change. You bring in there was a time I had to change some security system on the house. I had to take time because I was at work and they start calling me. Automatically, doors were locking children in the house. So without this kind of change, if you don't do proper risk assessment, you have problems. So management of change is not just only in the plans. What we are learning here, we go back. If you change your shoe and you did not do proper assessment of your shoe, it will disgrace you when you go out. Yeah, you will go back and you rush back to that. We sit down with our sister. They go back to change or wear flat shoes because there are no proper risk assessment. Thank you. I have one more person to say.
How much for you? How much for you?
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Frank Ezuko. I'm HS manager of my facilities. Okay, I want to thank you, sir, for this great presentation. And it's an opportunity for me to say something I didn't say before now. One of our colleagues was talking about we going to the field to do the HS instead of sitting here. But we didn't actually understand his direction properly, what he was trying to pass to us. And that's why I need to say this. The safety professionals in Nigeria, ISPON, I'm a member there at ASSP, we need to do more on the fields because of this change we're talking about. We come for professional conference, okay? And as we are having this topic aviation, I was thinking that a team of maybe 4 persons can go to the airport, okay, and do a risk assessment and come back here and present it, and people will give input, and we'll return back and write back to the fan to tell them that this is a professional body and this is what we are talking about. Today we see a lot of inspection going on, regulation inspection in oil and gas, but in the food industries, in the construction industries, nobody do that over-regulation as we think. So I need the professional bodies, okay, to go out there to the different facilities, and this will help ASFP to register our position and our impact. If, for instance, my facility,
ASP is writing to us. They are coming to see or inspect our facility and give some input. Okay, this will make my commission or my facility know that ASP exists. And this will also help us to get more members from the company by saying, oh, this is our input in your organization, and your member, your safety officer need to belong to this. So this change must start now. We talk about in this professional classroom. I saw one incident that happened in one industry where some Indians died, something fair and all that. And we were talking about our classroom. Why especially safety professionals from this for ASSP to go to that facility and do a report and publish it. So that people, yes, so what I'm saying that we need to go to the field. We may not need to gather like this. We have different professionals in different states. Get the coordinator there that will go to different facilities. They are building a very high-rise building in Port Harcourt now. Okay, but no, I don't see any professional but like this one ISH can go there. But tomorrow we hear that building collapse. I'll start writing. We'll start saying they didn't do this and they didn't do that. So I need us to go to the field as it is.
Thank you. I want to respond. Yeah, no, okay, look, okay. We are sorry.
We actually, myself and Hakim, together with him, discussed during the break. So that's the time to actually make diagnosis of what we discussed at the conference. And he actually led that. I said, I agree simply. Why don't we under ESPON? Now, ASSP, OSHA UK, and all other waste management, environmental, should come together under ESPON. Even accreditation of safety-related and environmental-related and waste management and risk management-related courses in the university need to have the presence of ESPON and sister association, which we don't have. They give us any graduate we receive. Secondly, buildings are collapsing. We do the last hour assessment and we presented and it's not respected. So what we need to do is under the umbrella of ESPON, each and every state professional that is there need to be, just like Society of Engineers are doing. You cannot be promoted today until you have your registration up to date. Chemical engineers are members, agri engineers are members, all these ones are members. Under safety, we don't have that. We discussed with them and Hakim during the break. So we are now begging that the state professionals who register with ASSP, OSHA, and all other associations must come under the control and register of ESPON. And when they are going on NUC accreditation, our members must be there, not just professionals from industry. When they are going for anything in the industry inspection, when something is happening or a building is about to start, they must be there. Today, a HORACOM, Environmental Health Officer Registration Council of Nigeria, you can never be promoted unless you have the license. Please, let's upgrade. The change is now. My president Waste Management is here. I'm the State Council of Kaduna. I know you didn't know because we have not been interacting, but that is what it is, and that's what we're begging. We need to have this collaborated system, and this is the venue. Thank you.
Well spoken. ASP, as we have been called, is not a regulatory body. This one may have the power for only us. That will be dealt in a different forum. But what I would like, let's come back home. We're talking about management of change. Go back and implement that change within your organization and within your home. That is the first thing you need to do. The second one, like you rightly said, yes, we're supposed to be regulated and some of their channels. Most of these things are passed through Ministry of Labor and Productivity. That is what we're supposed to key into and do what we need to do. I want to give you an example. Lagos Safety Commission. There's no year that I don't join them in meetings. They call us in, ASP, and other organizations. I can remember Hybrid very well.
And so many people out there in Lagos, no matter where you are, they come in, come to the head, and they go out to the field. The same someday will be applicable to the safety sector proper. But for today, I plead with you, be that element of change. No matter where you walk, let people see a new you. In behavioral science, they say continue acting, you will influence the next man. Let the change that we spoke about fire extinguisher, we talk about so many things. Let people see it in you and we influence it gradually. We had our honorable members that were here. There are a lot of collaboration and synergy that we kind of have not been spoken here. Maybe at the end of the day, you see it in the communique that will come out of here. Things are being planned, but be ready to key into the change that is coming. How do you key to it? You be professional by upgrading yourself, listening to what has been told and applying it, and let integrity be your watchwords. I do not expect any professional in here after listening to business building collapse and what have you go behind to influence a contractor to do a change when you know that you have authorities that should have been approving. That is what we're talking about. If you take a look at the question in context, the Lagos building, I happen to follow the part of the investigation to some level. There was a lone man that stood his ground, that there was a change without appropriate approvals and documentation. He let go the contract. I'm going back to you. How many of us here are willing to let go our jobs or contracts in general interest? I'll leave it there. Let our conscience judge us, but I believe because of that, as we step out of this conference, let us be that part of that element of change that we need. Rome was not built in a day. It's a journey. We'll hit it.
Thank you. A round of applause. Well answered. Remember, my friend, change is a process. It starts. And when of those meetings, then he was the chairman, president. I was as passionate as you were. And eventually something started becoming clearer. You will get to know a bit more, okay, when the day is stressful. Well, thank you very much. And we will have to do our evaluation. We won't stop. Pick up your phone again. Remember, this time we are going into digitalization. We started with this PDC, and we will improve on this maybe next one. The code for chief is 6385 69 68. 63 85 69 68. I can call it one more time. 63 85 69 68. Thank you very much. You can proceed with your evaluation. Our next speaker is going to be Mushud Oyeyemi Dolapo. He holds a bachelor's degree in biochemistry, a PhD in chemical engineering. He's an internationally certified safety management member, and he has international diploma in safety management from British Safety Council. He's a member of our association, as a matter of fact. He's a certified safety professional. You know that, the height of it, more or less. He has experience, quite knowledgeable one, worked for many years as production technologist in oil and gas industry, and more than 15 years in diverse management positions, culminating in managing loss prevention for NMPC at the corporate headquarters until retirement in 2017. So I believe you are ready for us. Okay, you have our audience, please.
May I start by standing on the existing protocol as ably laid yesterday and again today. Say, ladies and gentlemen, senior colleagues, contemporaries, those coming behind me, very good afternoon to us. Did I see Chief? They talk about management of change. You saw me taking a few minutes, bending my head here. Chief Akpabio and myself are not too far in the generation hierarchy. So I have to get my back up. Yes. A lot has been said. Very plenty. Okay, as a point of correction, please, I think you're having that challenge. Please go to page 34 of your program. That is where my bio is and the title of my paper. There is an error on that. The title of the paper is Managing Incidents of Building Collapse in Nigeria, Role of the Safety Professional. Yeah, that's it. That's it. The last one on your. So please correct that in your programs. Chief just spoke about managing change and documentation. Someday you may want to look back at it and you will never find it in your program if you don't look at correction now. Please correct it. I hope my time has now started. All right. Just, no matter how we get conversant with technology, there's always going to be what? Glitches here and there. Yeah, and one place I've always prayed that we shouldn't have glitch is up there, right? Don't ever have a glitch up there. Yes, just small spark. Normal things you can even, as you're blocking, maybe an appliance in the house, you just the blue light comes. Nobody cares about it. But if it is done while you are there, and they will begin to write many technical things as to the reason why it happened. So at least we're all conversant with it. Sometimes even our mobile phone, that moment you are going to make an important call or you are receiving a call, it goes blank. Yeah, what is wrong with this phone? I just bought it. Okay, then you are opening an important file, then it goes on, freezes, nothing is happening, unless you have to shut it down. So this is part of what we are learning, and we must learn that. Hopefully they will get it resolved in no time and we'll proceed. And let me use this opportunity to make this important announcement. Two things before he comes. This was found and brought to my attention. I don't know, it belongs to a lady. Who the lady is, we don't know. Please, if you have an idea, you can come to me so that we pick that up. And be patient with us. We will just have one more speaker after him. After that, we go for our lunch, and I believe we will not have much again. As soon as we come back here, we just get the closing remarks and things like that, and we are good to go. So just let's do a little of it. So you're ready. My time starts now. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here I am. From time, it became necessary for man to look for shelter. A place where he can keep his head, keep his people, and do his business. To shelter himself from the elements and dangers of his co-tenants on this planet. So he started by taking refuge in naturally occurring facilities, the caves, on the trees, you name it. As civilization increases, he started to build fragile huts, and that matured into building his own house. He learned to build his own house. But by and large, civilization continued to grow, and population continued to increase. So, looking for a house became a big issue. Rapid population growth now spurred greater demand for housing, and human beings saw opportunities in that. So housing development became big business. Real estate became big business. And housing development started to suffer from the vagaries of business. You know, businessmen, when they do anything, there must be something they must make profit. So houses began to become not as robust as it should be. Started to cut corners. So they start to fail and collapse. Some of them collapse partially, some of them collapse completely. Next slide. So today I'm going to talk about this paper is for us to examine the occurrence of the incessant collapse of buildings in Nigeria. I'm going to look at it from the risk management point of view, so that we can identify the challenges and work out actionable solutions, but especially for the safety professional and for the country at large. This paper is intended to contribute to the development of our profession and the enhancement of safety of society and its prosperity. So, first of all, we're going to look at the occurrence of building collapse in Nigeria, frequency, the associated causes, consequences, and how do we react. And we'll take an overview of the commonplace processes, commonplace building development practice in Nigeria, and a brief comparison with best practice. And we'll identify the risk factors and try to work out a way of managing them. I'll close by making some recommendations to HSE professionals, as well by extension to Nigeria. So at the end of this discussion, it is expected that we'll be able to appreciate the impact of the current building collapse on the health, safety, and prosperity of our dear nation, Nigeria. And we'll be able to apply risk management in building life cycle so that we can achieve sustained longevity. The buildings can last and last and last. We can achieve safety of the building, and then we can sustain our prosperity. Finally, to go away, actionable solutions for the HSE professional so that we can effectively participate in building development projects for the purpose of ensuring safety of persons, property, and the
environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, buildings collapse. It occurs everywhere. It is not peculiar to Nigeria. Everywhere in the world, building collapse every day. You can see it in Miami, Florida. A condo, very tall building, collapsed in 2021 precisely. 19 people died. January, Italy, they have their famous bridge, Morandi Bridge, collapsed for the same people, 2018. Istanbul, Turkey, 2021, 20 people died. But I got Nigeria, 2018, 7-story building, Lagos, Nigeria, Church of All Nations, 150 people died. Ikoyi, since we came to this conference, people have been doing my paper. Ikoyi, number 1, and it's so painful that it happened on number 1. Because the number 1 was the day I was born, and NNPC. So painful. But so that was the anniversary gift I got from those developers. And they are only 2 days ago, on Sunday, 4-story building collapsed. Ivory Coast, Ivory Coast. 5 people died, 15 were injured. You know, it can go on and on and on. Yeah, next slide, please. So the incidence of building collapse in Nigeria is not peculiar to Nigeria. It happens all over the place. It happens all over the place. But the peculiarity with Nigeria is that, you see, the frequency and the severity of the occurrence is one that gives concern. That is the peculiar Nigeria's case. A brief look at the statistics, the occurrence. Some of the incidents will be reported, many of them go unreported. But from 1974 to date, we have had more than 461 buildings that have collapsed. This is the ones that we know. More than 1,090 people have died as a result of that. Uncountable numbers, unknown numbers have become wounded. People have been traumatized. You can imagine. The man has built the house with his life. Now it has collapsed. Psychological trauma. Where will you find money to build another one? Economic loss that cannot be quantified. See? In Nigeria, despite all the manpower resources, all our resources, all our capacity in terms of trained manpower, relevant manpower, and material resources, our construction industry still does not meet necessary standards, resulting in what? Effective buildings and consequent collapse. Next slide, please. That's the date. The distribution of those incidents from 2013 to 2021. You can see it in Lagos. You can see it in Kwara, Ondo, of course, the FCT. Despite all the efforts of the development control. Look at it in Benue, in Taraba, of course, South, Anambra, Abia, and Rivers, and of course, Kano. It appears that the thing is following the trend of business, yes, business, population, business, financial resources. The heavier the population, the more number of collapses. You can see the graph there showing us how many are dead, how many are injured, and so on and so forth.
83 people, 83 incidents in all, 305 people dead, and 49 people injured. Next slide, please. So what we see there is the marvelous 21-story building that collapsed on top one. Apart from the death, apart from the injuries, look at that tall. There are supposed to be 3 towers. Look at how tall those ones are, and the third one has been reduced to rubble. How much money has gone there? Next slide. You can see the rubble. Where are the civil engineers? Waziri of Nigeria. Are you here? Where are the civil engineers? Look at the rubble. You can see the slabs sitting directly on top of one another. And the slabs are supposed to be sitting like that. Where are the pillars that you are carrying them? Babu. Prof said it in the house. Babu. Where are the pillars? Okay, look at it. Where are the reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? It's only the tower has just been built on a heap of sand. Of course, it will collapse. Abi? Next slide. We'll come back to that. This is a school building. It was a school building. We'll come back to that. The story behind that. Can you see the victims? Next slide. This is the Church of All Nations. 2016. If you look at it with your professional eyes, you can tell the reasons why they collapsed. IPP. Next slide. And it's not only high rises. This is a 2-story building. Just what we used to call upstairs. Have you? Look at it. It's an existing building. It was an existing building. Suffered from neglect, no maintenance, deteriorated, and nobody cared. And of course, it collapsed. Next slide, please. So, statistics. Number of collapsed buildings according to their height, according to their regularity. That's what they used to tell us in those days. They say, line up according to your regularity. Eh? The taller, is it the taller they are? Incidentally, it's not the tallest one that collapsed more frequently. 3-story, taking the 2 stories, taking even 1 story. Next slide. Building exists to meet the shelter needs of man, his goods, and his business. When you say building collapse, what does it really mean? You have seen them. When members of the building are failed, pillars, the foundation, they are failed. When the structure has completely given way, damage. When or it has partially or completely crumbled, then you say building has collapsed. So collapse is a state of complete failure. The building can no longer stand as it was originally built. Next slide. So many reasons can be attributed to the collapse can be attributed to so many reasons. Could be natural disaster, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, erosion. Go to Eastern Nigeria, you see buildings sitting precariously at the edge. All the foundation has been eroded. It's just waiting for one little push, and then it comes. Erosion. Of course, there are man-made factors which will decorate, by saying they are human errors. President of Nigeria, are you listening? Are you with me? Please come. We call them human errors, effective design, effective construction methods, unskilled workmen, use of poor quality products, materials, and lack of quality management. Let's add now, lack of management of change, quality management of change, quality management of change, an aspect of quality management. Ladies and gentlemen, this is HSC. There are no boundaries. They are all interwoven. And we must understand that and apply it in our business. A building once properly built is expected to be in use forever. At least that's why they give title of man 100 years. So a building is expected to last at least 99 years. The root causes are mainly non-enforcement of existing laws and endemic poor work habit of our that QD, Prof. QD says was error demonstration. Next slide. In this next slide, you see the hazards to which the buildings are exposed. Collapse by hazards. You can see the one taking the lead, structural defects. Most of them collapse because of structural substandard material, unqualified professionals, poor quality material, heavy damp, illegal diversion, lack of maintenance. We are not going, these are factors that lead to the collapse of the buildings. Hazards to which the buildings were exposed, whether in construction, during construction, whether in existence, whether during use. Once they are exposed to these hazards, of necessity must give way if the risks emanating from the hazards are not properly managed. Next slide. So we can see that the consequences are negative. They are negative socially and economically. Irreparable. Some of them are irreparable. Fatalities. Once the man died. Injuries. Yes, it may heal, but if the man broke the leg and they managed to put the leg back together, you may have to add guru to his name. You know, there's no pretense in northern Nigeria. They describe you by the future. Guru. Irreparable. Economics. There are plenty of ways in terms of loss of property, investment, jobs, incomes. You can imagine a poor retiree that builds a block of 4 flats, hoping that when he comes back from active service, he will be earning the rent and maintaining himself. And suddenly, that building collapsed. Loss of income, he will never recover from that trouble. Leaving aside these unquantifiable sums, stress and shock may have some far-reaching effects upon the building owner and the employees and the occupants and all the other stakeholders. Next slide, please. Now, talking about impact. By year 2009 to 2019, look at the red lines are the number of lives lost, and those figures are in hundreds. The blue lines is the number of collapses. So you can imagine. Next slide, please. The consequences are negative. Negative social economic impact. Next. Negative impact of such failures on the socio-economic development of Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. The nation loses the contribution of all those that are from those losses. Next slide. In Nigeria, the best, how do we do our buildings? Once the man buys a land, he conceives the idea. Those ideas are never completely refined or ever perfected. How do they design it? Just go to it. Okay, put one block here, put one block here. This one room, another one room here, the parlor here. Finish. That's the design. Approvals are never sought. Construction is just one mason that has experience. That is the builder. At best, it will be supervised by the draftsman that took that. Yesterday, Willie gave us a lecture and says we have always done it like that. And for 20 years, we don't build, no one ever fought. And when the houses are commissioned, the youth trends along with the fortune in the environment, the business fortune, possible returns. The house can be a residential block. It is converted to a school. It is converted from school to church, converted from church to mosque, converted from mosque to shops, block of shops, and so on. House that you build to house 4 people, you convert it to a school. Huh? Well, will it not collapse under the weight? Retrofitting, when we are retrofitting them, management of change. Next slide, please. Now, incidentally, there is too much constraint of time. We will not be able to do real justice to this paper. Building development, the best practice. It is an engineering process, and every aspect of the building process, from the architectural design to the electrical, structural, mechanical engineering, construction, and maintenance, should be properly considered and implemented with quality inputs by competent professionals, following applicable, tried and tested standards and codes by the professionals in the building industry. Building development happens in 3 stages: the pre-design stage, design stage, and the construction stage. Next slide, please. And the conception, we define the need and what we want to use the house, the building for. This will be followed by necessary studies. Necessary studies by relevant and competent professionals, with the conceptual design as the major. They put the first design and come from the concept. And then do the risk assessment. What about the other structures existing in place? The facilities in the vicinity? Is there a fuel station nearby? Are there markets? Is there a power station? Is there a railway station, airport, and so on? All this go into you risk assess the possible impact of that on the building that is coming. Environmental assessment. Is it near a river? What's the wind like? What's the wind direction? What's the weather? Or is it in the mountain, in the mountainous area, or so on? And of course, very key, the soil study. Can the soil sustain the building? Good. And it sustain the building. You have to do that. And when you have done that, you can now get main architectural design and structural design. And those designs need to be reviewed with inputs from safety and risk assessment, including the environmental risk assessment and the soil studies. This gives you what kind of foundation it will be, gives you the building skeleton and the reinforcements and the specification and the types and strength of the material that are required to get the building done. And finally, you get the architectural and structural design. After this architectural and structural design is the input to the next stage, the mechanical and electrical design. Next thing. Mechanical and electrical design has to be properly done again with due cognizance to NFPA 101, the Life Safety Code. That is the Bible of survival that's the Bible. That's the Bible of survival. Yes, those are the things that the document that specifies every aspect and how and what you need to do. Local building codes and regulations, and of course, prevention through design. When you do that, you get what? The utility system. How you do the plumbing and storage, ventilation, electric piping, wiring, and so on. Next slide, please. And very important, it gives you the next one you get from that. Once you get the drawing perfected, the design perfected, then the quantity surveyor comes into play. It gives you the bill of quantity, which gives you what you need to really do the work in terms of material, labor, and then the costs. The essence of this is to help with planning and cash flow. When you are building a developer, and the cash flow on the part of the developer, and for the regulator to be able to assess, to see whether or not this man is able to build this house, and whether he has enough money to build it and produce a house that will live to the test of time. And then finally, this plan is taken for approval. The approving authorities will look at this codes, the criteria provided in local code, the engineering standards, and see and consider also the capacity of the builder, and then approve or not approve. Next slide. Once the plan is approved, we go to construction, site clearing, and so on. I'll talk just for the sake of time. The foundation, that's the most important part of the building. Because that is what every other thing rests on. The foundation is weak, then the building will not start. Really? The building will not start. So it requires the best effort in terms of resources, in terms of effort, in terms of money, in terms of material, must be put into that. Next slide. The beam and the slab, that is the finalizing the foundation. Then the superstructure. That's what you see out on top. The superstructure. That's the block work, walls, the pillars, and so on. Next slide. That's just a diagram to show us what we are talking about. That's the foundation. That's the plain beam that holds the foundation together. Those are the uprights are the columns, and then the one on top is the superstructure. Those are the walls. Now, let us go to the crux of the matter. Next slide. Next one. Next one.
Even yourself.
Then the next one. Go to this diagram. Collapse according to the hazard types. Next slide. Many researchers have shown us that these following factors affect the life of the building materials. In terms of quality, quantity, and time of availability. Are they available when you need to use them? The equipment. Do the builders have the right kind of equipment? Many times you see them mixing concrete manually and carrying concrete from the ground to the third floor by head. Before it gets there, it will have said sometimes. The expertise, the scaffolds, the formworks. You see the formwork, they make the formwork. When they now cast it, you see some of them bending, some of them sagging. Yeah, simple physics. If a pillar is supposed to be upright, and then it is at angle 60 degrees or 80 degrees, of course, the line of force has been altered. So the ability to carry that, sustain that weight, is not there anymore. So the formworks, these are very critical things that we need to look at. Concrete missiles and so on. Manpower. I talked about it. The major issue now is backing. Anybody, just any one engineer or any experienced person, when you go there, you say, why is this? They say, why is this like this? They call the engineer.
The engineer you bring in is just a machine. He has never probably seen it. He doesn't write, he cannot write a letter O with the bottom of this document. So you see, quacks have taken over the business. Manpower. The right list, expertise should be available, the right quantity. Quackery. These are the risks. State management, from substructure to superstructure to roofing. Have been given enough time to be able to allow you lay the foundation today, tomorrow you start raising the board. As it set, today you raise the foundation. Tomorrow you start, you just finish foundation today because money day. Whoever knows where the money is from, you don't want it to go. So you raise the foundation today. So tomorrow you say, oh yeah, maybe it is a plot of land that was Magumago. You got it by some. Say, oh God, you go feel now. You say yes. Okay. They said that it's somebody's land, it's sold to you. Now so hurry. Has enough time been given for transition from one state. If the foundation is not dry, put block on top, you know, go for. Those are risk factors. That's like this. Method. How do you, what kind of method? I've just talked about speed. Don't allow one stage to mature before you put the next one. Supervision. Is the supervision competent? The so-called engineer. If you give the so-called engineer trouble to put mortar, he cannot. He cannot read the diagrams. So how can you supervise? Costs. Financial capacity of the builder. Instead of you to buy proper iron, go to partaker. You know where we call partaker? Huh? You go and buy pieces and pieces, and then get together, turn it, weld it together again. How can that work? Supervision, costs, environmental risks. There are so many houses. Look at that one, the Ikoyi building. Because the government has said that they are going to pull down the remaining 2 towers. Why? Probably because they expect that the 2 towers are to be like the other one, or the impact, the vibration of that one that fell must have affected the state of the other one. So those 2 towers, those 2 other ones are also not safe. So collateral damage, explosions, vibrations, weather, excessive rain, flood, wind, erosion. These are risk factors. Next slide, please. For the existing buildings, you saw that those 2-story buildings. There is no time to take it back to that picture. You saw the school. We are retrofitting them without adequate risk assessment. We are using them. We retrofitted, no risk assessment. Management of change is not implemented. You change the use. Sometimes because of the use, it becomes too forceful for the foundation to carry. It collapse. Of course, the Nigerian factor. We are need to elaborate on this one. Where is problem? Corruption. Endemic poor work ethics of Nigerians. Inability of Nigerian professional bodies to do their oversight function. Failure of regulatory agencies. Sharp practices by representatives of regulators and as well as the developers. These factors, next slide, please. Research has shown that if these factors are not properly managed, the building is at risk of collapse, whether during construction or when already in use. Therefore, there's a critical need to mitigate this. Don't mitigate this risk, no. In order to stem the tide of building collapse. The need has indicated a clear gap in the building industry, which needs to be filled in order to manage this risk factors. And there's no better person to do it than the safety professional. So that takes up to the role of the safety professional in this business. So now let me beg and move so that you can give me 1 minute. Just 2 minutes now. Yes. Yes, yes. You see, okay, let's just see what happens. So the role of the safety professional needs to be expanded to cover construction quality management. He doesn't have to be an expert in quality management to do this job, but he must have gentleman knowledge of the business. The process of managing safety and managing quality. Process of managing safety and managing quality. Are they different? Very similar. So only a little training is required for the man. You see, you put where are the managers here? They say, give us a man to manage this project. You put just one man, and the only thing he does is to go and take LTI, occupational who come this or that, LTIs, non-compliances, near misses and so. No. The collapse of the building, if the building collapses, whatever you are doing there, you are not working. So, the major goal of the role is to manage those risk factors effectively by facilitating selection of quality and qualified and quality-oriented contractors, ensuring that work conforms to document and functional requirements, ensuring that workmanship that is required is gotten, ensuring performance of timely inspections and tests. Next slide. He has a role in the pre-design and design stages. Participation in pre-design stages is very, very crucial. Next slide. And in the field, he has to ensure that the materials that are delivered to the site meet the project requirement. He has to perform the daily routine audits and then identify products that are not conforming to ensure that they are taken out. He has to inspect initial work activities to make sure that the work is being done as it's supposed to be done. And he has to do, very important. See, when you don't do it, the man has all his atrocities. If you don't go and inspect, you will cover it with plaster before you go there. Your 1 minute has expired. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the next slide. Let me go to conclude. The loss of building is not peculiar to Nigeria. It happens everywhere in the world. Peculiarity with Nigeria is the frequency and severity of the incidents. The consequential impacts on the individual owners and stakeholders and nation at large is horrendous, really heartbreaking, and this can be avoided. It is our role as safety professionals to support our nation by deploying our expertise and efforts to identify and manage those risk factors which lead to collapse of buildings to allow, so that incidents reduce to variable minimum. Government must enforce the building safety related regulations. Professional bodies must ensure that quackery is eliminated from their practice. Civil engineers must ensure, current must ensure that the engineer on site is their own licensed engineer, not one business. The organized private building sector is advised to educate their workers and insist on doing the right things always, because that is the only surest way to profit. And of course, we, the Assp, we must collaborate. I've had that said many times on this floor. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. We must collaborate with ISPOR, who is the act holder, and other safety advocates organizations to keep up the advocacy, educate the building public, and keep the regulators on their toes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Michelle.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate it. I can feel your pain, okay? It's like you're writing an exam and they tell you it's 5 minutes. But you know, we adjusted it. We adjusted the time. All right. Thank you very much. We're almost running out of time. You want reactions? Want reactions? I will allow for just one. Just one. For somebody.
Look, you know why I'm going to allow for maybe one? Your lunch is ready and you ought to go and eat. And you have to come back here because there is something you will do. We all take part in choosing our next venue. So it's something we got to do together. So all of you can go back, we'll refresh ourselves and come. So I know you've got a lot you want to ask. Please, just give me that. Okay, I will take one and one from the student. And I'm going to give you 20 seconds each for your questions. If it goes beyond that, I'll cut you off. Please. All right. Who is there? Where's the other microphone? Oh. No, Abana. Just quickly, 20 seconds. As soon as he hands the mic to you, I start counting.
Good afternoon, all. I must admit that this is a very educative, informative, and interesting presentation on the managing incidents of building collapse in Nigeria. It's very unfortunate that it is in this 21st century that we're experiencing high rate of building collapse, especially in Nigeria, at a time when there is a state of latest technological facilities and equipment that would have aided us to have standard buildings. As I'm speaking to you now, there are buildings in areas, the area where I stay, they had stood the test of time. These buildings were built in the 20th century, some of them around 1960, some in the 50s, and they are still standing to today. But the ones that are built in the 21st century are the ones that are collapsing, when we have very good engineers, we have very good engineering designs, and so on and so forth. So my own contribution is that one of the ways to check these excesses in building collapse is by the establishment of national, state, and local government safety commission. If you want to build a house, apart from other regulatory bodies that will give you approval, an approval has to come from the National Safety Commission if the project is going to be at the national level. If it's going to be at the state level, then the State Safety Commission will have to issue an approval. If it's at local government level, the local government level safety commission will issue an approval. These safety commissions will be made up of safety professionals that are well versed in building designs and so on. If we go this way, it will help in reducing the rate of building collapse in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
That's the contribution, okay? Please, just keep. Make a little exception is one of our staunch members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's just a question. I think this topic is so vital. My question is issue of when should there be the stages in which an existing building should be maintained? Because I saw part of the factors you listed that lead to collapse is lack of maintenance of an existing building. Then I have an observation in one of the charts you presented. I saw either 2017, we have lesser number of building collapse, but the rate that you showed, which shows the rate of death, happens to be higher. What led to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take the questions, two of them. What stage should we maintain existing buildings? Yeah. It depends on what you are looking at. Sometimes look at the facade. The finishing is wearing away. If you allow the finishing to wear away, you will get the structural elements. It begin to wear. So, as you observe, when you observe that wearing of the external facade, you need to come in, intervene. Painting is peeling, the plastering. If you allow the paint to peel, the plastering on the element, continue to start to wear, and then you expose
don't work, and then there is issue. Two, when you find that, especially the big issue is the sewerage, the plumbing. When you start having leakages into the walls, then you are going to get problems if you not start with it. Cracks. When there is settlement, over time, the building will settle. And then if there are errors in the foundation and the crack from the building, if the plant beam is not well done, the crack from the building will be transmitted to the walls. And then you have wide-gaping cracks. You need to quickly, once you see a thin line there, you need to look at it, crack it open, and fill. So there are so many stages like that. When you go by inspection, you see them. Then the issue about the frequency, the number of cracks, number of collapse does not tally with the number of casualties. Yes, it depends on the severity, the intensity of the collapse. For instance, you have that 21-story building. How many people are working there? If you have one or two of that in 1 year, God forbid, of course, it will only be two collapse, but the number of casualties will skyrocket. Look at the Church of Nations, 104 individuals. Sorry, I don't want to bring it back because we're short of time. I don't want to bring back that diagram, otherwise we'll have analyzed it properly. Church of Nations, that was 2014, like 2016. 115 individuals lost their life in that. If you have another one like that in another place, that will be 300. It will throw away collapse in another year where there are 4, 5, 6 people collapse, one dying here, two dying here, three dying here. Just 115. So that explains it. It does not necessarily follow that number of collapse. The number of deaths will be proportional to the number of collapse. No, it doesn't follow. It is unique to each year.
There is more to this. There is more to this. I know you want to come. There is definitely more. I have something to say to this episode. That's what we have to swallow it. Please. I'll have to, let's give this guy a chance. Make it quick.
All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your presentation. But I have a question, sir. I've noticed that many people acquire lands today and they start building tomorrow without even going through the process of soil testing and the rest processes. So what could be done to remedy this problem? Because it's a problem to building collapse.
Thank you. That's a very big risk factor to building collapse. If you don't do those studies, then you have a perfect recipe for collapse. And there are measures already in place. Measures already in place. Each building is supposed to be built to the standard as prescribed by the National Building Code. The National Building Code is the code that prescribes what and what must be done for before you start to build. When you are building, what and what must be done. When you are finished, what and what must be done. So those studies are there in the National Building Code. So if the person complies with the building code, then it will have done the thing. But the building code itself has a problem of enforcement. We have it, but who is by enforcing it? When body touch body, they are people. Yes, corruption. You take your drawing, even people don't even go there to present their drawings. They don't even seek for approval. But yet they build. How many buildings are marked X, demolished here in Abuja? And then you just see the man comes and paint all the demolished and they continue. Tomorrow you hear that the building has collapsed. The development control agents, the inspectors, and so on, they have satisfied themselves that the reason why the market is no longer exists. So they turn their eye. So it is for you and me to maintain integrity and do what the right thing that we must do so that we can save this our nation. More questions, please.
Sorry, this is not a question, it's a contribution. across the said. So it goes back to what he said, integrity. I acquired a property in New York. I spent money to do the design, everything. First, somebody told me, why do you spend close to 3 million naira to have a proper design and quantity and all this one? I went to development control. The person who is there is a colleague of mine in the school. I can give you approval. I said, no, send me to the person who is in charge. Let him look at the drawing and make his own observation. He did that. I had to go back to do the drawing. It did not conform with the distance between the road to the house. It didn't conform with the distance from the fence to where the walls of the house is and all that. So it's a matter of integrity. It's because I know what I know today. But if not, it will not happen. I had a boss who left NMPC who called me to say I should get somebody to write EIA for him without having to go through his studies. So it's a matter of integrity until we begin to do and conform with the laws that are already existing. Then we'll continue to have the problem we're having. So thank you, Dolapo. And you know, Dolapo is my boss many years ago, and I'm grateful that you gave this great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, I know a lot of people want questions to be asked. This is the much we can take for now, so we go ahead with the next thing, okay? I will not forget our mentee. Please take the code so that we get wrong. Mentee for him is 6219 73 75. 6219 73 75. So as you do your evaluation, when you complete, we will all proceed for our lunch. Please don't go from there. There is something you need to do. We need to choose our next venue. The idea is every one of us has to be part of it. So just come back. I actually intended that we should go there by 3:30. Unfortunately, we had to accommodate. So let's look forward to be here somewhere around 4:30 and 4:45. We don't want to ask a lot of persons to come. Please come as quick as possible. Let's do it in the next 30 minutes or 45 minutes. We should be done. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, and let's go for our lunch. Let me recognize. Please remember, our dinner ticket has been reduced now to 5,000. So yes, there is somewhere we got some subsidy to take away 3,000. So 5K is available. Please reach out for the tickets. Go to the ushers. They are there. Get them. We hope to see you tonight or this evening. Thank you. Why is that? I'll go back again.
Thank
program. We will just do another one presentation, and that should be it. One presentation. The gentleman has been very, very patient. For some reasons I cannot personally explain, and every now and then I was trying to push things and just forgot him altogether. But he has been patient with me. Thank you, sir, for being there. Okay, I would like to call on let me find this page. I want to call on Dr. Joshua Akiri to speak on assessing organization safety framework, improving and sustaining culture and practices. Dr. Joshua is distinct with a high level of commitment, real initiative, and genuine passion to deliver. He's a professional with a solid academic preparation and has a PhD in mechanical engineering, MSc, and PhD in oil and gas pipeline engineering. He is currently a training development officer, technical and vocational skill training department of the Industrial Training Fund, with wide-ranging experience in the oil and gas and power sector, and also has some of our certification as it's required. Joshua, if you're there, I would like, personally, I want to apologize for the delay up to this time. Thank you for your patience, and please can present to us.
Once more, you're welcome to this session. Thank you for your patience. I'm also patient together with you. So hopefully, I'm not going to take your time. Because sometimes they say the patient dog is the fattest bone. But in this case, mine is the application, and most of the high quality speakers have already done my work very easy, very, very easy. So I'm not going to spend so much time on my slides where we've already talked about. I'm just going to skip them so that we will go further. We are a government agency as Industrial Training Fund, and so we, as part of our activities, we also carry out in-company safety survey and assessment, just to understand how they comply with safety, and also possibly give them recommendations and even train them. And we are seeing results. So as part of that, getting report from in the field itself. The report we are getting from industries, from some of the government agencies, we found out that safety itself is a big problem. Hardly we see a report that gives a good commendation when it comes to safety. Yeah, you may be in an institution where safety is a high priority, maybe in the oil and gas, LNG, NNPC. What about the other sectors or other aspects of or other organizations? We had the PAMSEC. She was talking about the Federal Secretariat, that if there is fire or any incident, she see as if almost half of the people there will not survive it. So all the over-regulation, high regulations that or oversight that we are having from maybe the Senate, the House of Reps, maybe if they are here, we will draw their attention. Why can't they also focus it on some of these institutions? Maybe they will be on their toe. Maybe they will start to do the right thing when it comes to what is necessary, what should be in place to ensure that there is good compliance with regard to safety. So based on the report, I told my boss, I said, why can't we make a paper and present it to ASP and share our experience on what we have seen. We say, yeah, why not? So that's why we look at issue of safety culture itself. The safety culture, we say, why can't we also assess it? Go to the field, interview, look at documentation, and come out with possible recommendations. Maybe that will help us to have a start, to have a good knowledge of what is there, not just the report we are getting, but let us go ourselves and carry out that assessment. Next slide, please. Well, maybe I should define safety culture, but that has already been taken care of. But generally, it's all about the value we set up for ourselves, the principle. It's all about the standard that an organization has, and also has to do with how they conduct themselves. It also has to do with the attitude and behavior of the employees, the management, here cutting across all levels of the organization. That will define what safety culture is all about. This area of safety culture itself, I think, has been saturated with research. When I'm going through it, I say, wow, what can somebody bring new from this? And if you go through most of the papers being written in this regard, you find out that major causes of accident is being attributed to human behavior. We've all heard about that. Human errors, human factors, all contribute to that. If you can change human behavior when it comes to safety in your industry, in the offices, it will drastically reduce the rate of accident. And even your reactions to safety issues will tend to define your level of maturity when it comes to safety in the workplace. Yes, you know, maturity and safety itself differs. You may have the safety culture, or you find out that how mature are you in your safety? It could be poor, it could be fair, it could be good, very good. I wouldn't even say excellent, because safety requires continual improvement. So safety culture, when prioritized, it will mean that there will be success in safety management. If you start and you prioritize it, you do the necessary thing, keeping that consistency, definitely you will be seeing some improvement. You'll be seeing some success in your target. I school in the United Kingdom, MSc, PhD, or MSc, PhD. Each of the time I resumed into the school accommodation, first thing they will do is to make sure that they give you the required training on what is required of you in case of fire, in case of any emergency. Even with regard to you as a student in your class, issue of that regards to economics, even the environment itself. I think I have some certificate that I have from my university just by carrying out online course. Why do they do that? Because this is an environment that prioritizes safety, and they ensure that you carry out that online course. Whenever I open my email, maybe I'm so lazy to do it, they bombard me with emails. You have not carried out your training. When I have the time, I decided to calm down, go through it, and I found out that it's very interesting, very informative. At the end of it, for example, fire extinguisher that I don't know how to operate, I can assume how to operate it from the online training. I even tried to attempt operating one. This is an environment that prioritizes safety. They were able to put the necessary structure in place. And not only that, they also ensure that there is compliance to that. The fact is that if we talk about safety itself, the safety culture, the compliance, if we don't have the necessary structure, changing people's behavior will be very, very difficult. It will be very, very difficult. If you go to the National Secretariat, as the Farm Secretary said, you'll find out a different perspective when it comes to safety. But to change their behavior, you must be able to also act. This cut across the leadership, from all hierarchy, top down. That's how we can implement such change in human behavior. Next slide, please. Next slide. Sorry, I say I'm not going to take your time. So we'll move, because all that I want to say has been said. Is it with regard to the issues and challenges? The culture surrounding the organizations has been an issue, has been a challenge. Training, budgeting. Can you go, please? So many other factors. Please go. There are so many challenges when it comes to issue of safety culture in the workplace. Go to the next slide. So we decided to carry out survey. As I told you, our survey, someone has said yesterday that we overregulated the oil and gas. Why can't we go to where our brothers are working every day? And let us also give an oversight there. Some people are locked up in a production room without the required PPE, without good safety procedure. On entering some of the facilities, you understand that this is not even a right place to work. Housekeeping will even give you a very good indication of the safety culture of the area. I was with a supervisor. I was with a supervisor in the course of this survey. We gave the employee a survey questionnaire to fill. Then I found out that they were given excellent, strongly agree, things that tends to favor them when it comes to safety issues. But the water treatment plant, this is a food industry, let me put it that way, it's a water treatment plant. I asked them, do you have personal protective equipment? They say, yes, we have. I said, show me. They showed me a very dirty clothes. I said, when last did you change this clothes? He says, we do wash it. When it's spoiled, we will repair it. You know, he's a director, let me put it. So, you know, a person that is even at a high level, talking to you that way. When you enter there, you find out that the chemicals itself will be toxic to them. When you look at them in the eye, you understand that these people, maybe on retirement, they will not enjoy it because of the way they inhale those chemicals. I told him, he was very, forthcoming when discussing with him. I said, why don't you wear chemicals? I said, no, there's no problem. We are used to it. I say, no, Mr. Man, this is going to injure you. This is not good for your health. They say, yeah. As if it is a competition to show that you know how to work effectively. So these are some of the problems. And this is the motivation. Based on the report, we say, let's go and do this survey and see what is happening. So we carry out all these interviews with some of the staffs. And please, next slide. We cover some industries that we can lay our hands on. That we are able to give us access. We go to universities. We go to government establishments. Next slide, please. And we we're able to structure our questionnaire in a way that it covers issue that has to do with leadership role, issue that has to do with planning our organization when it comes to safety in the workplace, communication, trust and responsibility, measurement and auditing. And also we look at the overall response. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm rushing you. All right. Then some of the response we get, we try as much as possible to give what we have obtained from the response. You can see the overall average safety score of 2.9. And based on our rating, it's still poor. It's still very poor when it comes to safety. That's what you obtain in most of our organizations. Forget about the oil and gas industry, where you come from. Yes, I can see very beautiful presentations and I can see high level of safety compliance to some extent. Let's look at our other, not even government agencies. Government agencies may be worst, but other industries themselves. We found out that it's quite very, very poor and we have real work to do. Next slide, please. Someone suggested, why can't ASP sometime in their conference go to maybe the aviation industry, make risk assessment? And we will suggest, oh, they are highly regulated. They have high level of safety. Why can't we help those people that we know are poor in our country? Why can't we go to those agencies? There are a lot of opportunities for us to ensure that we improve that safety in Nigeria. A lot of opportunities. We have a lot of work. So in our assessment, you can see the overall safety culture based on our score is at the managing stage. We decided, well, we managed to give them 2. We'll have even taken them to 1. What is all about the managing stage? The emerging stage itself is a poor state. The managing stage, this is a stage whereby you have a blame game taking place. If accident happens, they believe it's as a result of one's stupidity, inaction, someone not paying attention. That's why it happened. And there will be cover-up because nobody wants to take responsibility. And this is what is happening. Not even at the involving stage. The involving stage, they believe that, yes, safety is a priority that must be dealt with. But you find out that it has not been institutionalized. It has not been internalized within the institution. We must strive to even move from cooperating stage to continual improvement. This is a model developed by Kell Company in the UK and try to link it with our results. We should learn to even move from the stage we are to stage 4, at least at the minimum. What does that mean? This is the stage whereby you find out that proper documentation is taking place, proper budgeting is taking place, there is priority to safety, responsibility has been assigned, policies have been developed. And ensure that there is effective implementation. Let's go to the next slide. I have to rush, please. In our interview and interactions with most of the management, most of the employees, all of them, when you ask them with regard to safety should be a priority, they agree with it. When you ask them with regard to safety performance, they are so much excited about that and they would love to see it. When you ask them about cooperating, teamwork, taking responsibility for the action, they will tell you. But what about their actions? What about their behavior? Those are some of the challenges we have seen. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we made some very important observations when it comes to safety culture in our organizations. Safety performance itself, based on observation, varies. Some companies are more prioritize safety than the others. And our observation has even shown that government establishment, even our colleges and universities where you are supposed to see excellence, have the worst negative response. And even the worst course you can have when it comes to safety. Top management decision makers are less informed on skill or less prioritize safety. I told you of a director in a food processing plant, water processing plant, whom I interact with, doesn't even understand what it's all about safety itself. And this is where safety starts. I was interacting with a group of coppers, about 20 of them from different parts of the country. That was January. I gave them a questionnaire to fill. After filling it, when it comes to proper documentation of safety issues at the workplace, she strongly agreed that they have it. After some time, I decided to make an interaction with them. I collected the questionnaire. I collected the questionnaire actually. I interacted with them. I say, fine, you have proper documentation of safety issues in the workplace. She said, yes. I say, okay. Have you ever seen your university safety policy document? She said, yes, we've seen it. Can you describe how it looks like? She said, that's when she started talking differently from what I was even asking her. She said, yeah, you will see that they will write safety first, be safe. I say, is that policy document? She said, yes. This is a Nigerian graduate, a copper. And I say, no, that's not safety policy document. That means you have not seen it. When I describe how it looks like, it must carry out your policy statement, the arrangement you have, the responsibility. She said, oh, no, I've not seen that one. She said, oh, no, I know we have a muster point. Yes, the right, final assembly point, all on that. I said, fine. That means at least something is going on. So you find out that a lot of people are not informed when it comes to safety, even at the workplace. They don't know what is all about that, what is even going on, what are the arrangements in place that have been kept for them. Let's go to the next slide, please. What about use of fire extinguishers? Emergency evacuation plan, fire assembly point. We observe that this is a big problem. Yeah, that's not a problem with you, but that's the big problem out there. They don't know how to use fire extinguisher. They don't know how to use even emergency evacuation plan. They don't know about the emergency evacuation plan of their workplace. There's no safety briefing at all taking place. They can't even remember when last they had a safety briefing. Those that have some form of arrangement, you find out that it's not been effectively implemented. Probably it all falls down to low budgeting. That's a big problem. Next slide, please. So there's need for change, right? And change requires some very good innovative approach. We had some discussion about change. I say they've made my work very easy. I remember my school, they use social media to, for example, to change our behavior, to communicate to us, to help us change our behavior. We form a club known as Switch Up. What is all about the club? The club is so that we will conserve energy. Some people will leave their hostel or they finish from their class late. They will leave the light on. They say, no, let's conserve energy. So let's form this club, switch off club. And then we use social media, we use other avenues, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Post picture of yourself, how you save energy, and you win a prize. And there's a lot of interest by so many of the students. At the end of it, what happened? They gave a report that there is a lot of cooperation. A lot of energy has been saved. There's a reward system that even follow it. The person that spoke on communication, Angela, thank you very much. You have made my work easy. All right? All right, next slide, please. Next slide. So, for us to sustain the culture, it has to come with creating a conducive atmosphere, budgeting, next slide, effective implementation of existing law, preventive culture, which is quite lacking. Next slide, please. And adapting to change. This is what we have to ensure in order to ensure sustainability of our safety culture at the workplace. Well, from there, I will really appreciate your time. Sorry for rushing you, but you've already gotten it from other speakers. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please, no, don't go in. Don't go in. For a specific reason, I know we are not much here. I would encourage every one of us to give him a resounding. Because you see, there is one important thing that I have come to learn. Sometimes they say it's age, but most times it's really your mindset. One important quality of a leader is humility, self-awareness, and humility. And one way it manifests itself is your temperament and the way you are able to express and exercise patience. Many persons will say, well, this is the way the world is. We would have gone or got discouraged and all of that. And Dr. Joshua has to his Father, thank you very much. And he treated an important topic. And based on that, if you have something to say, you can say what. If you are on the platform of a young emerging professional, what he's talked about, even if it's not extensively dealt with, are the things these young ones are talking. For instance, let me just throw that as a way to prop up our thinking, what he has done. How do you look at the cement industry handing out milk? That debate was raging on the platform of our young emerging professionals. How do you look at this industry handing out milk as a mitigation for the exposures of the operators? What do you think about that? I just want the comment because it's a typical testament of what the culture is. So let me give it to Dr.
Doc, thank you very much. There's a common joke. There's a conference ongoing, and at the end of the day, usually after lunch, there was only one person left. So the speaker went to the podium, observed our protocol, and then when he finished, he came back and met the guy who was still there. Thank you very much. You really must have enjoyed this lecture. Why did you say that? So my brother, I'm presenting after you, so that's why I stayed. I think it's a very interesting topic and a very important topic. You can't change except you recognize your culture, see whether or not it's working for you, and then you move to create change. Culture is the totality of all that we are, and it's not changed overnight. You can't just go say, one day we don't know safety, then tomorrow will come from being, if I follow the pyramid you used, from being emerging, suddenly you want to become at the top of it. It's not possible. Yeah, we go from being proactive, reactive, just generally pathological, until you become
on top of it, there your narrative of safety ideas. So I think it's something that it's a good topic to treat, and I think something very important. And not just like mentioned in oil and gas, we will spend quite a lot of energy there, but I think the problem is actually pervasive, and we should go all over this. I came from an industry where we manufactured chemicals, and we use organophosphates to do insecticides. Interesting to note that there was a time when safety, health and safety was considered that it was okay to give the chemical shed workers milk. Yeah. And the whole teaching was that the milk will interact with whatever chemical they've inhaled, and they will get better. This was in the late 80s and the 90s. Of course, there's been evolution, we know better, but interestingly, I'm bringing this back to culture. Why do now went back to these same workers and say, no, this is not what we plan to do for you anymore. We will do your blood tests to check whether or not you have phosphate levels in your system. So, no, that's fine. At the end of the month, here's the waiting. No milk. So, no, milk doesn't work for you. Say, no, when you're speaking is English. Now you're giving us clean air and all that. That's your problem. But that's our milk. That's the thing that treats the chemical in our system. And the one who drinks the milk would have verified. If they come and take a blood sample, we're feeling ill this day. So, I hear a question. Yes, you're inhaling cement dust. We know the way it goes. Gets into your tract, respiratory system all the way, can solve problems. But the man who's drinking milk, it goes through another system. But it's not really about when the system changes. How do you communicate with one drinking the milk? Because for him, that man milk is part of his fringe benefits working with that. The day you remove that milk without adequate communication, engagement, then you see a safety problem. Thank you very much.
Excellent. You got it, the guys. It was exactly what I told them. There is need for that, and that's what he has said. Your safety culture is a lot, and let's take that wherever we are. Just take a look. Dr. Joshua, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. And again, we will not fail to evaluate. That's going to be our last evaluation. Conference. You're ready. His mentor code is 2057 89 86. 2057 89 86. Yes. I think in the communique, if it's possible, or maybe on our WhatsApp platform, we will have to do some. I will ask if the president will allow for this. We just display this and you see the beautiful work you've done with this evaluation. Time has come for us to start wrapping up these lovely 2 days, interactive and educative conference. And to begin that process, I want to call on our president-elect, Dr. Ogechi Okando, to handle some little things you will enjoy, and then finally, we ask for a vote of thanks. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, our coordinator. God bless you. I don't know, I'm short of words. And we don't have that time because of the dinner coming up shortly. But then, I know that majority of us here would want to know where the next PDC will be going to. Please permit me just 3, 4, 5 minutes to do that. I want to call on Fatima Sabaro to do a short presentation. Fatima. So we have 3 plates here. She's going to call some people to unveil. And then, after unveiling, some people will now include the particular plates. We have 3 plates, A, B, C, A. The one that you write, let me leave the rest for her.
Everyone, it's permitted to start on the existing protocol.
My name is Zubar Fatima. We are quickly going to, in a way, call it fundraising. I know we all are so passionate about safety, and when we are here, we always look forward to taking care of each and every one of us. So please, nothing is too small. We have 3 containers here that will unveil our next PDC. That's the stage we are going to go for it. I know some people will be guessing, but your guess may be right. You might be wrong. You will just come, pick from this compartment anyone that you think has the information that we're looking for. If you get it right, you just give us 5,000. Is it too small? I love that. Okay, if you don't get it right, then you give us from 10,000. You might decide to just give us 1 million. We appreciate that. But please, let's participate sharply in this, and we really appreciate. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. So please, as we unveil, okay, let me be the first partaker so that it won't be as if I'm just talking and not doing it. So to unveil this, I'll unveil it with 10,000 naira.
Okay.
Sorry, please. I think the first person that have to come and select will be the president.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank
So
you so
that when
much.
you don't start, we'll just do it in an orderly manner. You just speak and go. So, Mr. President, please, can you just help us?
So you just pick it's A, B, C. Whichever one you pick, then we check to know if the name is in A or is in B or in C. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I think I will go with B. My dad, B for Baba.
Okay, please, this way. So, be going for our able president. Or president, please don't forget to B is 5,000. Because if it's not B, you know what it is.
Million.
Excuse me, sir.
Please, can you start? All right. Before I call on the students, just forget about it. Yes, I will call most from us past presidents and officials. I think let me call president, please. You don't. No, you are sitting on the big seat. So we'll start there. After which I'll call. Okay, I'll call. No, I'll call you first. Second. Then I'll go for you too, please.
Please, we also have a little token for you for this. For taking your time. Thank you.
Let's be quick about.
Okay, he's going with the president.
Please, can we just start from the Baba? All right. I'll call on sir, please. Or Dr. Abuba Goma, please. And that will be followed by please.
So which alphabet are you taking, please?
Cynthia, is it in there?
Okay, he's going for A.
Please, let's go ahead. Are you going to join us?
No.
Yes. Please. Let's keep going. No, don't worry. I forgot that. Just sit back. We'll start like this so that it's in orderly manner.
Okay. My IDP. Okay, he's going for A.
Okay. 1 minute just for us to wait. It looks like they didn't get you better.
Okay, sorry.
So just repeat it again.
Okay, sorry, I think I didn't communicate well. right? Madam Angela, I didn't communicate, right? Okay, sorry. I said we have three goals here. And it's labeled A, B, and C. And in one of these goals, what we have is the date and the location for our next PDC for 2023. So if you're able to guess which one contains it, it's 5,000. Because it's just like the fundraising we are making. But if you don't get it right, then you're paying 10,000 above.
All right.
How about communicated now?
Yeah. I have a question. Okay. Sorry, my name is Yakubu Waziri. Let's be clear on this. Is it that we have 3 different locations named there, or because?
Sorry, I'm going to be brutal in this. Is it that we have 3 names of locations that we intend to choose one out of, or there is already just a location that you want us to preempt? Because the truth about it is, I feel if you want us to be open, we should have options to choose from. Is it location A, is it location B, or is it location C? But from what I understood is we just have one location that is under any of the boards.
Please, we don't have option of location 1, location 2, location 3. It's just one. It's like I want to go and marry, and the father of my would-be wife is okay. If you get this correct, that becomes your wife. So we are not giving you the option of selecting for us. No, like you rightly said, it's just a location. And where is this location in the 3 books? Simple. I've communicated.
I can predict.
Go ahead.
What happened?
No, we are not predicting. We said A, B, C. Where is it in the 3 places?
So, but it's one place.
It's just one.
There.
Where is it in
Just
the 3
one.
places?
So which of the container is taking that?
Just a game, nothing else. I thought you like or like a food, you know?
Okay, I've understood now.
Okay. Waziri. Can we continue, please? In the next couple of minutes, we will be running off. Sorry, it's just the fun of it, please.
All right, let's go about this. Do you want them to stand like this, or they can go back to have their All right. So, sir, are you going to join us, please? Then followed by Cynthia, Monica, Engineer Green, and it doesn't mean you have to stand up. You can choose to sit back, right? Yeah. Professor, please, if you can join us, let's do that as quickly as we can. But I know I called him already. I called Engineer Green, yeah. Yes, if it is possible. We would even love that. You want to buy. Maybe we'll go to that point. Okay.
Okay. It's going for A. Okay, Madam Monica going for A.
Are you going to do? Yes.
No, just ABC.
ABC.
Just take it from us.
So Chief, can you join us, please? If it's possible, join us. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done because if you look at it, after this line, the other one belongs to the students.
Yes.
So, is there anyone here who wants to join? It's voluntary, right?
Yes,
so it's not compulsory. It's not that you must do it. So if you choose to join, please, you just join, pick up one, and I'm going to pick mine. Okay.
Booking. I can see you. Okay, fine. Sorry. Ladies, are you going to join us? All right, that's fine.
Okay, please don't go. You still have your gift, even though you don't.
Don't go. There is one more thing. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go, please.
Okay, so please, because of time, I think we need to stop here. But if you are led and you want to, please donate and do the fundraising for us, you can reach out to me or you reach out to our president-elect. Thank you so much for your time. Please don't forget to
my name or have to let me make my own choice.
You just take it from us.
I'm taking C, okay? Yes. So
Okay, so
taking C. Write my name. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's fun. I want to call on to open up this thing and find out the result. Chief, because we have to respect Chief in our list here. Chief Akpabio, please come. Honorable Chief Akpabio. Please open up and then announce. Open the paper.
I can, so that this result was rigged already. The Assp-Nc GDC Growth Expo 2023 venue, Akron, River State. See you there.
So that's not all. Let's see. B, what does B carry? C. So what does that translate to? A carries A. So professional colleagues. Well, we actually want to give some fun so that you make this income down and enjoy. We have the gifts here, please. It's meant for everybody. The Yankees, they are all here, so give it to everyone. So those of us that decided to choose, we really thank you for participating this year 2022 PDC, American Society of Safety Professionals. Like we said, safety advocacy is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the work and home environment. Determination is the wake-up call to human will. Before we said we wish you safety as we navigate through this perilous time, I want to have the pleasure to call on His Royal Highness. I want to give him that title. The Prince himself, Kenya Green, to come and make a closing remark. Our delegate too, please. You cannot understand that this expo is highly coordinated. Engineer, you can come. Just for one or two announcements. I want you, when you do that closing remark, we know that we are going straight away. The announcement is that tomorrow is our biannual, am I correct? Biannual meeting. And we will love, if it's possible, those of us who are going to the meeting, you come back here. There's going to be a small technical paper as well. Then we have our meeting, we'll see the way things are conducted. To be part of it, this is an invitation, once more, asking you to be there tomorrow. It promises to be a brief one between 9 a.m. to the Zoom, or even better. The meeting links will be sent to everyone to just register and get on. And I promised the students something. I said, before we close, there is a gift for you.
should I say, someone who has your interest at heart, has promised and taken care of a whole lot of things, you are free to attend the dinner. There's no need for you to get a ticket. You just come and listen. Thank you very much. Really for you. Okay. I think most of the time we're sorry for today. Just like to present certificate for our special guests and our guest speakers who have actually imbibed so much knowledge in us in this PDC. So I don't know if you have, I would doing it randomly, we'll just have this accordingly. Okay, to present for our first presentation to one of our guests. All right, so for one of our guest speaker, we want to use the opportunity to thank you for bringing that knowledge to us here. You talked about MOC, management of change. I really appreciate you. We appreciate your knowledge that you brought to this PDC. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me, give a round of applause to I call him Prof. He's Chief Akpabi with Assp, and he presents the certificate for guest speaker.
It's very unique. Thank you very much. We look forward to it, and we look forward to seeing you again. On behalf of ASP, we say thank you. Thank you.
So the second speaker will be Prof. Rabi Salam Magaji. Is he around? And the next is Larry Wilson. Please, a round of applause as he comes on stage.
Larry, it took you 4 years. This time it will not take you another 1 year. We are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and next year.
Larry really dealt on behavioral safety and we really learned a lot. Thank you very much for the round of knowledge.
So, Larry, on behalf of ASP in Nigeria chapter, we say thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
The only way we can say thank you is to give you this recognition. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for having us, everybody, too.
Thank you very much. The next one is Mike Shaw. Mike Shaw, here. Okay, please, can you come over? Did you enjoy Mike Shaw's presentation? Yes, I did. Okay.
Mike Shaw, another name for Mike Shaw is Miracle.
And we're happy you recovered from the accident.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Mike Shaw, thank you very much on behalf of ASSP and the chapter. We say thank you so much.
The next speaker is himself. Oh. Engineer Green, first off, please give to President.
Okay.
We have a VSSP Nigeria chapter. Delighted to honor you with this certificate. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
The next is Romy Daniel. Round. Next speaker is Dr. Mrs. Antonia Ekman. Around. Any representative? Then the next speaker is Dr. Joyce Chong. Representative. Next speaker is Dr. Uwe Joshua. Okay, please, the round of applause. Oh, the last speaker. I really, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. On behalf of SSP Nigerian chapter, we say thank you.
All right. Also, the next speaker is Mr. Moshood Dolako, ESP. Is he around? Is there any representative? Moshood
Okay, it's around. Okay. The next on the queue is our one and only powerful lady that dealt on external and internal communication. Correct. The one and only white woman, Madam Angela. It's a round of applause. Yeah. She's always there for us in the corner. She's there and everywhere. Strong and powerful. See how she's done this. If you don't give her this certificate, she will fight you.
We have the Assp Nigerian chapter. We are glad to honor you with this certificate. Well done and bless you. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Lami Sali. See around. Okay. And we have Mr. Yahya Ibrahim. Okay, Prof. Oh, well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And last but not the least is
on behalf of the Nigerian chapter, we are glad to honor you with this certificate back. Thank you. Thank you.
Last and not the least is our 1 in a million moderator. The one and only this. You can give a standing ovation. He really did well. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. George Uche Olomi.
Wow. This man, you know, he was the member of Young Emerging Professionals. You see how he has been making that very vibrant, and especially when it comes to mentor and mentoring. This, we are glad to say that on behalf of Assp Nigerian chapter, we really appreciate you. And today we can attest to the patience and the skills on how to approach many things with regard to this field. So we appreciate you, sir, and God bless you.
Prof.
Wow, another distinguished person.
Prof, a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. This man has so tirelessly to make sure that he attend this piece. It was very, very early, and there were so many speeches with the blood and all that thing, but he must make it. And not even stopping there. All the honorables that you see sometime around here, he was the one behind, make sure that they come in with these PDs. Sir, on behalf of Assp Nigerian chapter, we are glad to have you and are looking toward becoming a member actively. Thank you and God bless you.
So everybody here, participants, you are eligible for a certificate because it has a unit point in the ASSP Global. So please, after the closing remark, you can just come to this corner of the hall to collect your certificate. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much, and I'm so happy to meet you here. And by God willing, we are going to meet in the 2023 in Port Harcourt. God help us.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, can we all rise up and clap for ourselves, please? Please, rise up and clap for ourselves. You are the victors. You are just the victors. Please, just get up, manage to get up, hold some seats and get up, and just walk to the next person and just give the person a chuck knuckle, chuck somebody's knuckle, and say, it is good to be here. It is good to be here. Just say, it is good to be here. Please touch 1 or 2 persons. Just say, it is good to be here. Because you guys made it great. 2, 3 persons and say, it is good to be here. Thank you so much. You have made it great. Yes, 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 yes. So we look forward to seeing you in 2023. I will thank everybody. We thank you, all the organizers, the speakers, all the coordinators, and most importantly, the media group. You guys have done well. You guys made a difference. Congratulations.
And for the students, this is an opportunity to grow your career. Don't think that this is just a jamboree. Grow your career. Okay. Okay. Thank you. The chapter YouTube, you can get the programming. It has been already been streamed there, so you have it. In those of us that want to get another glance, watching it again. Thank you so much. Okay, please come over for group photograph. Dinner 6:30. Dinner 6:30. Ah, 6:30. Photograph, please. Group photograph. Iconic Angela. Okay, what's happening now? Come on, John.
Remember.
Please, can you come for group photograph so that we can actually go and refresh and come back?
Everybody come.
Please. Come over, come over, come over.
So is presentation virtual.